Hello, baby gangsters. This is Calvin, also known as Homer, and this is...
Let's meet the others at the mausoleum of King Deshret.
For sure, Paimon, for sure. This is Genshin Impact, and this is Act 10 of, I guess, not Krai, I guess Welcome Moon, I guess Sumeru, whatever way you want to look at it. And we're about to rest up for the night. We had the calm before the storm, but it feels like the storm is coming. It feels like it definitely is arriving soon.
I have not felt this way in a long time.
Oh, yeah?
Standing up high, gazing out at the rolling dunes. One cannot know what freedom truly means without first losing it.
What a perspective, right?
The golden slumber truly lives up to its name as a dreamland. Though desert sands exist there too, no mirage, no matter how glorious, can compare to true beauty.
I love hearing this like appreciation they have for, like, you know, the world now that they're back in it.
Dendro Archon, what is on your mind?
Because especially, like, you know, when there's the whole phrase, you don't know what you have until it's gone, right?
I was wondering whose counsel I should seek on the questions in my heart.
Oh, wow.
What kind of questions?
So many. More than can be put into words. As I once said to a friend, we look, we see, and we comprehend. But the question still troubles us. What are the many disasters that this world faces, but the sum of all irresolvable questions?
What are the many disasters we're faced with the sum of all irresolvable questions?
The biggest question you should be asking is how to seize victory.
I suppose. But Anahita's always been very introspective, right? I think that's why she's such like a great person to have around in general, it feels like, you know? She's always like very, very introspective and smart in that sense.
Yes. Although, I would express it differently. I must not fail.
Wow.
And so the question I am most curious about now is whether the path to victory will be an arduous one.
I freaking love that as well, though. The idea that like it's not about just succeeding, it's about not failing. And we know how hard this is going to be.
What we declare to be a young sapling, we may, in fact, find to be a towering tree, if we would only cast aside our ignorance and look beyond the veil of time to see her true form.
What is this? What does he mean by this? Is he talking about Nahida in general?
Nahida! We're here! Just in time. My preparations are almost complete.
Ready when you are.
Oh my god, it's so nice hearing Zach as well. I'm nervous, guys, and that's why like there's a few. I think I didn't realize there was like I wasn't talking there for like little tidbits there, little moments there. I'm just really nervous. I'm super nervous as what's gonna happen, especially since they've been building this up as like so calming before like this whatever crazy thing is about to happen here as well. They're building it up as a battle that everyone is involved in, right? It's terrifying. It really is.
We're here too.
Oh my god.
Miss Nicole! Miss Nicole! You went so fast!
You left her behind?
I thought I'd get a lot of exercise as a forest ranger, but I can barely keep up with you.
Sorry, I got a little carried away.
Yeah?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, the equipment is ready, and the modifications to Aru are all complete.
I'm so nervous.
As discussed during our meeting.
Oh my god.
Accessing Irminsul via the Akasha is no longer feasible at this stage. There are other options, it's just they're a little more extreme and more technologically demanding to
So I wonder if they're
implement.
going to explain the whole plan here, because I thought that they were like definitely being a bit vague on everything, right?
Maybe you should take it from here.
Lovely stuff.
The architecture and functionality of the Akasha terminals overlap considerably with Aru. There is reasonable evidence to suggest that one was developed based on the other, or that they both utilize technology of the same origin.
Okay.
As long as the transplant and merge operation succeeds, Aru should theoretically work on a scale greater than the Akasha and approximately equal to Irminsul. It will become the largest active computing device in all of Teyvat.
Wait, so they talked about here obviously how like as we knew this before, right? How we can't connect Irminsul to the Akasha. But he was talking about before how there has to be like methods that are like maybe unorthodox. But since the Akasha technology overlaps with Aru, they were based on like each other, and Aru is based on Celestia as well, right? They can utilize the same technology. Okay. And Aru would just become the supercomputer?
A system this powerful is capable of a lot of different things. In the past, the Akasha was primarily used for one-way information transmission, but I suspect it could also serve as a central bridging hub.
Okay, like a bridge to Irminsul?
In the pursuit of greater knowledge, some scholars have attempted to connect their consciousness to Irminsul through the use of terminals, incense, and meditation.
Correct. In academic language, scholars who reach that stage are said to have entered Satyavada life. Hypatia has performed this practice many times in the past, and she was once under my care for a period of time.
So Hypatia, who people corrected me, was one of the people who was like a follower, I guess, of Vaughn at one point as well. Thank you for the correction as well. So in the pursuit of greater knowledge, some scholars have attempted to connect their conscience to Irminsul. And Hypatia was able to do this. Okay.
Right. And this at least proves that there is a zone within Irminsul that can be connected to.
It proves the theory of connection.
That's
okay.
right. Providing wisdom to the people is one of the very reasons for Irminsul's existence. I think I understand where you're going. Please, continue.
In that case, I'll skip to the conclusion then. We need to further modify Aru, merge it with the Akasha, manufacture terminals, and distribute them to every single person we can reach.
Wait, so that's what they're talking about, giving everyone an Akasha, right?
Every person? Even the desert
Yeah, because
folk?
remember they were saying earlier they had to like... Yeah, they were talking about giving it to everyone.
Yes, everyone.
I've already calculated the amount of raw materials we need.
So you mean we're going to get new Akasha terminals?
Yes, but this time the people of Sumeru won't be using them to acquire knowledge, just to connect to Irminsul. That's the key.
And there won't be that fear of anyone trying to take over your brain this time either.
When we evacuated the city, we brought all the important assets from the House of Dana,
Smart.
in case we ended up needing them. Fortunately, this included the Akasha system's main terminal.
Very smart.
We've checked all the relevant records, and one thing is certain. Nothing like this has ever been done on this scale before.
To connect all these people to Irminsul at once. Now, did they give, like, again, I don't mind reading over the stuff all again just to make sure I'm understanding everything as well. They obviously they proved the idea that you can connect with Irminsul, right? But they also said that they want to like modify Aru and modify these manufactured terminals and connect them with every person. Is that just so everyone can connect with Irminsul at the exact same time?
Everyone in Sumeru is part of the plan. Whoever controls the people controls the situation.
Okay.
Since this function of Irminsul was introduced, it has only ever been made available to scholars, who don't constitute a particularly large group of people. But by expanding the scale to include all the people of Sumeru, all the individual connections will stack up to create a significant load on the system.
Okay, I'm understanding this a bit more.
Under normal circumstances, Irminsul would be able to cope with the additional load. But with it already being under strain from other activities, its remaining capacity is limited. Thus, it might be possible to shut it down completely by overloading it.
So it's kind of like, overheating a computer until it like breaks down, right? Opening up every tab, opening up all your software, everything, you know what I mean? And it's trying your best to kind of like, not that you would do that, but you know what I mean? Like then it like restarts. Very interesting. Okay, now we understand what they're doing. Whoa, wait. Everyone's getting their Akasha? Even Neville, it's everyone, right?
Counting down.
Oh my god, there's music as well.
2.
You okay, Kale?
Are you ready?
Ready.
Oh, Kale. Oh my god, magical. Look at this. You see the wonder in Kale's eyes? Is this the power of the power of his music? Oh my god, this music! Holy hell. I was gonna say, was the power of the goddess of flowers? That music was beautiful. This is incredible. Holy. Oh my god, this I'm getting so I'm getting chills.
When people sought knowledge, they turned to the tree of wisdom.
Right. There's a Paisha Nilu. Layla.
Today, we use it to save Samira.
Guys, I have chills.
And the whole world.
As Farazan as well.
These boughs that nurtured learning
This is an incredible cutscene.
must not become tools for destroying the world.
She's so magical, isn't she? Look at her. She's so magical. Oh, the boys. Even Paimon as well. And Vaughn. This cutscene is amazing. Oh my god, look at all that. Wait, with the Sumeru style music is. Oh, that was such a great transition. This is one of the best cutscenes ever.
Stop.
Stop?
Please stop. End this transformation.
Well, everyone's connecting with Irminsul right at this very moment. Wait, they're playing the Sumeru music. No way, they're not gonna hit it, are they? Holy hell, what are we looking at? Oh, they stopped before they hit the music.
Down Irminsul just to stop.
No way!
You fool. I have
What is that?
all the time in the world.
What is that? I know this is Tori, but like his like electronic mask.
Irminsul tree is step growing.
Oh my freaking god. That's our first look at Tori since he died. He's almost like become like a technological like thing himself. And he said, I have all the time in the world. He's like, you would shut down Irminsul just to stop me. But he said, I have all the time in the world. He's prepared. Guys, can I just say why that cutscene was absolutely incredible? Right? I talk about all the time how Genshin is like to me it's like a 90s cartoon or 2000s cartoon that has this really special feeling that when you're a kid you watch it and it's like really magical and beautiful, but when you get older and you become an adult you understand the themes a lot better and it sticks with you for the rest of your life, right? This is what that is to me, right? This is what that always has been, this type of game, and I love it so much. But that moment there is one of those moments that like is so beautiful and reaffirming and magical and mystical. Like hearing the music rise as it's going forward, like all the magic of like the people's like connection to Irminsul, like lighting up the sky where Nihida is, the magical like feeling of seeing Nihida rise up there, like, and again, you talk about this like mystical feeling when it comes to this too. It's purely wonderful to see like these magical lights when Nihida is already this like ethereal character, as we said, like this ethereal baby, you know, amongst all the lights as well. Seeing everyone like touch their ear and connecting with the Akashas as well, and seeing every individual character showing not just our favorite characters, but also like NPCs as well, connecting with it too. Like this really unbelievably beautiful, magical cutscene that connects with the people we love. Right, all coming together doing this stuff. We see, you know, the power that now the goddess of flowers apparently the Kale has as well, Nicole's powers. Nihida doing her stuff again, looking so magical as she's floating through the sky. The transition from the Akasha connecting with the tree from upside down. As I said, all the people we loved, all the NPCs that are working so hard to do this as well. The music that accompanies it so well together too. It's a beautiful cutscene. It's so gorgeous.
Great.
And it shows again. It's just that feeling of like we're all together in this. But now what? She's so magical, man.
What a display of true courage. The courage to think and the courage to act.
Yes.
I never thought I would witness the shutdown of Irminsul with my own eyes. Perhaps this is human wisdom and action?
When you say it that way, and again, you say it like one after the other, like already it's like one of those things, shutting down Irminsul is crazy, but I didn't register it until I think Dotori was like, you would do this. And then him saying this as well, thought saying like, I cannot believe I've seen this. Because again, in the moment, you're kind of like, oh my God, this is just an amazing moment. Dotori's right. You would do that to try and stop me? Like, it's Irminsul.
Indeed, only humans could do such a thing. Gods are few and far
We've learned what
between.
humans are capable of in Genshin over and over again, haven't we?
What was once created for spreading knowledge is now used for another purpose. A rather ingenious plan.
Hell yeah.
I am grateful to you three for your help.
It's incredible. It's so incredible
Only thanks
what
to you
everyone's
will
done
we
here.
be able to extend Aru's interference capabilities to cover all terminals. Now, nobody who wears a terminal will have their activity accurately tracked by Irminsul. No matter how many eyes Dotori possesses, he will not be able to see us clearly.
Taking that away from Dotori, huge. Right? Absolutely
Now
huge.
for the next step. I will need the help of your supreme powers once again.
And you will give the help.
How might we be of service, Lord of Dendro?
I need to reach the Eternal Oasis
Oh my
immediately.
god, the Eternal Oasis.
Right now?
In that case, Ibis King, would you agree that this is a fine opportunity to dust off our old tricks?
They love showing off a little bit, don't they?
Never. I assume you have that chess set with you?
You mean the one you gave to me as a gift? Asking for it back, are you?
How could I? You misjudge me. I just wanted to show you another way you can use it.
Oh my god, yeah, that chess set that she always has on her desk, right?
Connect to Safei Shatranj.
Safei Shatranj? You mean that place in the desert?
Thoth's chess set gains its power from the chessboard laid out in the desert by King Deshret and ourselves. All ceremonies conducted using the chess set must be activated via Safei Shatranj. In other words, the chess set is an extension of the chessboard. In the past, moving a chess piece was a sacred and momentous act.
Transfer initiated. Entering live combat mode.
Combat. Everyone like turning to the looking in the same direction. Whoa, these like different loading screens are really cool. I never want to lose out on loading screens, man. When the Demon Souls remake came out, it didn't have loading screens. I know people like were really excited about that. I wasn't, because I think the loading screens added so much personality to the game as well. You know. Wait, what?
We haven't heard a single word from our spy in the desert. I'm afraid he might have been captured.
Wait, he's taken up like residence here? He's just sitting here?
Never mind. But we spent years turning him. And a lot of Mora.
Nothing comes for free in this world, but the loss is not without its purpose. For a small price, we have wasted a precious amount of the limited time they have. Quite a bargain, if you ask me.
Oh my freaking god, man. Like, it has to be Pantaloni at this stage, right? It has to be. Talking about the idea of a price as well, because I believe they're also like to do with funds, right? And they like, if I'm not mistaken, that was like a big part of their personality as well.
Understood.
Weighing profit against loss is a necessary part of life.
Yeah.
But
Come
to
on.
tell the truth, I have been operating at a loss since this all began.
Yeah.
Since many centuries ago, in fact.
Since many centuries? Yeah, look. Come on.
For instance,
show us.
why would
It
a
is.
banker act as the executor of a will? If you hadn't deposited your personal belongings at Northland Bank, I would have no reason to be here right now.
Holy freaking hell. The Knights is right then and there. Another Fatui Harbinger. I thought his hair was longer. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't remember him fully, right? But yeah, there it is. I mean, like, yeah, we assumed it was, but like getting the confirmation is huge. Again, no matter what, anytime a Fatui Harbinger shows up, it is huge. It will always be a huge moment. It doesn't matter how powerful or non-powerful they are. It doesn't matter that they're number 9. It's a huge deal, story-wise and just like in general, right? Holy hell. If you hadn't deposited your personal belongings in Northland Bank, I wouldn't have no reason to be here right now. Who's this? Who's he talking about?
Dottore, I've placed your final
Dottore?
data backup into the ley lines as per our contract. I trust we are now square for the safe deposit fees you paid.
Wait, so this was a deal he made with Dottore where he could put his final, well, after he died, his data into the ley lines. For the safe deposit fees you paid? So like Dory paid for something for himself for the safe deposits? Man, this is so crazy what we're looking at right now. Guys, we literally are looking at it. Now, the only harbingers that we haven't seen in the flesh in this game, and I mean in the flesh, is Mr. Pringle and long white hair guy, right? Those are only two left. So you can say the Saritsa as well, but like, it feels crazy, right?
Is it not a little petty to split hairs like this, given our amicable relationship?
No way, we're getting a Regrader Dotori conversation? Don't people ship these two like crazy?
Sound bookkeeping a matter of principle.
Do not forget that you only live to see this day thanks to me.
Oh?
In fact, every day of your life since you met me, you've been living on borrowed time.
So he feels like Dotori feels like he owes him?
Why?
The
That's
purple
hardly
jacket.
a fair assessment. I will concede that my survival was perhaps at your whim, but I became a harbinger on my own merits.
I would love to hear more about just everything to do with the story here as well, 110%. But also as well, like, this is what I think is so great about, like, design. Sorry to go on a tangent here, but design choices, guys. The jacket almost instantly goes Harbinger, right? Because when they had just, like, the normal outfit and it was like, oh, they must be a Harbinger. I thought they must be a Harbinger, but there was a question, like, could they be? Might not be. Are they just a follower? But the outfit actually changes almost everything, right? It's like, oh, that's a Harbinger, right? You look at it now, it's like, there's no way it couldn't be a Harbinger, you know?
Managing money is not like other professions. Mine is not a role I could have acquired based on your recommendation alone. And certainly not one I could have lasted so long in without genuine ability.
So he's like, yeah, you could have given me a recommendation, but you're not going to survive forever in this world without being actually, you know, like, well, that's true for most jobs. Like, you can be like a Nepo baby, you know what I mean? And yeah, you might keep your job, but like, you're probably going to get way less responsibility because people realize you're probably not as good as your job as other people.
The information stored in the ley lines is quite comprehensive. Rest assured, I have not forgotten how strong your pride is.
This is so crazy. I'm listening to the Tori and Regrader talk. I'm listening to Pantalone and Dotori talk.
Well, I presume you have no sense of fragmentation while talking with me.
Fragmentation?
How could anything possibly go wrong with such strict measures in place? The remainder of your soul was split in two, with one half sent to Nod Krai and the other stored in the most secure vault of the Northland Bank.
Wait, so hold on. Okay, let me try and assess what's happening here then. This is a great shot, by the way. So did he send one of his souls was sent to Nod Krai? So does that mean is that who we fought in Nod Krai? And then the other soul was sent to, or no, maybe it was, wait. I'm not sure how that works. All we know is that one of his parts of it, because we know he was able to like separate himself, but separating his soul in two. One was sent to Nod Krai, the other was stored in the Northland Bank. Does that mean that the one we fought was one of the souls, or was it a thing where another part of the soul after he died was sent to Nod Krai?
Though I must say, your disdain for the other segments is quite amusing.
There it is.
Zandik is you, and you are Zandik. Zandik created the segments, yet you, a segment yourself, reject him.
Reject Zandik. This is a great shot as well. The glass upside down as well.
That is, Zandik, created segments of various ages in his later years. To achieve this, he had to freeze time and part with a portion of his soul. But as constructive as it sounds, it erases my uniqueness. If each segment is equally me, then by the same token, none of them are truly me.
Because there's no uniqueness, because there's so many versions of you that are truly you, I guess?
A soul living forever in the past inevitably holds different views than he did in his later years. The same thing that completes me also restricts me.
What are you talking about? So wait, he doesn't have a love for these segments then. He feels they're restrictive. He feels like it makes him less than. Like he's no longer unique. He has just too many versions of him. And he says, soul living in the past forever inevitably holds different views than he did in his later years.
You too might ask yourself which stage of your life you want to be preserved at. The day your business failed, Or the day you were framed by a gang and sold off to a medical lab as a test
Oh, Jesus
subject.
Christ, man. Another test subject. The Genshin world is crazy. And by the way, as well, like, I'm guessing that this means as well, the whole idea of living the past is that the segments are cut off then, I guess, at a stage in life. I guess they're created at a stage in life and they stay forever technically in that stage in life. Like, they don't get to grow, maybe? Or, I don't know. Because the way he says, like, you ask your sister to which stage of your life we want to be preserved at. The day your business failed, the day you framed by a gang and sold out to medical. That's, by the way, that's a horrible thing to happen.
We needn't dredge up the past.
He definitely doesn't want to dredge the past. I love his design. The hints of blue, perfect. I guess it's more purple, but...
This undesirable plan was eventually scrapped. Lesser Lord Kusanali was quite right. I needed an opportunity to eliminate myself.
Wait, what? The idea of the segments was scrapped?
And after that, I concluded that there was no more effective plan than directly splitting the soul. Once the soul is transferred out, you will find that creating a physical body is far simpler than creating a puppet.
So, because Lesser Lord Kusanali, like, Nihito would, I guess, like, wanted to get rid of the segments. And Dotori was like, yeah, like, I also want to get rid of the segments. The plan was scrapped. This idea of the different segments, right? Separated. Various ages, so they're different versions of Dotori Zandik that are separated over different ages, right? And he's saying that, like, Lesser Kusanai was quite right. I need an opportunity to eliminate myself. So while splitting his soul, you will find that creating a physical body is far simpler than creating a puppet. So he wants to create a physical body from, like, the splitting of his soul?
The other half of your soul suffered a crushing defeat in
There's our
Krai,
answer.
you know.
So the soul that we're talking to now that's in here is the one from the Northland Bank. So he split his... So are the segments gone then? Or is it a thing where he just, like, is erasing the segments? That, like, one of the souls we fought in Krai and was destroyed. The other soul was from the Northland Bank. Does that mean the soul... Was it that the soul died in Krai was sent into the tree? Or was it a thing that, like, the Northland Bank one was put into the tree?
And yet in the process, I obtained the information I always wanted, did I not? Because now we finally know where the best testing ground truly lies.
Best testing ground? What the hell? This conversation's brilliant.
I once thought your ultimate goal was to ascend to godhood. But as it turns out, that was merely one of your experiments.
They're doing such a good job here with the different shots. It's really good.
Experiments take many forms. Most people are too eager for success, too fixated on the end goal. They forget that the experimental process itself is just as important.
He enjoys the journey.
A suspiciously vacant seat, a new face. I trust you can put two and two together. The reason it doesn't exist is because someone tampered with the record.
Dotori? What are you saying? Someone tampered with the record? So it's like, I once saw your ultimate goal was to he talked about there being a good testing ground. I once thought the ultimate goal was to send to God, but it turns out that was merely one of your experiments. Experiments take many forms, and it's about, like, the process itself. A vacant seat and a new face. What?
What can I say? After all your efforts, you really did uncover the world's secrets. So, is the new world you promised a lie?
No, it never was.
Oh, look at this.
I am glad to be able to control Irmin's soul from within. Now I shall attempt to create a new world inside the existing one.
But then he's gonna try and create some, like he's always wanted a new order, right?
Almost everyone faces the prospect of death. But not a single person has ever been able to experiment unrestrained in the afterlife through sheer force of will.
God, look at this shot as well. Look where he is. He's so excited, the idea that, like, man, like, everyone faces death, but I get to freaking do experiments forever.
I am the only one to have overcome this enormous challenge. Would I not be letting the world down if I didn't make the most of the opportunity to experiment?
So because he's overcome death and he's able to, like, experiment in the afterlife, he believes that it's his duty. I have to do this.
Clearly, the dividing of your soul did not affect the magnitude of your ego.
True.
Out of all the versions of you that have ever existed, this you is the most insane and the most radical.
So he's met the other versions as well.
Is that why you chose to work with me? Which was it then? My insanity? Or my radicalism?
Could I call myself a venture capitalist without a suitably ambitious plan to invest in? Yours happened to fit the bill quite perfectly.
So he's just looking for investments, I guess?
Well then, I must
Great transitions.
say, while I am surprised enough that you showed up at all, what surprises me more is that you chose to present yourself as my former subordinate, and not as the banker Pantalone.
Yeah, he is. That's why he presented himself to the traveler. This design is crazy cool. Right? Because we saw, this was the, like in Nod Krai, he ascended to like a different form, like, you know, a new form as well, right? So this is the form in his afterlife.
Why make things harder than they need to be? Exposing my true identity in a situation like this would only serve to destroy diplomatic relations between Snezhnaya and Sumeru. I daren't imagine the consequences.
This is so smart. This is so smart because we know factually so that Tsaritsa was against the Tory in the end. She had a problem with the Tory's actions, and she even, like, you know, gave the mandate to be like, yeah, get rid of him if you need to, right? So him claiming to not be a Fatui Harbinger is actually... I think someone claimed this is probably the reason they're doing this earlier, right? To make it seem like... to pass the blame, right? If you can pin all this on the Tory rather than pinning it on Pantalone, right? Then the relationship that Snezhnaya has with Sumeru stays intact. But if Pantalone said, I'm Pantalone, I'm doing this for the Tory, all of a sudden it's like, okay, then unless Pantalone gets excommunicated from the Harbingers, it creates a more tense situation between the Tsaritsa, Snezhnaya, and Sumeru, and the rest of the world as well. Because right now, I think one of the reasons why things are still not... relations are still so good with Tsaritsa and still so good with Snezhnaya is because, like, after the stuff with the Tory happened, what happened? She gave the mandate to be like, yeah, you can get rid of him. And the Knave, Tartagula, Sandrone were all of them, harbingers who were on our side during that battle. And no matter what, that goes a long way when it comes to, like, relations with another world, right? But if Pantalone is able to do this, and he would have to be checked, right? He would have to be put in place by the Tsaritsa.
Showing up in the name of the original antagonist gives you the recognition you rightly deserve, while also being sensitive to Snezhnaya's predicament. It was an easy win.
I love he calls him the antagonist.
As for why I'm here, if you're suggesting that your credit is in the negative, I won't argue with that. Many people say that about you.
He owes money.
I'd argue that a significant factor in your willingness to cooperate is the fact that you have but a few years of life left after my death.
What?
Living and dying together has a way of binding two parties together rather closely.
Wait, so is his life tied to the Tory?
Is it not true that a relationship should be judged by both the positive and negative returns it
I don't like that he's here, by the way. It makes me sick.
So some of what I said actually made it into your head after all. It's true that I hope you don't die too soon, but don't you find that a strange thing for me to say? After all, you've already had quite a long
This
life.
conversation is crazy because I don't understand half of it, but the other half I'm just like so intrigued. Like I feel like I'm cross-legged on the floor being like, more?
Especially for a human being.
Let's not pretend that you're any more innocent than I am. Are we not the same in this regard? We both despise the existing laws of this world, and neither of us enjoy being under
I want to make that clear.
else's control.
Like Pantalone is not some Pantalone is 100% working with the Tory. It puts him as an enemy forever. He's done, right? He's not. There's not a chance of friendship unless like there's something where like he is planning along, or he's working with Tsaritsa right now to like stop the Tory in some way. That's different, right? It could always be a possibility, but right now it's one of those things where he is donezo, right? He is a donezo person in my mind, and that's it. Yeah, he's enemy.
Is it really so greedy to want the world to operate by a new set of rules?
Of course not, my dear friend. And as I've said before, mutual interest is the foundation for the most reliable of relationships. You can attest to that.
I just hope there never comes a day when I have to work too hard to prove that.
So he's worked so hard to prove the idea that mutual interests are the foundation of most reliable relationships as well. Can I just say as well, that's so interesting about this too, this is the longest we ever heard Dotori speak without, like, you know, it being a thing where, you know, he's kidnapped someone, or I guess you could say, well, if their lives are connected in a way in this way too, maybe it is Pantalone is like a little bit under duress as well, but...
Regrader, sir. People have been spotted approaching Sumeru City.
Oh, yeah? I might have to just look over this entire conversation once again at some point too. In fact, like, I wouldn't mind... Actually, no, you know what I'll do anyway, because I think I'm going to go all the way through whatever's left of this. Again, I don't know if that's the case. I want to make that clear. If you're watching this right now, you're like, wait, this is only in parts, because that means that it was longer than I thought it was going to be. But yeah, I'm going to look over this again later anyway.
How strange. Despite your access to Irminsol's data, it appears the soldiers noticed before you did. They must have found a
yeah, what they
workaround.
just did as well with the Akasha.
Well, Dottore, I trust you know what this means. The fact is...
They're coming. They'll breach the city gates any moment now.
Oh my god, and he doesn't have the eyes to see this either. That's proof of that. Yeah, we're definitely going to look over this entire conversation later as well.
But even so, I would say Irminsol is a wonderfully convenient thing on the whole. If you do manage to create a new world, perhaps you could plant one outside.
He's like, yeah, can hand one to me as well. And again, the whole idea of Regrader wanting a new world too, and Dotori wants a new world also. On the base level, it's like, yes, being away from the Heavenly Principles, I'm like all for it. Like, the Heavenly Principles are not morally justified characters. I'm totally not against that idea. It's obviously just the actions is what's the problem, right? And as I always say, your intention doesn't matter once your actions are knowingly going to hurt people. It doesn't matter in the end.
I'll consider it.
Oh my god. This is the first time I've seen Dotori, like, let his hair down and have, like, it's like a snarky conversation, but, like, it's, like, one of the few times where Dotori almost, like, doesn't have a pure, like, smugness about his conversation with someone. It almost, like, felt, like, close to being, like, equal in terms of, like, intellect. I'm not saying that, like, the Traveler's dumb. I'm saying, like, Dotori thinks the Traveler's dumb, if you get what I'm saying. But he seems to treat Pantalone with a bit more respect when it comes to, like, the way he would speak to someone, right? Yeah, I hope that makes sense. It's like, I'm not saying the Traveler's dumb, but Dotori believes that characters like that are not as smart as him.
What do you need me to do? Stall them?
The experiment will take time. Stall them for as long as possible.
So when they say the experiment, like, do we know the experiment right now of exactly what he's doing to create a new world, right? That's what he's trying to do with from inside Irminsul. I'm guessing that's what he's trying to do, right? Man, this conversation was long, but we loved it. Right? Why not? Yeah, let's take a, like, even though, like, I'm gonna see this later, it's not a bad idea to just have these screenshots here as well. Usually what happens is, as I said before, I usually, like, go back and look at things anyway sometimes, so.
Very well. But you're really asking for the moon.
Oh, the moon? He was before asking for the moon.
Have you heard this story? There was once a guilty man, kneeling in the center of a church while an angry mob outside waited to bring him to justice. He pleaded with the gods, begging them to grant him one final request, the chance to finish confessing his sins before he was sentenced.
Oh?
Many suns and moons passed, seasons changed, and still his confession continued, as if he intended to speak until the end of time.
Are you suggesting I worship you as a god? Or were you hoping that I might confess my sins to you?
Wait, I think to me that sounds like a story about, like, since he asked for one wish, it's like prolonging the inevitable as a way to, like, get out of this. So is he saying that, like, you know, I can stall him, but, like, the inevitable is gonna happen here? Like, this person kept confessing because it was a way to kind of be like, it's like, can I have my last meal? And if you ordered, like, if you were allowed to order infinite food, you know what I mean? It's like, well, they can't kill me until I finish my meal, you know what I mean? In this way, it's like, you can't, like, they wished for the confession, so, like, it'd be like saying, like, oh, my last wish is, like, can I watch, the entire Walking Dead series. It's long, right? Isn't it like 17 seasons or something like that? 30 times. You know what I mean? It's like you're prolonging your life to like, you know, yes, you have to watch The Walking Dead forever, and yes, you'll have to confess forever, but you're prolonging your life, right?
Certainly not the latter. That would make my life miserable indeed.
Wait, what the hell is this? Wait, so can we talk to, can we ask all these?
For someone who despises them so, you never seem to have any objections to me creating or becoming one. At first, I thought you'd be furious.
Concerned I would terminate our partnership, were you?
Not at all. You had reasons why our partnership must continue.
Don't you find people's attitudes toward gods amusing? A god descends from the heavens and people worship it unreservedly, blindly following whatever rules are given to them.
Yeah.
And yet, when they see an ordinary person gain godlike levels of power by virtue of their own hard work, they treat him with nothing but suspicion, even if he is a compatriot.
Right. I hope you're not describing what Dotori was trying to do here. There's a difference between hard work and, like, yes, the actions can be difficult. But, like, I think there's a difference between, like, man, he worked so hard to get that living for himself and get that retirement, you know, versus, like, I worked so hard. I worked so hard to take the power from people, you know?
Is that supposed to be a compliment?
It kind of is. He's saying that, like, you're, like, an all-American hero. He worked so hard, you know? He's a hard worker. Yeah, and I get what they're saying. It's like what Pantaloni might be saying. It's like the idea that, like, you know, it's true when people do have gods in place that have been there since, like, you know, they've been born. They worship them without any notion, without questioning it. But in the Tori's sake, or maybe like in a case of like someone like Tori's trying to become a god through like experiments and like all these things in between, it's like you see. But the answer is obviously in the true sense of the word, is like the idea that like it's the intent and the idea behind it. That's why they don't worship you. You know what I mean? And you could say as well, what people don't know his intention. It's scary. It's scary someone obtaining power from a normal position, but someone who gets power and who's already had power since you were born, to people that's not as scary, right? Right now, the idea of like God doesn't scare Christians, right? But the idea that like someone who is ordinary, like John down the street, all of a sudden gains godhood, now he is something to be feared, controlled, worried about, weary about, right? I think that is like right what Pantaloni is saying, right? In a lot of ways.
No, I was just thinking. I pity the man who would call you a compatriot.
Wow.
There's no need to be so self-critical.
So, yeah, like I don't disagree with Pantaloni about the idea of like gods and how people like, you know, worship gods. It's just obviously it comes down to intent. Like if you're talking about the Tori in terms of like how he works hard to become a god, it is about intent and the actions behind it. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing with like, I also think there was a notion too that like some people do gain like this ultimate incredible power, right? But they're morally good. People do accept it a lot more. Like, oh my God, like I played RPGs all the time where people ascend to godhood all the freaking time, right? But if it's the right person to get that power, I feel like people are more susceptible. But in real life, it's not wrong. People will be weary of someone who gains ultimate power like that, or not that it's happened in our life, you know. And again, I'm not like a religious person, so I can't really like speak on. I grew up in a Catholic country and went to like Catholic schools and church and all this stuff too, so I have like obviously I can speak on it. I'm allowed to speak on it, but I'm saying like, you know, in terms of like other people's belief systems, I think anyone, it's not just Christianity, it's anything, you know. It's like, you know, Superman was a thing in people's lives since they were, you know, born. Oh, I know Superman, he saves people's lives, right? Then all of a sudden, you know, Jebediah becomes, you know, the new ultimate power. It's like, if you're, well, no, I guess that's different, because if you've already established that superheroes can be a thing, you might be like, oh my God, more people to save us. So that's different, but you get what I'm saying. It is kind of like a fear, I suppose, as well.
I know it's a little late in the day to be asking this, but how have you been keeping?
Oh my God, did Tori asking someone how they've been keeping?
I'm flattered that you would take the time out of your busy schedule to consider my well-being, Doctor. The part of your soul that went to Krai caused quite a stir.
It did.
Sending our organization back to the drawing board on numerous fronts. It was quite a headache for everyone involved.
Dear me. I must have caused you no end of trouble.
Such a crazy freaking cool design, isn't it? It's so cool.
You certainly did. I had the rare honor of being summoned before the Tsaritsa with Pulcinella to answer for myself. A terrifying ordeal.
Pulcinella. Did I forget about another Harbinger? Did I forget about another Harbinger? Or is that Mr. Pringle? Or is that the guy with the white hair?
Don't worry, I pulled through. At most, it's a public relations nightmare. I made sure of that.
But yeah, as we said, like, and like I knew, and again, it's not one of the things where I'm like, oh, I told you so. I'm not saying that, but like I knew from the start that like it was one of those things that like the Tsaritsa would not be happy with what was happening there. You know what I mean? And if she was, I would think less of her forever.
Now I'm curious. How did you explain yourself?
Oh, it was quite simple. I just pinned the blame on someone who wasn't there to defend himself.
Who, Dotori?
I could hardly be expected to defy the demands of someone as insistent as the second Harbinger, now could I?
And Dotori's power is immense.
How you slander me.
Ow.
You know full well that I am perfectly amenable to reason.
Reason that is acceptable to you, that you believe is reason.
There's no question that you are partly to blame for the ruin of my reputation over the years.
Dotori. You know what it's like with Dotori? It's like he steps on a bug, and everyone goes, "Oh my god!" Or no, and Patloni goes, "Hey everyone, he stepped on a bug," and then he goes, "You've ruined my reputation." It's like you stepped on the bug, you did that. You know what I mean? It's like beating someone up and then being like, and then someone being like, "I told the police on you. You've ruined my reputation." It's like you're the one who beat up the person. Now then, about your plans for the future.
Do you have anything lined up for when this is all over?
Any vacation plans?
Hard to say. Field work always takes quite a toll on me, as you know. Once I'm back at Snezhnaya, I'll start with a well-earned cigarette.
Oh wow, he's a smoker.
Why are you so eager to ruin your lungs after I went to the trouble of replacing them for you?
He replaced his lungs?
If you have an issue with it, feel free to try to stop me.
He's like, buddy, you in a tree. You in a tree right now. So I'm wondering if that's like some sort of surgery, but maybe that's like what you said when you like kind of like helped him. You know, he's the reason he's alive right now, I guess. Now then?
What's on your mind?
The limits of humanity. It's a pity. Despite running countless calculations, I find there is simply no way to reduce any further the amount of one's soul required to sustain an individual.
So he split him into two and he didn't find a way to maybe split into more sections?
It's rare to hear you admit to being unable to achieve something.
Yeah. I don't like him being here. Get out of here.
I beg to differ. For instance, as I've told you before, the original me was prone to motion sickness and couldn't make long train rides.
Train rides? Whoa, okay.
Ah, yes, of course. One of the reasons you often sent yourself out on errands.
So because the original him was travel sickness, he sent segments of himself out?
What are you thinking about now?
A new experiment. In the event that my soul was depleted, say we extracted my data from someone else's memories, yours for instance, and then combined it with your intact soul as the base material, what would we create?
Such a scenario would be impossible.
Oh?
So let me get this. Okay, I'm reading it again. In the event that my soul was depleted, we say we extracted some of my data from someone else's memory, yours for instance, and we combine it with an intact soul as a base material. So he's saying that, like, say I'm ended here. If we take myself from your memories and attach it to another soul, he's wondering what would be the outcome be. Yeah.
As long as your current soul survives, there will be no need to create a new individual. Don't forget, you were the one who approved of the present situation wherein only one Dottore
So that is what so the segments must be gone, the other soul is gone, the only one that was left is the one in the Northland Bank where he maybe put that soul into the tree at that point then.
And if you ceased to exist, who would be capable of performing this experiment?
Nobody else can. He said, buddy, nobody else can do this.
Since the day I met you, you've always excelled at talking your way out of a
He's a smooth talker, isn't he? Okay.
Isn't it a little too early to be saying goodbye? Not that I wish to keep you from your
Of
business,
course.
of course.
What an animation. Can I say as well, Dory's been showing up as like this little glitch behind him sometimes too, talking to him, moving around him, and it does feel like what they've done a really good job is, even though they're separate over different, like, you know, literally over a spiritual plane, it still feels like Dotori is like, you know, that Regrator is kind of sitting there kind of like all like fanciful and like, you know, kind of calm, and Dotori's kind of like pacing around him as well, you know, in Dotori fashion. Dotori loves a good pacing, right? He'd be on his iPad time, you know, typing on the thing, he'd still be pacing around the place, you know? Like, I think it's actually done really well. What a way to have them in the same room without having them be in the same room.
Very well. Let's leave the conversation there for now.
So cool. Such a cool conversation. And now him going out to stall everything that's happening here as well. So we know at the base level, again, I'm going to look back over everything, but we know at the base level, oh, it's imbalanced. That Dotori is trying to create a new world from inside Irminsul. We know that's the base level, right, of everything here. I'm going to look back over everything there as well, as we like later on as well with the whole conversation, because that was so interesting. But I think, oh, that was a cool landing. Oh, we're back here.
The power of King Deshret's 7 pillars is truly remarkable. With just a chessboard, you can move an entire unit across the material plane.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, the power that's contained in Sumeru. Yeah, as I said, I hope it doesn't seem like that's my entire summary of the entire conversation, because again, I do think it's one of the most interesting conversations in terms of like personality and character and even story as well. Like finding out about like Dotori separating his souls between like the Northern Bank and sending one to Nod Krai. You know, finding a training ground or experimentations or extrapolations in Nod Krai as well, and also having Dotori use all of his mistakes and all the mishaps he's had as like this kind of like learning process as well, because he likes the journey of the learning process too. There's, you know, the actual interesting conversation between the two of them, how like it was just actually like one of the first times you got to hear Dotori talk with someone who he actually doesn't, in my view, look down upon. Like, I genuinely think that he sees Pantalone as like the closest thing to like a confidant when he's chatting with him. Like it sounds less of just like Dotori talking down to someone and more like a back and forth kind of like jab fest, which is probably like the friendliest you've ever seen Dotori be with anybody, and that's with Pantalone. Right, which again is so interesting, having the idea like of Pantalone and him be. I mean, Pantalone gave as good as he got as well. Like there was back and forth here as well, also at the same time too. They talked about how Dotori, like I think his life might be tied to Pantalone in some ways, but at least he said that he saved Pantalone's life, and Pantalone's only here because of Dotori, and he maybe gave him a recommendation of some kind too. But Pantalone feels like he kind of like made his way through life and the harbingers and all the business dealings he does by himself because of his own talent at that level too. He also said that he only has a few years left if Dotori goes as well, so I don't know if there is like that idea, maybe they're like tied to each other in some ways also. Pantalone had to like lie about like what happened in Nod Krai, even though he probably was a major, as we know he was a major factor in this, because he hid one part of the soul and let the other soul go to Nod Krai. So we know he's a major factor in this whole thing as well, and major player in this. And as it was confirmed, that not only did he have to lie to Sarisa, but he also lied to everyone else here too, because he wants to keep relations alive with the Sumeru and with Nod Kara and with Shesnaya. And it's also a thing here as well where we find out he's a really smooth talker. He's someone who's really good at talking out of situations. He even talked around Dotori here a few times too, which again, here's the thing. Like, the way to talk around Dotori sometimes is to tell him to shut up. Right, we've had characters either stab him in the back or tell him to shut up. That's the way to stand up to Dotori sometimes, right? Just pure and simple. But to have, and again, I want to make it clear, Dotori's incredibly smart. He's an incredibly intelligent character, but the problem is he has a hubris the size of like the Grand Canyon. He is so self-indulgent and self-important that's why he always like is able to fall to us as well, is because we don't have that aspect. We care about other people. We're not selfish. All those things in between. But there's no denying that Dotori is smart. But also as well, I want to make clear when I say this, I'm not saying that like, you know, he probably would look down on Tighnari, even though Tighnari could go to wits with Dotori. Maybe not on the same topics and same experimentations, but they are equally intelligent in different ways, in my opinion. Just like everyone else is equally intelligent in different ways. I'm not saying these characters are dumb ever. I would never say. You guys know I'm saying that, but Dotori thinks they're dumb. Dotori thinks they're so dumb. And not because, again, he wouldn't, even though he doesn't say it, even though he doesn't say it outright, he does think every character here is an idiot. Right, and that's what you can hear that when he talks to anybody, when he talks to Vaughn, when he talks to the Traveler. Even though he was trying to make the Traveler like his equal, he was talking down to him the whole time. You want this, and you think that, and presuming everything for his life as well. So, like I'm saying, he has a conversation with Tighnari, who I believe Tighnari could, like, you know, would be so smart, and talking back to Dotori would be such a great conversation. But at the same time, too, Dotori in his mind's thinking, this dude is not as smart as me. You know what I mean? And that's part of Dotori's character. And so to have Dotori like talk to Pantalone in a way where Pantalone almost like he's not talking down to Pantalone. He's joking with him and he's jabbing at them, but he knows Pantalone's jabbing back too. He even made Dotori laugh in a way that actually felt like an actual hearty laugh, not like a laugh that's like, aha, sarcastic. Because Pantalone clearly is like someone who Dotori sees as maybe not an equal, but sees as someone who like he knows well enough that he doesn't look down on him in that way. He might look down on him, and again, I'm not saying he doesn't look down on him. I'm not saying there isn't parts of it where he's like, oh, you're life and this, and you don't have much life left, and why would you do this? Why do you think that you're better than me? But I do think that they are both very smarmy and kind of like self-important in some ways, and they've related over those two facts to the point that I think Dotori like is the first time we've heard Dotori have a conversation with someone that didn't feel like just pure smugness through the entirety of the conversation, right? Which is crazy. And I think it's intentional because then, that relationship that they could have with each other, the funding that they have with each other as well, it's also interesting to see. But yeah, on the base level of everything, there's so many things that happen in the conversation that we're going to go back over later. But on the base level, we understand that Dotori's trying to create a new world from inside Irminsul. He has separated his souls, and one part of his soul is inside Irminsul, and now after death, he feels he's lucky that he gets to do this experiment, and he has to follow through with his experiment, and now he wants Pantalone to stall us so he can continue this experiment. That's what you just know at the baseline.
Yeah, sets us up for a much easier fight. Really makes my day. The last time we stormed the city, it involved a lot more running around.
And again, that's the thing, the travel to a battle, historically, can take a lot out of you.
I wonder how many people can say they stormed a city twice in their lifetime.
Nobody can say they did it once.
I was just
besides
that.
These people.
I've definitely had more than my fair share of unusual experiences in my life.
Rahman here too.
This is my first time here, actually. We never usually leave Gandharvaville.
Rana? What? What? So this is Rana from the Aranara quest, right? They say here, Rana is a forest watcher of the Sumeda rainforest and became playmate to Arana, as a child. Later, while saving the children from our village, Rana was overtaken by the withering and fell to a coma. To help her, you traveled to Varanara, where you ultimately obtained the Bija, the fruit of the Arana, brought into being by sacrificing her memories, and saved Rana. Upon awakening, Rana received the god's gaze and was granted a vision and set on a new journey alongside Nara. Guys, this is crazy.
I hope this will be my last time.
Oh, poor Vaughn. Man, Rana, of all people, to be here.
Does everyone have to chime in? Can't we just fight?
I mean, she has a vision, and Jet's like, let's do this. Jet's like, I will. Actually, having Jet here, perfect. She knows what it's like to storm, villages.
What an amusing comment, my dear lady. Yet humans often alleviate tension via small talk, do they not?
Don't talk to Jet.
Whoa! Why is Candace's shield talking?
What's the shield? I thought it was going to be like someone walking from the side.
Because the image on her shield is one of me. And I, of course, can appear wherever
I don't remember this. Is this a new thing? I don't remember this at all. I thought it was going to be someone talking from the side or something.
Huh. Well, la-dee-da. Isn't that fancy? Could I get in on this?
There is it is kind of like charming that they're doing a bit of small talk after that conversation.
You wish for your gauntlet to speak? Why, certainly.
Ahem. I think you'll find that it is I whose image is carved hereupon.
Wait, is he actually speaking, or is he just doing an impression?
Thanks. Definitely feel stronger now.
Okay.
You're welcome, my lady. I am glad to lend you my power.
Sino,
okay.
What's the situation?
Okay, I guess we have a talking shield. Okay.
There are troops stationed at every entrance. As we expected. A frontal assault will suffice. Everyone, stick to the plan. We'll take the main entrance. You head for the House of Dana's side door. Move out.
Let's go, man. Oh my god. We're actually gonna get this. It's not gonna be like a cutscene. We're actually storming this area. That's so freaking cool. I mean, okay, Genshin has given us stuff like that before, but you never know what they're going to do. It could be a cutscene and then we just like fight like at the end, right? You never know. We're actually going to storm the city. Which technically we kind of did in a previous quest as well, kind of, right? But we were storming kind of... Oh my god, that Dia's move is awesome. What the hell?
Thank you, Jet.
You gotta be more careful. If you're not ready to put your life on the line, you can't be certain of defeating your opponent.
Wow, Jet.
She's right. Keep your wits about you, Rana.
Man, I'm fighting alongside Jet. This is the greatest day of my life. Dia's move was sick. She's awesome.
Through me, justice is served.
Yeah, this is awesome. The fact that we're just like storming, and again, it's the fact that we took this place over and now we're storming it to basically take it back is so sick as well.
Take them out and secure the harbor. Reinforcements will arrive by water.
Oh my god, reinforcements!
Consider it done.
You guys know a million times over, I've always said this. I freaking love the idea of like warfare and like reinforcements and like, you know, like I think it's just being such a Lord of the Rings fan since I was like a kid. It's always been a thing where I'm like, yes, oh my god, like even when I was playing as a kid, I always be like, you know, retreat to the cave, fight to the last man. You know, I love that stuff as a kid. And again, it's still as an adult, it still excites me like crazy. The fact that we get to play through this type of stuff is so cool. You know, the reinforcements will come by the river. It's so sick.
This is trouble. Nowhere to run.
So sick. Finally, peace and quiet. Are we going here? The reinforcements will come by the river.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. Guilty.
Imagine like you're fighting you're Fatui fighting and you're in the city. You see like Jet and Sino come running towards you, and also Candace and Dia as well. By the way.
You asked for it.
This is such a cool move, the way it just like automatically hits. It's almost like he's losing control of it. It's so sick.
Grant us your blessing.
So cool. Great stuff. Really great stuff. Love it. All sign, you're so cool.
Waterway secured.
Oh my god.
Brothers, sisters.
Perfect. Just in time.
Wait, do we actually get to see the reinforcements?
Welcome. Once we've linked up, we'll continue the advance.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
The team has arrived at the north entrance, as planned.
Good. Press on.
I need like he's been so. This is the best of Sino, right? Commanding, forceful. You know what I mean? Like he should be in this moment, and the music in the background as well. So freaking good. And we keep storming this area again. Look at this. We're going up the causeway. I'm so excited. This is the best. It's so good. Might as well get this of Dia as well. Like I said, it's something that's never left me. I'll always be freaking happy to do the, like, quickly, storm the city, defend to the last man. Thank you, Lord of the Rings, for basically shaping my view of, like, battles forever. You know what I mean? Shouldn't have warped out there. Oh, with the axe, she's a hand axe. That's so cool, man. Run is awesome.
Hear my prayers. You're dead meat.
Couldn't.
Do your worst.
So sick.
Your sins weigh upon your soul.
So sick. So sick. And the fact that we're actually going through the streets as well. Oh, you hiding? Oh my god, guys, I can see your hat from by the way.
It's an ambush.
That hat.
Finally.
Finally.
We need to hurry. Take the middle road now.
Mahamacha Sino, area clear.
Oh my god, and they were like, you know, they knew it was about to happen.
Don't relax just yet. More Fatui approaching from the right.
If they let us play as Jet, that would be the great. I know they're not, but that would be the greatest thing of all time. Like, legitimately. Jet should be a playable character.
Irminsul cannot track our movements. If necessary, we could split up.
That's so awesome as well. Because they can't be tracked anymore, they have a bigger advantage as well.
Don't worry. We'll wipe them all out.
Hell yeah, Jet.
As you can see, our people came raring to go.
Yeah, look at that.
Good, good.
How are things with the Traveler? Can Tainari keep him safe?
I mean, the Traveler... Can Tainari keep the Traveler safe?
Don't underestimate Tainari just because he's a forest watcher.
I mean, yeah.
He can handle it.
But I think they'd be protecting each other, right?
All right. You know that's not what I meant.
Jet is just worried about the Traveler. 100%. Okay, come on. Jet was just worried about the Traveler. Jet was just worried about the Traveler, okay?
Sino and the reinforcements
Oh,
have
look at
drawn
this
the
crew.
Fatui's fire away. It's our turn.
What a crew. Tanari, Vaughn, and Paimon.
By using a cluster leaf of cultivation, we can pass through certain terrain silently.
I love this, and all these different plans happening all at once as well. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Good luck with that. We'll just fly up there.
Oh, look at this. They're best buds. You give it's like a little warm smile. It's not a full smile, but it's a warm smile. He's like, we can do that.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Oh, and he's letting Paimon know. Remember, Paimon wanted to change a little bit, even though, as we said, even though she's not used to this, it's one of those things where he's like, I encourage change, right? It's good to change. He's like, hey, how about you fly with me?
Ready?
That's so great. And he gave her the look that was kind of like Paimon, you know, a good encouraging look of like, you can do this if you want to.
Ready.
Ready. So great. So great. Love that moment. Wait, what? We're actually doing it? The great transition. Yeah, I love that moment between Vaughn and Paimon. Just a quick look of like, hey, you know, remember you said you wanted to do this? He's not forcing her. He's like, hey, reminding her so she can make the decision herself. Yeah, we can fly. And he also included her to too. Hey, we'll just fly. You know what I mean? Hey, right, Paimon? You know? Vaughn and Paimon, by the way. I never thought I'd see it. Best buds. Best buds. You know, you will sometimes come across cluster leaves in cultivation in Sumeru, which will scatter four-leaf sigils around when they come into contact with Dendro. Use these objects to make your adventure in Sumeru easier. Is this something that's always been in Sumeru?
I'll approve you.
Has this always been in Sumeru? This music as well, it's so exciting. Oh god, we should do it the normal way. I know if it's like a thing on PlayStation, but like I always find tapping this is like really difficult. Like it's super difficult for somebody. I tap at the same time, but it's like you have to tap it right at the same time. Like it's crazy. And I swear to God, do not ruin this moment for me. See what I mean? You have to like weirdly tap it at the... There we go, okay. Man, the fact that we're infiltrating it like this is so cool. Another one of these. Yeah, and by the way, I want to make it clear, Sino wasn't being rude to Jet. His whole thing is that he just never wants anyone to underestimate Tanari, because he adores him and he knows how good Tanari is. It was like a clash of like Jet caring about the Traveler and oh my god, look at this crew, man. This is so crazy.
Wretched vermin.
Like already, by the way, having Vaughn.
Behold, that's far enough.
Now having Vaughn without a shield? No way! What the hell? How are you so powerful? But if you hit them, you know what happens? They stand on their 2 feet. You could hit them with a great sword, and those guys don't even move. And you know it's true. But yeah, it was a clash of like, I care about the Traveler a lot, I care about Tanari a lot, and I was really cool, right? They weren't fighting or anything. Look at that Shaw.
Fatui soldiers up ahead.
Such a soft voice. Huh? What's that?
Careful.
Oh my god, look at this. I never would have thought, all the way back when I saw the Unreconciled Stars clip of Vaughn, I never thought all the way back then that it would be Tanari and Vaughn on an operation together. Or Paimon and Vaughn being best buds, you know?
Prepare for battle.
Oh.
Hey! There's people over there.
And there's Runa. So cool.
You have some nerve showing your faces here in the center of Sumeru City.
No way. He's right there. But that's why he changes out with that jacket and the colors and everything, because again it looks less like a Fatui Harbinger here, right?
You're right on schedule.
It's because if he came down with the big furry jacket and the big imposing outfit, like, I think everyone would just be like, Harbinger? You know, the reason why we said Harbinger is because like we rarely ever see someone who's like a named character who's not he hasn't been named here with the question marks. We know before he wasn't named, but like a named character would have like full voice acting who like is part of the Fatui that isn't like, just an NPC.
Well, this guy sure as heck isn't your average Fatui sergeant.
110%.
They've stationed quite a few people nearby. It definitely looks like they were waiting for us. But something feels off.
Oh no, what do you mean?
Everything about this guy feels too deliberate. I highly doubt he's just a subordinate of Dottores.
Right.
And he's no mere sergeant. Whatever his rank is, it's high. Much higher than we thought.
There we go. Sino putting 2 and 2 together right away.
So you've been waiting for us. But it looks like you're geared up for a conversation rather than a battle.
I love the forcefulness in Sino's voice, right? He's making sure to project his voice in an aggressive way.
Very clever, General Mahamatra Sino. I know you're the one in charge of this siege, and I look forward to making a
You
deal
see what I
with
mean?
you.
Like, right away, him and Pantaloni and Dottori, when they're outside of talking to each other, they instantly sound so condescending.
A siege? Sumeru City belongs to us.
Oh my god, Sino. Sino's so cool.
A siege? Sumeru City belongs to
Exactly.
us.
It's not a siege, it's a retaking of their land.
Historically, yes. But things can
I
always
want
change.
him gone.
We have quite a
I
sizable
want him
force
gone.
with us, For instance...
I hate anyone who's like, oh, it's my land now, I took it. Okay then. Then I can go to your house and just sit in there. That's mine now.
There's a Fatui ambush at the north gate.
What?
Can you handle him?
We can for now.
Oh, Jesus
Yes,
Christ.
I'm quite sure both sides can hold their ground for the time being. The battle has not yet
Because he's just
reached
trying to
its
stall,
climax.
right, for Dottori. That's what he's trying to do here. Again, as I said, I love Sino's aggression there. It's so good.
But what happens next? Do you enjoy watching bloodshed? Surely some of those here are people you count
Oh,
as
I hate this type of notion as well. Is so manipulative as well, right? You're causing all the issues. You and Dottori are causing every single issue here. Every single issue is caused by you guys. Everything. But you're gonna be like, oh, you want to cause bloodshed? It's okay. Stop fighting then. You know?
Once a war begins, some people must die. I doubt you wish that fate upon anyone you know.
Oh my god, he's so manipulative.
Wait a second. It's a trick. He's not even there.
Sino!
Silence!
Oh my god, it was a projection! Sino's so freaking smart with this stuff. Strategy is his middle name.
He disappeared. What was that? A ghost?
Curses. He was never there to begin with. That was just a shadow
Oh my
projected there to
god,
lure
like an
us in.
ultimate stall tactic. Sino was so cool here, by the way.
Enough talk. Attack!
I keep saying it, but like it's just like his expression, the way he's talking. Like when he gets into work mode, he is the coolest character in the game.
I apologize for being unable to accompany you at this crucial moment, but I am compelled to leave for reasons beyond my control. Please excuse
Wait, do you think he's going somewhere else? Do you think he's going after maybe the Traveler? Would he go after the Traveler, or is he going to go after maybe a more vulnerable position?
Sumeru's General Mahamatra is quite ruthless.
Oh my god.
It's a good thing I wasn't there in person.
You look at him again. He's not. Wait, he's outside of the city. Completely. He left everything for his people to fight this. Again, I love his jacket.
Your illusion held them up for a time just fine. But now that they have seen through it, they will realize you were just a decoy.
True.
Decoy or not, what matters now is that they will be heading your way imminently.
Huh?
Not imminently. They are already here.
Oh. they already made it up there as well. I'm sorry, guys. This is so great. Wait. So did Pantaloni only give him like a bit of time and then say now you can go? He just stalled for a bit of time so that Dottori can do something. Man, Sino, man, that was so freaking great. When Sino gets into, as I said, like the aggression, the passion, when he gets into world, it's beautiful.
We made it!
It's actually gorgeous up here.
This is far enough. Tainari, you go help Sino. Don't worry about us. We'll manage from here.
Are you sure you don't need me to stand guard?
No need. Once the connection is established, we'll disappear from the sanctuary of Surasthana. Go help the others.
Look at Vaughn as well, like, you know, not stepping up to the plate, but like he's so communicative, right, with everyone as well. And you see how far he's come with that stuff as well, you know?
All right. Goodbye for now then. Please tread carefully.
Because again, you've seen it like it's been chipping away at his armor over time, but he's gone from being like still very cold with everyone. And he's still kind of colder as a character. He's a prickly character. We don't want him to change that much. I always want him to be a little bit prickly. You know, it's Vaughn. But you can tell like how he's let the guard down over and over again to the point that he's put more and more trust in the people around him, like Tanari, like Sethos, like Paimon, like the Traveler. His trust is earned by many people around him because he was someone who was betrayed so badly. And now that he knows he can put his trust in these people, it's almost like a gift that he gives to people rather than just like something he lets out accidentally or lets out like begrudgingly. You know what I mean? It's a gift now.
Now where's the interface Nahida mentioned?
Oh god, we're like right here.
Come on, where's it hiding?
We're literally right here.
Found it. It's over here.
Oh no, is this just gonna go straight into like a boss? This might be shorter than I thought it was then.
We can connect to the inside of Irminsul through the Sanctuary of Surasthana's built-in security system. You should be pretty familiar with the process.
Is it the same route as last time?
For the most part, we don't need to adjust any of the parameters.
Then I should be fine.
So the plan here is to connect with Irminsul. Okay. Yeah.
And Paimon? Once you're both ready, we'll set off.
I love this so much because this is such a simple thing. Right? Asking Paimon if she's including her. Right? In a way that's very intentional.
Wait! The stakes are way higher this time, right? Maybe Paimon should stay outside.
No, look, the arms folded.
Then you can focus on the fight.
Look at the arms folded. Look at this now. Look at the body language right now of Vaughn.
Huh? Why are you staring at me like that?
It's nothing. I just suddenly realized how much you've grown.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hey, you've grown quite a lot yourself.
Stop!
Don't you two start getting into
That's
it
so
again.
amazing. That's so amazing. Oh my god. And like again, there it is. Like, you know, he asked Paimon if she what she was feeling as well. It's such a huge deal. And then of course, like the Traveler noticing Vaughn's growth too, and Vaughn noticing Paimon's growth, right? From this line here, right? Maybe Paimon should stay outside and help the others. Then you can focus on the fight. And when he looked at her like this, it wasn't a look of like, oh, what are you saying here? It's a look of like, oh my god, you've become so like you're growing even now, you know? Strategy, your ideas. And I think it's so beautiful as well, like, because again, in these conversations, what happens most of the time is they usually talk to the Traveler and Paimon as a package deal, and usually it's something they talk about as if like the assumption that the Traveler is going to be doing something and then Paimon's going to be on the sidelines cheering him on. In this sense, like, Vaughn included Paimon. Vaughn included her with this line here. And Paimon, once you're both ready, we'll set off. Are you? Because the Traveler said, "I'm fine. I should be fine." Are you going to be fine, Paimon? Including Paimon after the conversation they had to be like, Paimon, are you ready as well? That is huge. That is massive for me. That is so important for me. And he intentionally included her too. And then when she started saying, "Hey, I'll help the others. You don't have to worry too much." It's her maybe getting rid of the feeling of feeling useful and finding stuff that useless and finding stuff that she wants to do, and Vaughn noticing this, and then in the same time the Traveler's like, "Hey, you also like grown a lot too."
Well, anyway, Paimon thinks she's pretty knowledgeable. Who's the best guide into Vatican? And don't forget, Paimon's a college
Oh yeah, she is, right?
now.
She is. This is amazing. This means the world to me. I love Vaughn so much. Him including Paimon in this, giving Paimon more confidence and then acknowledging her growth, and then Traveler acknowledging Vaughn's growth is one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
If we say Alhatham's not a weirdo, it's hard to explain how he came up with the idea of you applying to the academia. But for all that he counts, you're doing surprisingly well in your studies.
Vaughn! I'm gonna die! What the hell? Oh my god.
Just goes to show how important it is to have someone supporting you. And Paimon's not the only one. Let's not forget that you only became a student because of Nahida's personal recommendation.
Oh my god, they're having a you're doing well off. You're doing well. Well, you're doing well, you know?
That's fair. I have learned a lot in Sumeru.
Do you see what I mean? The walls are down. There's not as much resistance. He's accepting it. I learned a lot here. Nahida was one of the reasons I've gotten so far.
Oh yeah. Did you ever come up with that ugly nickname you promised me?
Oh my god. Their friendship is so important to me. The friendship between Vaughn and Paimon has become one of my favorite things in the entire universe. It is legitimately like something that is so supportive and so beautiful and so amazing. And it's unexpected, right? It's so unexpected to the point that now he's asking for a freaking nickname as well. Hey, did you ever come up with that thing you said you were going to come up for me? Remember that nickname, you know? I'm so warm. I'm fuzzy thinking about this. I feel amazing thinking about this. Because it's not just like, again, his relationship with Paimon that's so amazing now too. It's a representation. It's not just like Paimon's growth. It's a representation of Vaughn's growth. The fact that not only can he help Paimon grow, give her advice, give Durin advice, help people out here, acknowledge Tighnari and give him the trust to talk about him with plans and join in on these plans very openly, not just from the sidelines because of an order from Nahida. He's joining in on these plans. And here now he's even making a joke with Paimon about the nickname. And he's also talking about how he's learned so much in Sumeru, where I'm telling you, post inversion of Genesis, he wanted to learn, but he would still act as if he was like resistant to it. You know what I mean? He would, and now he's like so open about it. It's amazing stuff. This is an amazing scene.
What? No way! We're friends now.
Stop.
Paimon gave up on giving you one ages ago.
Oh.
Anyway, isn't
I'm gonna die.
enough of a nickname for you?
Guys, I know I don't have face cam, just let me just say that like controller is down right now, hands over chest. Chills, warmth. Oh my freaking god. That is so freaking lovely. The Traveler, for the first time in the history of Genshin Impact, for the first time ever, the Traveler feels like the outsider in a conversation of beautiful friendship between a character and Paimon. Because usually it's like one of those things where like Paimon's like, oh, it's great that you're friends with the both of us and all this stuff too. Because they are, I know they're friends with the Traveler too. But it's like, this is like main character Paimon here. And the Traveler's the one looking at the two of them having this like friendship fest. It's so incredible.
Fine. Suit yourself.
And a friendly laugh, a little chuckle. This is everything to me. This is every single thing to me.
We need to go. Paimon, if you're staying, look after yourself.
Yeah, of course look after yourself. Of course. He's so lovely to her all the time. And of course he cares so much about her too. Of course he does.
Will do.
Oh.
Paimon's gonna link up with Tighnari and Sino. You guys are the ones who need to
and I'm
be
so
careful.
proud of her, guys. I can't state this enough how much I love Paimon. And you guys know this. You guys know I care about this character. I love her so dearly. I've loved her since day one, right? So Paimon taking the initiative here. This isn't a situation where she's like, I'm waiting outside and I'm going to worry about you. Which again, we always appreciate it, right? The stuff in Natlan, for example, right? This is a situation where she's like, I'm going to go off and do something else. I'm going to find something to do. And it's because of Vaughn's words that she's got to this point that she's able to do this as well. At the end of this day, at the end of all this year, I'm so freaking proud of this little lady. So proud of this little lady. I really am. It means so much to me to see where she's come, or where she's gone to, and where she came from. I don't even want to move on. I want to stay in these moments forever. I want to stay here just in the acknowledgement of how much Paimon has grown, because this, again, as I said, is I don't have to convince you guys. It's not that. You know, I could say here, like, guys, I love Paimon, and you're like, yeah, we know. You know, we know you love Paimon. I get that all the time where I'll be like, yeah, this is how much I love Paimon, and everyone's like, well, yeah, I know. Or people will be like, yeah, I know you love Paimon, so this is this or something. Or someone will share a piece of art or whatever and be like, I know you love Paimon, but like, what you think of this? And, you know, that's always a really, really nice thing to hear, because I do adore her. And seeing her get to this point it means so much to me. My heart is so full. It really is.
We will be. Bye for now.
I'm literally just staring at her right now, so proud of her. So proud of her. And look at her going off by herself. Look how big she is.
Initiating connection.
And how great is it that Vaughn influenced that so much? If you were upset with something, if you don't like something, change it. Guys, I don't want to move on. I don't. This to me would be enough. If they ended the whole quest here, I'd be like, my heart is full. Oh my god, we're actually going inside right now. Such a cool location, isn't it? Oh my god. So cool.
Well, here we are again.
Oh yeah, because they had the story with Irminsul as well, right? Once again in the ley lines.
Think of it, I still don't even know where we're going.
I mean, same.
Thanks to our terminals, it should be impossible for Irminsul to read. I can...
Don't tell me. Only you need to know.
Huh?
That way, whatever happens to me next, it won't affect your progress.
Wait, is he worried that, like, if we give him part of, like, our ideas or something, that, like, if something happens to Vaughn, he'd, like, I don't know, like, know what the secrets would be revealed?
Listen to me. Your safety is just as important as mine.
Yes! 100%!
Don't even think about sacrificing yourself
yes.
for the greater good. We
Hell
came
yes!
here together, and we're leaving
110%,
together.
Yes!
Alright, if you insist. I won't argue with you.
Exactly, and that's such a big change for Vaughn as well, not arguing with this as well, because it's so true. It's so true. Quest progress saved. Legitimately, it is 100% so true what was said there, because again, Vaughn had he's grown so much, but still he always has, and it's happened before, he's always had those tinges of just like self-sacrifice and, you know, not caring about his own self in comparison to caring about other characters too. I love the Traveler be like, no, you are just as important, because that is a big part of his story too, because part of his whole idea of him trying to erase himself was him believing that he didn't deserve to be on this planet, didn't deserve to be in Teyvat or alive in general. The Traveler reminding him that we are here to be safe together. We're not here to save me. It's not main character Traveler time. It is, we are here together, and your safety is just as important as mine. It's such an important thing for a character whose arc started to shift completely when he tried to erase himself from existence. It's it's so supportive, and it makes so much sense. And also, Vaughn just accepting it with like a little like half smile, that's important too. That shows that he's able to accept it a lot more, even though he's still gonna have remnants of those things in his soul where it's like the self-sacrifice and wanting to maybe believe that he's not as worthy of life as other characters. But he's constantly reminded by other characters that like you are valued. You're so valued. Such an important sequence. Look at this place.
This place looks so different from how I remember. It's unrecognizable.
Yeah, I don't recognize this.
It's a complete mess. Like someone's turned the place upside down.
The Black Tide.
Must be Dottoro's doing. Either he's searching for some information he needs, or...
It's still changing.
Oh, it's still changing?
He has to know we've entered Irminsul. But luckily for us, he can't pinpoint our location.
Right, okay.
Be on your guard. Don't let him find us. The
love
red
this.
parts have
Love
probably
a
been
Traveler
corrupted by
Vaughn
Dottoro's
story,
power.
by the way.
Don't touch them, or you might alert him.
That's so cool. That's so legitimately cool. Oh my god. That's such a great idea. The idea that like he can find us if we touch on the red parts. Love that idea.
He's looking for us. Tread carefully. That wall could be a
Such
problem.
a cool location.
Fortunately, it looks breakable. Give it a shot.
Fly a certain distance.
Behold.
Okay, it legit is like, okay, we can break it with Vaughn's powers. That's perfect. Can we do it without flying? We can. Okay.
The wind rises upon the gale.
Okay. So we can like fly through when we break the center part, but okay, it reforms though, so we have to watch out for that as well. That's fine.
Behold.
This is so fun as well. Vaughn turning to like, you know, I guess he does usually like go towards the nearest thing as well. It's so interesting having Vaughn's actual weapon with him as well. I usually have okay.
Squall Fury.
It's so funny like that, like instinctually, right? I drop down below, and I think that's because in Genshin, we know now in the domain, if you fall off a cliff or something, you get reset, right? We know that. I love that instinctually we know that now, you know?
Behold.
Oh. Yeah. You know what I mean? We instinctually we know this now.
Squall Fury.
Am I going to... There we go,
The
okay.
same old trick again? Are you kidding me? Let's handle it just like we did before. This cheap trick isn't gonna stop us.
Fair enough. Wait, how do we get...
No, it's a trap. Is that why he was using the same trick over and over again?
But do we step in it?
Our guard?
Did he legit just trap us right now?
I'm trapped.
Oh, Traveler.
Why won't this thing budge?
Hello? Hello?
Oh,
Can
Nicole!
you hear me?
Nicole.
Yes.
Is that you?
Here's the thing. It could have been any Hexen Circle member. Of course, we're always happy to see Nicole. I hope it doesn't make it sound like I'm saying it could have been anyone. But I'm saying that like having a Hexen Circle member communicate with us when we're trapped feels reassuring.
Yes, it's me. I'm monitoring your progress from inside the Eternal Oasis.
Oh,
and
wow.
I have to say, this terminal is simply marvelous. It makes tracking you so much easier.
Perfect.
I couldn't see anything at first, but now that you two are inside, I can use your location with support from the terminals to get a partial view of the situation inside Irminsul. It's
Awesome.
not the clearest image, but it's better than not being able to help at all. So, here I am.
Thank you so much, Nicole.
I can't intervene directly, but I can help to guide you out of the jam you're currently in. So please, just follow my lead.
This is so cool. It's so cool seeing everyone get involved with this and like again, like everyone understanding the severity of the situation,
in his
right?
current form is a blight upon both Irminsul and the ley lines. Pay attention to your surroundings. There must be sources of his contamination nearby. The corrupted information is his...
Is that one of them?
Precisely. Take it out. Good work. But we're not
Okay.
done yet. Stay close. And let's see if we can find any others like it nearby.
It's probably safer to float. Oh. That usually activates when we're about to be hit, right? So we can do a counter. I'm worried he's going to come out of the wall now.
Behold.
There we go.
This must be another one.
Agreed. Now... Wait! Watch out!
It's Dottore. I think he's found us.
See, it's so cool how they designed it around Vaughn's floating, right?
Quick!
It's very cool.
Get out of there!
Man, even when N is telling us to get out of a place, that's kind of scary, isn't it? It shows that even like the Hexen Circle, why they have like, you know, a big influence.
Do you think you can
Oh
run
God.
to?
Oh, he has found us.
Pursuers. That's gotta be it.
Oh my God.
Don't let that thing touch you.
Crash Bandicoot 2.
Dodge that attack.
Running from a polar bear. This is such a cool thing. I love missions like this, guys. I love them so much. Again, I say Crash Bandicoot 2 because I...
Which way do we go?
To the left. Trust me.
Of course I'll trust you. Because I would always do these type missions in Crash Bandicoot 2.
Fleeing like vermin. What
No, stop saying that.
sight.
No.
Hey,
Watch yourselves. Stay focused.
This is so
There's
cool.
a cliff ahead. Jump!
No way. The slow motion
More of
into the
those
quick time
corruption
events.
sources. Destroy them as you did before, and open the exit as quickly as possible. They're relentless. Is he trying to wear us down? You'll just have
Yeah,
to
I
destroy
wonder.
these two.
He wants to like keep us like I don't know, like I mean, if he's trying to wear us down,
I
maybe
think
it's
the
like because he
pursuit
thinks
is
that like, when we
over.
eventually get to
hard
him,
to say. Stay alert.
we won't be as powerful, I guess, or we'll be weaker, I guess. Look at that. This is a boss arena. This is straight up boss arena. Right? There's no mistake about it. It's like, it's cool, but it's a straight up boss arena. Now we can't even leave, by the way. He's trapped us in here. Are we about to do a Dotori boss? We might be about to do a Dotori boss. This is a distinct possibility.
I think we've made it to relative safety.
Yep.
Goodness. That was tough.
Again, a traveler, Vaughn, you know, journey together. Great stuff.
You doing okay?
Oh, thank you, Vaughn. Yeah, I'm doing
I'll
good.
be fine. Don't worry.
Are you doing okay?
Take a short rest, and then
There was no way. There was no way a rest was happening.
Nicole!
The connection's been cut. But that means
he cut. He cut the
Look at
connection.
you supporting one another. How very touching.
Oh no! Here comes the condescending stuff. What was that? And we rolled away, but Vaughn flew up into the air.
Dottore!
He had. I want to make it clear how, if this was any person who wasn't as talented as Vaughn or the Traveler, they're possibly dead there in that moment. If they didn't have the quick instincts of the Traveler or Vaughn, someone is dead.
took you long enough to find us.
Oh my god.
You're more useless than I thought.
Hell yes, Vaughn. Hell yes.
Oh, really? I think I deserve a little more credit for my methods than that.
Oh, look at this design. It's like he is like one big line of code or something. Like he's one with this place. A supercomputer
Rather than
himself.
hunting you down, I chose to let you roam free.
Exalted master of the heretical path, Il Dottore. He gets the introduction like a Hexen Circle member or a Fatui member, but it's look at this side, like the visor and everything. Like, and if we're to assume like he's like he wants to like change the world. He wants to like ascend to like a new form. Like, he's like beyond human now. He's beyond human.
I indulged your presumption that I was unable to track your movements.
Ah,
Played
stop.
along with your clever little plan.
Is that for real?
Fleeing is for animals, but I rather enjoy watching you flee. Some things lose the will to run altogether as soon as you put them in a cage.
So he was like saying like, I'm glad you actually did run. Oh my god, look at Vaughn doing the freaking, first of all, the gothic eyes, but then like, the kind of sassy look he's giving to
If
Tori.
that's true, then why did you come looking for us?
Look at the height of the Tori as well, by the way. Crazy stuff. It's such a crazy design. This is legitimately, it reminds me of like, say like a season 3 like, Cartoon Network villain. That's not a bad thing, by the way. I want to make it clear. I want to make this perfectly clear. Like, when you get those shows, not even Cartoon Network, like Jackie Chan Adventures or like Shaolin Showdown or something like that, when they get to like season 3 and like the main villain that's been the main villain all this time like ascends to a new form. That's what it feels like.
Because I wanted to observe you up close, of course.
I strongly dislike you.
Don't misunderstand me. I'm not here for a fight. Is it so unusual that I wish to greet my old acquaintances in person?
Wait, what? No, he means not Krai. He means not Krai.
After all, it's been a while.
No, he doesn't.
Scaramouche.
No, he does not. No, he does not. How did you find that out? Well, is it from Irminsul? Oh my god, that's what he meant by freaking... I thought it was gonna be like something like, yeah... Vacant seat. New face. So he found out that like there was no Vaughn inside of Irminsul. But how did he find out? How do you do that? How do you find out about that? Because now he's like connected with his history. Then he knows he has the history then with Vaughn. Oh my god, Vaughn, that's not your name. That's not your name. You remember this? No, it can't be. It's impossible. That's what I'm saying. Like, did he find something there? That's definitely what new face, vacant seat means, right? It has to be.
Why are you so afraid? I have done nothing unprecedented in discovering the truth. Nor did I go to any great lengths to uncover your story.
Yeah, but still, it's so like, because again, that's one of the biggest themes is that like nobody knows who Vaughn is.
You made a bold series of moves in deciding to erase
Oh,
yourself.
Jesus.
And with the power of this great chronicling device called Irminsul, you were able to achieve something quite remarkable.
Oh my god. Not only is it the idea of is this what he said? Not only is it the idea of the vacant seat, new face thing. It wasn't just him like talking about like, oh, maybe like the idea of maybe taking like a power or something like this as well. It was the idea of him. Vaughn showed Dotori that you can rewrite stuff. He has shown Dotori that that you can do stuff like this. So when he found out that there was someone who wasn't in the ley lines, a vacant seat, a new face, I wondered did that make him go, look what you can do with this place. I know he's even saying now the achievement's quite remarkable.
Once most people form an opinion about someone, it tends to imprison their mind. Yet you managed to erase every trace of your existence. A novel take on death.
Sometimes I wonder if this has shown Dotori the capabilities of Irminsul. I wonder if this has shown him what you can do with this thing.
However, this meant that you stood out to me all the more when I saw you in Krai. I didn't even have to go looking for you.
There it is. New
Just
face.
the sight of you was enough for me to intuit the truth.
So when he was, I guess, just studying everyone in Krai, he saw Vaughn's face and said, I don't recognize that person in the ley lines. So when he was able to get the truth from that.
For someone in my position, connecting the dots was a trivial affair. It would have been more surprising if I hadn't managed to piece it together.
But honestly though, as well though, like that just makes sense that Dotori would find this. Like he sees a new face. And I guess again, that's what I'm saying, the vacant seat. It means someone is not there in this place. And he goes, well, that must mean they must be somehow been able to take themselves out of Irminsul. And then he was able to figure out from there.
You seem very
Jesus,
pleased
man.
with yourself for figuring it out. I'm sure you'd even be more delighted to learn the full extent of your crimes.
The full extent of your crimes. Look at this look as well.
That would hardly be necessary. Besides, isn't there something that concerns you more right now? Something that fills you with dread.
Oh no, Vaughn.
Let me put your mind at ease. I have no intention whatsoever of restoring any of the records you deleted. For one thing, it would be exceptionally difficult. But more to the point.
Man, the fact that Vaughn was thinking of that too, because again, like it's not a matter of like that, like I want to make this clear. It's not a matter of like, Vaughn, I think, running from the past. It's more the fact that he has been, this new identity for himself has given him a chance to make amends for the future. To make himself like feel like he's a part of this world. And whilst like I think that he would still survive even with the knowledge of who he was in the past and all this stuff too, it's also a situation where it makes it much harder for him to like maintain this beautiful life that he's earned,
I doubt that the prospect of losing your current life is all that frightening to you. Because in your case...
Oh no, I recognize this right away. This was the dude that he killed, right? Or that died.
The cruelest twist of fate is that you'll never again have the chance to make up for any of your mistakes.
Gee, what the hell? It's so brutal. And that's the... Oh my god. Oh no, look, they changed the freaking outfit for Vaughn as well. No. Change it back. Because it's not just the idea as well, by the way, that like... If he brought back and restored the old memories, does that mean it erases the new memories then and replaces them? Because people won't have the same memory, so he probably would lose that life. And he would literally have to start from scratch in terms of like trying to get people to make amends with him or want to make amends with him. The life he's created with friends, Sethos, the love that, even like, and trust that Krai has in him, all these characters, like the friendship he just made with Paimon.
Dottore?
Oh my god, and like how that's so brutal what he just did there as well. Because again, I want to make this perfectly clear. Him throwing them off the cliff is once again another form of just stabbing or putting salt in the wound. We're just doing this right now? Oh my. He's so disgusting. He's so disgusting. He's so disgusting. He did that just to punish him. That's what it was, once again. Just to punish him. Just to be sick and twisted once again with him. He's the reason that all happened. He's the reason that Vaughn was in that position in the first place. This isn't an opinion. It's factual. His music as well.
You'll need to do better than that to take me down. I expected you to have grown stronger. Ah, how foolish of me. I forgot.
Oh my god, he's been so condescending.
You will pay for everything you've done. Oh, will I now?
That hit us on the ground? That's crazy. He's more condescending than ever because again, he has like a power that is so different now, and he knows the capabilities, and now he like knows. Not only that, but like he said himself, this ultimate opportunity. He has now the ability. Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Why are we stopping halfway through? Oh no! Why are we stopping? Okay, they got out again. Again. What the freaking hell? Oh.
Does the
No.
prospect of death amuse you?
Stop.
I could ask you the same question.
Look at this.
I'll distract Dottore. You focus on the mission.
No. I don't want you to do that though. Oh, they're connecting the Akasha, right? Oh my god, in the Eternal Oasis?
Open the secret
Holy
door
hell.
on this enchanting night.
Everyone's...
May wisdom's
Fawn.
light eradicate ignorance and darkness, and hereby fulfill our ancient
Look at this.
Commence data extraction.
Oh my god, the data extraction. Holy freaking Vaughn. I'm sorry, but Vaughn is incredible. He's so incredible. Not a self-sacrifice. He went with the plan. It was cooperation. Holy crap. Is Aro actually... They're extracting him. Get out of there, buddy. This music, man. Oh, Vaughn, be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Please be... Oh, no, he grabbed him. They're protecting each other.
Outdated ideals and stand in the way of progress.
Progress at the expense of other people is not progress.
You will pay.
Look at the smile on Vaughn's face.
The grandest experiment of all time.
There it is. There, when he's backed into a corner. Nahida? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the? Oh my god! Holy hell! Holy
Dotori, as clever as you are, you fail to understand wisdom.
Yes!
Wisdom takes many forms, but the path you have chosen.
I love that. 100%. Guys, that was incredible. He did like a freaking Power Ranger. What the hell is he doing now? I'm like gonna pass out. I'm gonna. Oh god. Wait, do we have Nihito with us now as well? We have Nihito with us. Look at what he's created though. He's getting extracted.
Since you are within Irminsul, it stands to reason that any power you wield comes from it.
I'm extracting the information from Irminsul just to strip me of my power.
Yeah, that's so cool.
I will find his weakness.
What? I didn't get to read that. Oh, identify the weak point? Here? Where? What do you mean? Oh, here it is. Is that it? Okay. I guess so.
Behold. I admire your attempt to introduce a new variant.
This music, oh my god. This is crazy. This is really crazy.
A petty trick.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what they were saying with pinpointing the weakness, but this is so cool. Ooh. This is legitimately so cool. So cool. Nihita's incredible, isn't she? I mean, that goes without saying, doesn't it? That is so freaking sick.
Fury.
That's far enough. I'm used to this. Search for it.
Do we have?
They're so close. Just hold on a little longer.
I know, Nihita, I know.
Traveler, hat guy, the rest is up to you.
Wait.
We
But
certainly
wait.
have a knack for
Sorry. No, I need to feed my. I don't even know if I have enough food. We do have some stuff. I just feed him some radish stuff. Actually, I never do this at all, but
surprising each other, don't we?
I'm just getting started.
use the power of Irminsul? Wait. Oh. What? What? We're together?
Watch your back.
I love them so much. I love them so much. Wait, again? This is so sick. I never thought, and I'm so happy we have it, that we would get... Like, from the first time we met these characters, I never thought we would get the Traveler and Vaughn working together like this. It means the world to me. Again, let's go. Like, even this double team move they have together, it's everything to me. Oh god. How do I block that?
Squall and Fury.
This is so exciting to me.
Search for it.
It's so cool. They have a double team move.
Finally.
So sick.
Time for you to die.
Oh please.
Excited?
I'll accept it.
How could I have reached this place if death were something I feared?
The last gasp struggle of a dying man is
Tell him.
a pretty pathetic
Tell him.
sight.
Tell him.
And I know it when I see it.
We shall see about that.
I'm gonna let him keep trash. There we go. There we go. Vaughn gets the last blow. Wait, what? The people smear what? Was that not the final blow? I guess not. Is this the final blow? Because Vaughn should get the final kick. What is happening there? Is it not like, are we not allowed to do the actual... We have to just do kill him normally? I keep missing the text, I guess. Oh, he's so frustrated. He's so frustrated. He was so confident 2 minutes. What? Oh, he just jumped right down after us as well. Oh my god, that's so sick. That's so sick. The two of them together. This is... Wait, the pyronosis.
It's all yours.
What's she gonna do with the pyronosis?
As you see fit.
No freaking way. What is she gonna do?
Just as you say, this world is home to some archaic things.
True. Look at this.
As you suppose, you are a formidable opponent.
Yeah.
You have long coveted the secrets of wisdom. So now, I will demonstrate true wisdom in action.
This scene, what the hell?
Supreme authority as the keeper of Irminsul.
Yeah?
Commend me or condemn me. But give your verdict now!
What just happened? Wait. Condemn me or commend me?
Of wisdom, Mahakusaladhama. Are you certain that you wish to exercise your authority to destroy Irminsul?
What? We're destroying Irminsul? Is this so that it can't be used by Dotori? By the way, that scene was so incredible. Them flying down through the space there, but still seeing the Traveler go back and Vaughn give him a kick as well. But is she using the Gnosis to connect, to invoke her power as the keeper of Irminsul to destroy it?
It represents both your roots and your finest accomplishments. You truly intend to abandon the very thing you have always fought for.
Yeah, this is insane. Guys, I have chills. Like, I have chills all over. That battle was incredible. That was one of the most incredible boss fights they've ever done. Like, the dialogue, the moments, the double team moves, and then the cutscenes before and after as well, and the Hida being the Power Ranger, and the three of them falling down together, and the Hida, like, grabbing the Gnosis from the Traveler. It was so incredible.
This is my decision. Irminsul has been corrupted beyond redemption.
Oh no, man. What does this mean though for the world, for Sumeru?
Irminsul is the original tree of Tevat. It is the means by which the heavenly principles maintains fate itself. The 7 Archons should honor and revere it, for their authority was bestowed upon them by the heavenly principles.
Wait, does that mean that, like, if Irminsul is destroyed, it messes with the idea of fate itself then? Because, like, obviously, I don't mean to sound stupid, but I'm gonna sound stupid sometimes anyway, you know what I mean? It happens. But, like, it's like, you know, like, obviously, like, people might be like, well, of course, if you destroy fate, the thing that maintains fate itself. But, like, will we see, like, instant effects of that? Will we see lasting effects of that, like, right away? Is it a thing where, like, even though, like, this might stop Dotori from using Irminsul to change the world completely, is it a thing where now the world opens up and, like, more things are possible?
It is precisely because I honor and revere it that I fight for the humanity it exists to protect.
Exactly. And that's the whole point, isn't it? Like, what's the point of having, like, Irminsul if there's no one to even, like, you know, have their fate dictated?
Wisdom is knowing how to weigh the options and make the right decision. If you truly care about the fortunes of this world, then it is me you should seek to preserve.
And I love this as well, right? It's like she's saying the people that deserve to be preserved are the humans that Irminsul protected. And with the way she said it to Dotori as well, you know, you're so smart, which he is. You're so clever, which he is. Right? He's so smart. But the issue is that he doesn't have wisdom. He doesn't understand, and probably I don't want to make it seem like he's a poor baby who doesn't understand he's doing something bad. Again, his actions are not the right way of going about this. He's intelligence to know that it's not really right that the heavenly principles can dictate our lives in such a way, but not to wisdom to understand that the actions that he's doing are not the right way of doing things, and they're not a good sacrifice for this.
Planting a seed begins the chain of cause and effect.
Look at what's happening.
Since you have become a great tree yourself, why should the loss of another tree be anything to fear?
Planting seeds begins the chain of cause and effect. Since you become a great tree yourself, why would you lose? So it's like there could be new life from this as well. Guys, we're talking to the ruler of death, the ruler of life, and it's so insane. This is such an insane mission that it only registered to me right now what's happening. This is so insane. I literally was like, we're talking to the ruler of life and the ruler of death right now.
Again, Lord of Dendro.
This is what this means, the idea that you became a tree, right? So it's not like we're losing everything fully, I guess. Jesus Christ, man. Oh, wait, it's actually going up in flames? Oh my god, and we cut right back to here. She had a little outcropping. Oh, Nikita, she's so powerful. Oh, the smile on her face as well.
The first flame. The pure, cleansing fire.
Who's that? Oh my god, just the nod to Vaughn to go. What's happening? No. He's still trying. This bastard, man, he won't stop. He will not. What the hell is that? No way. Are they his other? Oh, yes! Once again, he saves us. Once again. Is that his segments dragging him down? Is that what that was? Oh my god, no way. Is that his death? Did he get dragged into the fires? By his own segments that he cast aside? Oh, here's Mr. Clean Hands. Vaughn saved us once again, by the way. Oh wait, what the hell? What the hell is this?
I was suggesting that you needn't perform when signing a contract.
You're only sitting here because your bank demanded an evaluation of the trustee.
This is before we gave him his soul?
So you told a story about a young scholar from a merchant family in Sumeru?
I told a compelling tale, didn't I?
The post-expulsion story is far more captivating.
The human experiments or the elixir of immortality?
The part where you die.
The part where you die?
Ah, yes. My favorite part.
What?
The 35-year-old Segment thought of himself as Dottore.
Okay.
Reserving the name Zandik for the original specimen. Of all the segments, he was the most selfish.
So he's talking about him as
his expulsion, Dottore searched for a new direction. He joined the Fatui, studied Elazar in great depth, secured resources. He was rather fortunate in his career.
I suppose so.
Zandik turned to Conrian technology and successfully created his segments. But this was not immortality. Even with backup segments, his body would still
always
age.
Trying to defy those possibilities, right?
Thanks to Snezhnaya, Zandik found the ideal base for his experiments.
Oh, the puppet.
Then a perfect partnership materialized at a crucial moment. The year that both parties realized they needed more time.
Oh, so like did stuff with
Fortunately, Zandik
Regrator wanted to
succeeded.
live longer too.
In a miraculous turn of events, he gained the extra time he needed.
I seem to recall it differently.
All right,
Yeah?
it's true. No matter how much elixir he took, Zandik remained human and continued
So
to
they were
age.
trying to gain immortality,
Then, on
right?
the morning he turned 85...
Oh.
Help me up. Call for help.
Are these other segments?
Surely he would be rescued, Zondik thought.
There's a
But
baby
to his
segment too.
surprise, no one helped him. Zondik was too selfish for that.
Don't forget, you're
Wait, so the original... Is that the original Zandik?
Yes. And we're all
Died?
waiting.
waiting for me to die.
What? What?
Pantalone arrived for a meeting and happened to witness what followed. He found it unsettling.
I never said that.
But the Zondiks were unfazed. It
Look
was
at them
a
all.
rare opportunity for self-dissection.
All the different segments?
What does all that have to do with you depositing your data at Northland Bank?
It has made me cherish my time in this world all the more.
Fair enough. So you do have a sense of self-preservation.
And this is him depositing that stuff now as well?
What do you mean?
You're hardly normal. And you don't cherish life. You just don't want to admit defeat in the limited time you have.
Even so, don't I deserve an interesting ending?
No. I mean, yeah, kind of.
I'm counting on it.
Story-wise, plot-wise, yes. Morals-wise, no. They have a baby Dotori? College Dotori? Doctor Dotori? This Dotori's crazy. And this is the original Zandik, I'm guessing?
If nothing else, I expect my funeral will be a grand affair indeed.
What the freaking hell have I just witnessed? What did I just look at? What is wrong with this game? What just happened?
What a magnificent fire.
Oh. And there's the graders. Look at this image. In the end, Nihida was the one who, like, brought the fires in Kale's vision. It wasn't Dotori. It was Nihida. Nihida destroyed Urbansoul. Yeah, because this was the freaking image from the Lazo trailer as well, right? And I guess like all from... again, I wasn't theorizing for years, but I know people probably were as well. I guess the theory would be that, like, you know, Dotori watching Urbansoul burn would be him setting this ablaze, right? Which, again, I didn't think about during this until, like, you know, just recently, honestly, if I'm being real with you. Didn't come to me as quickly as it would, but, like, yeah, it's Nihida. That's crazy. Which, again, to me is, as always, a foresight that Genshin has with its story, where people can say what they want about their storytelling, but everything is pinpointed so perfectly. Jesus Christ, look at this image. So that cutscene that we just have to have, I looked away for a second to look back at the image of this burning tree. The cutscene that just happened there, I probably watch over it again just to get a good feel of it. But like what we're witnessing there seems to be like obviously the creation of the segments, the use of Conrine technology from Dotori to create these segments. Because I think they were trying to find both Regrader and Dotori wanted to live longer, but these elixir did not make him live longer. But in the end, when he died at 85, so technically Dotori, the original Dotori is dead. And has been dead. But the segments, who are all different segments, live on. But with that, again, maybe I'm just confused by this, because Dotori gave up his segments, right, to get the Electro-Gnosis. Does that mean that, like, a segment of Dotori gave up the other segments? Or was the original... Or maybe it wasn't the original Dotori that died, or the original Zandik that died? Because we know that, like, for exchange with the Electro-Gnosis, like, Dotori gave up his segments, but he also then split his soul into 2 forms. So does that mean the segments have souls as well? And in the end, it seems like they were all like, when Regrator arrived after making a deal with Zandik, they were all kind of like, all the segments weren't even like, yeah, this is sad or anything. They were just like, they let him die. And it looked like they were like, you know, doing weird stuff afterwards to him. Yeah, maybe we'll look over that again. But to me, that's like the original Zandik died. And then the other segments lived on. But Dotori gave up the segments somehow for the Electronoses. Because he said earlier that Nahida was correct. Like, yeah, I didn't want, because it made him feel less unique and like less, and like he couldn't progress forward in a way. Yeah, maybe I need like a little bit of a thought process about that, to be honest.
In Snezhnaya, we light fires to ward off the cold. Fire, it seems, is antithetical to ideas such as cold, frozen, and unchanging.
This duo, man, this duo. Yeah, I might actually just like, you know, go like last 15 minutes so we can like watch it over again as well. Just look at the dialogue at the very least.
Perhaps it has always been that way.
Holy hell.
From the beginning, fire has been used to drive away wild beasts and warm the body and mind. You could say it's a form of treatment. One that cures the human heart of mortal fear.
I mean, I totally get what he's saying here. Like, you know, fire can be very dangerous, but it's also life, right? It's also like, you know, again, warmth, as he said. It can use to cauterize wounds if you have nothing else. You know, it's like, it is something that is extremely beneficial to the world as well.
Mortal fear.
Look at this.
Something you haven't been acquainted with in a long time, by the sounds of it.
So what happened there when all the, like, was it all the segments dragging him down? Was that what happened? Then what, is this just like a different... I hope maybe they'll explain
Whereas you, I'm sure, must know the feeling quite well indeed. I remember when we first discussed the elixir of immortality.
Yeah, this elixir of immortality, what the hell?
Extending your lifespan was about buying more time. But was that really the truth?
Have we heard of the elixir of immortality before? Because I feel like that's something that we would have, like, I would remember. But again, as I said, like, you know, and someone pointed out in the comments, and I'm very grateful for that as well, because I do agree with you. It's like, since I don't watch playthroughs, I don't have as much knowledge as you guys. I just really don't, but I remember like what I can remember, you know, for sure.
You fear the prospect of dying a wretched end in this world, don't you?
Whoa. Like trying to have a good ending?
Of course I do. I'm only human after all. And while you may have forgotten
this
it,
image
you
is
cannot
crazy.
deny that you too were once human, Dottore. I do not believe that there is no such fear in your heart.
Because he talked about having a good ending as well, right?
Perhaps you are right. But I abandoned it long ago and devoted myself to my experiments.
Look at this.
I have felt no fear since.
So crazy. Devoted myself to my experiments.
From the very beginning, I never thought you could win this game.
But still you came. Contract in hand to honor our agreement.
Maybe it's just because he likes doing business.
Because I am a reputable partner.
Yep, that's what I was guessing, because he said that earlier, right? It's like, yeah, that's my thing.
As we have discussed, experiments are about more than results alone. The process is equally important. I have come here and completed my creation, and I do not regret my decision.
So he says he completed his creation. Does that mean that he wanted this to or maybe he's just talking about what he did inside of Irminsul? Like the process? Like he was able to do something in Irminsul, even if he didn't get the full process?
I'm afraid your journey ends here.
Oh, wait.
After I die, there will be no one to make the elixir of immortality.
Whoa.
And your remaining stock will only last a few more years.
Okay.
How then will you prove that you didn't perish in this incident alongside everyone else?
Wait. What does that mean? How will you know? How will you prove that you didn't? Like, is he saying that like? How will you be aware that you didn't die here at this moment?
When I feel optimistic about market environments, I never forcibly adjust them. They have their own direction. And I myself am one such environment. I have been quite particular about many things in my life. But where the manner of my death is concerned, I choose not to be.
So he's like saying he's no longer concerned about his death? This is such a crazy image. I'm sorry, it's so good.
You make yourself sound so magnanimous.
Oh my god.
Oh, but I am. And I hope you will be too. It may have been a long time since anyone told you this, Dottore, but I recognize that you are a truly rare talent.
Can I say, if this is, because what I'm guessing here is happening now then is I thought like, oh, like Dottore somehow like this is another segment that got out of the flame, even though we saw him getting dragged down into like the flames of Irminsul, right? Because he was part of it, right? His soul was part of it. If this is actually him just gone, like he's gonna be gone after this. Like you said, your journey ends here. Is it weird for me to say that I'm totally like 100% okay with like Regrator being like, hey dude, you were kind of sick? Because it's like, if it wasn't the end, I'd be like, shut up, don't, because again, I'm not saying he deserves a compliment. I want to make that perfectly clear. He does not. He sucks, right? But I think in the context of the story, Regrator compliment him just makes perfect sense, right? Out of everybody. It wouldn't make any sense for like, one of our characters to be like, you know what, Dottore? Good game. You know, it'd be stupid. It'd be so dumb. You know what, Dottore? I respect you. Super, super dumb. But Regrator being like, you're a rare talent, it gives Dottore like one moment where it's like, yeah, dude, what you did was kind of insane and you're pretty like powerful, right? Without making it feel like it's like saying Dottore's cool. You know, it works in that way.
Ha!
If this is, because again, he said it, right? Regrator said it. Where'd he say it? I'm afraid your journey ends here.
I can see it. The experiment in blasphemy that I've been performing all this time.
Yeah?
It has been a long process.
Look at this.
And I do not care about the results as much as people might imagine.
He just wanted to do the experiment itself. He's been talking about it all the time, just doing the journey itself.
If the very goal of your experiment was to explore infinite possibilities, then there was never any reason for it to end.
Okay, so again, because he's been, that aligns with everything he's been saying, right? Which is like, it's not about the ending, it's about the thing that I do on the process. So he's been able to explore all these different things, you know, whether it be like the utilization of the moon, the destroying of the segments, the using of the gnosis, the possible creation of a new god, infiltrating Irminsul, all these things never fully realized as full experiments, but he was happy because he got to do the actual, explore the idea of infinite possibilities.
Indeed. Yet now, the experiment has officially drawn to a close.
Like, I hate Dottore with a passion, but the factual statement here is, look at this, is that Dottore, out of any other character probably in the entire world, was a defiant, petulant child in the face of the heavenly principles. This is factual. I'm not, again, here's the thing, I will say anything I want negative about Dottore. I don't give a damn. I'll say negative stuff to the end of days, but I'll also say negative stuff with the heavenly principles. And I want to make this clear. Let's put a segment out in this video here and say this. I hate Dottore. He is evil. Every action he took is evil. He does not deserve praise in any way, shape, or form, but we have to acknowledge facts and say that out of most characters in the entirety of Teyvat, he has been the character who has, like, over and over again, constantly been trying to put a fly in the ointment of the heavenly principles, a spanner in the works, consistently.
What should I call you? Zandik? Or do
Zandik's
you prefer
dead.
Dottore?
Zandik's dead.
Suit yourself. Goodbye, Feofan.
Feofan?
This time, that's what it truly is.
He's gone! So he did... Wait, so... That was his death in the freaking in Irminsul when he got dragged down by his segments. That was it. Oh, guys, I just got chills. He's truly gone. Holy hell.
And don't I know it. Goodbye, Zandik.
That's huge. That's huge. So, what when he was there standing with Regrator then, was that like a last remnant of himself as he was fading away? Like he was able to project himself somehow, like in like the same way that maybe Regrator was able to project himself? Guys, my head's spinning. Because what we just, again, this is my interpretation, right? Zandik died at 85. None of the other segments helped him. The person that we've been fighting all this time has been a segment, not the original Zandik, not been Dotori, but he's been a segment that wanted to find his own individuality and like, and wanted to reject the notion of like the other segments because he believed they held him back, right? He was the most ambitious and self-centered and evil of all the segments. And this led him to go this far with his experimentations. This led him to go this far with all of his experiments and everything he's done. In the process of what he did here, now again, I could be getting this wrong. He got rid of the segments, but he somehow split his soul into two. One was sent to Nod Krai, and the other was sent to the Northland Bank. And in the process of his soul dying in Nod Krai, Regrator also put his soul into the ley lines. So he was able to like form maybe as like a full soul. And then when he went into the ley lines, he started like shifting Irminsul around, trying to use it to change it. He noticed the change that you could do in here. And again, once again, he was defying the heavenly principles once again. Obviously, we noticed this. There was an infection now in Irminsul. Nihida used the power of the Akashas and the drawing out of the power to draw Dotori's power out of there, and then the Pyronosis to effectively destroy Irminsul and nuke it, so it can't be used again. But in the process, because Dotori was a part of the ley lines and his soul was one with the Irminsul, he was also destroyed in that moment as well, and he faded away, and his other segments dragged him down into the fire. That's my basic understanding of maybe what's happened here. Maybe there's some things in between with the souls and stuff like this too. The whole soul thing like kind of confusing, because I think generally like the whole soul situation is a bit confusing. But I think it is like one soul died in Nod Krai and went to the ley lines, and the other one in the Northland Bank was also sent to the ley lines. And in the process, Regrator's been searching for immortality because he doesn't want to die a horrible death. Zandik originally was searching for immortality but couldn't find it. And this whole time, Dotori's been trying to just defy the heavenly principles through a process. And he's been able to do it here. He's happy with what he did in the end. As much as I hate it with a passion, as much as I despise to say this with a passion, we gotta be honest about everything. Dotori died feeling fulfilled. And you know what? That sucks. But I will say, what is kind of cool in the end here is that Dotori died with the help of Kale, with the help of Vaughn. So even though I didn't get the exact ending I wanted with those characters, I got to see them involved in the death of Dotori in some way. And that to me is something to be happy about.
I could have carried out many more experiments. But to me, Lord of Dendro,
okay,
this outcome is certainly not the worst.
So he literally's like, yeah, it's not that bad. But when we drew out his power out of the ley lines like we did like an extraction there, I wonder if that's why he was able to like wander around there for a bit, like he part of his power came out of the ley lines or was extracted from the ley lines.
I believe you. But unfortunately, this is where it all ends for you.
Yep.
This experiment does not belong to you,
yep.
nor do any of the results.
Yes, I love we're getting this. I love we're getting this moment.
Experiment. It sounds like you're trying to outdo me in my own field.
Bro, you're always outdone. That's the problem with Tottori. He is a process guy. He's not a results guy. He's just not. He is a process guy. If you want to finish if he's working at a company, you do not want him to work if you need something finished by Friday. He'll give you a good process, you know? He will not give you a good outcome.
Wisdom is conveying information in terms that people can clearly understand. You know exactly what I mean.
Indeed. I can see no further outcomes.
He sees nothing can come from this?
You have a formidable mind, and you are braver than I thought. Setting fire to the very thing your survival depends on. Your previous threat was empty, but this time, it is real.
Wait, so Nahida doing this then, but she is a part of Irminsul, the tree herself. Does that mean she'll fade away too? If she fades away too, I'm gonna be so upset.
When necessary, wisdom can be as fierce as an inferno. Some of the flames that incinerate you come from within yourself.
Perhaps you are right. You see what lies at the bottom of the human heart, and that is your wisdom.
I like him giving her praise, because again, it's not like he never didn't think Nahida was smart.
Here is where your journey comes to an end. All that is yet unknown belongs to those of us who will carry on living.
All that is yet unknown belongs to us. So it's like saying this experiment doesn't belong to him, this world doesn't belong to him, the future doesn't belong to him, he no longer has a say in how the future changes, he no longer can influence anything, he no longer can hurt any people. They said all that is yet unknown. Does that mean that we are operating under the fact that there is an unknown fate, an unknown journey here?
It seems I have unwittingly been your arch enemy all along. But now, it's all over.
I do not deny your intelligence. But what you refer to as experiments, I would never describe in those terms.
Yeah, it's people's lives. It's like it's existence.
They are events that take place in the real world. And they are so much more than mere data.
Yes, and that's the difference between wisdom and intelligence.
Goodbye. We will never meet again.
Oh, that's so sick. Oh my god. That's so freaking cool. Wait, what? Wait, what? Your past is like a garden? So, the reason I say it's so cool, by the way, is because I was totally okay. Believe it or not, someone who hates Tottori, I think you're not going to find a bigger Tottori here than not me, right? You guys know that. I hate Tottori with a passion, and I'm glad he's gone. And I'm glad he's dead, and I'm so happy. I'm so happy he's gone. In fact, I will cheer. And later on, when I have, I'm actually going to be making a fish burger later on, which I think is just a fish sandwich in America. And I'm going to be making that later. I'm going to put a candle on the top of it and light a candle, and I'm going to say happy birthday to me. That's what's going to happen later. I'm going to cheer. That's what's going to happen. But I was okay with the ending being just Tottori being yeah, I'm happy. Because it's to me that while I wanted him to die a sniveling death, that's what I wanted. I wanted him to be dead on the ground, sniveling and dying. Technically, Zandig already died a sniveling, help me, death before anything ever started. Secondly, he never truly understood life as much as he thought he did. He never truly understood the existence as much as he thought he is. And I was, by the way, I'm so freaking happy. By the way, here's the thing, I'm wrong about a lot of stuff, but I'm so happy that when I was, the last time I talked about this, I said he does not truly understand life. I know some people disagreed, and that's fine. Some people disagreed. I said in the act, maybe it was 6 or 7 or 7 or 8, that maybe it was 7, I think it was 7. Maybe it was 8, I don't know. That Tottori doesn't understand existence in life. He doesn't understand people. He likes to think he does, but he doesn't understand people, right? He doesn't understand the world. He understands it through his experiments and his data, but he does not understand the world. I'm so glad Nahida said it here as well, because that's again, it's not me being I'm so smart. A lot of people felt that way. It was a thing that we could follow very precisely and go okay, look the way he treats life as an experiment. We know he doesn't care about life, and he said in plain English, you do not understand life. Life is not data. It's real things that happen in this world, and now you can't influence it anymore ever again. So in the end, yeah, we didn't get the sniveling death of Dotori, right? We didn't get the death where like Vaughn directly crushes him into the ground and he's crying on the ground, bleeding and crying, right? But to me, a battle of wits and him and someone getting the last word on him in the end is actually like very good writing and very satisfying for me. I know, like, some people might say, well, that wasn't just them having a big fight back and forth between Nahida and Dotori. I totally get that. It wasn't like it was like a big, shouting match between the two of them. But I do think that it was a moment when Nahida's like, we will never meet again. You do not understand the world, and you do not understand wisdom. Oh yeah, I have the sword, by the way. I have done Phantasmal Pals. It will be 110% coming out next week in full. One full episode that will come out next week. But yeah, I like that ending. I like that ending of the Tory, of the ending where he gets dragged down apparently by his own segments. Regrader acknowledges how smart he is and how intelligent he was and how crazy he was. But Nahida's out to be like, bro, you had a fundamental flaw from the beginning, and that is that you truly just don't get it. You know what I mean? You don't understand stuff. You don't understand life. You don't understand the world. And we will never meet again. Because I think, again, I wasn't upset with the idea of Dotori just being like, what a great life. Because it's like, okay, that's kind of Dotori's thing. He's just like, even after like being destroyed or beaten up, he's still kind of like, what a great day it is, The sun is shining, But I was going to be satisfied. I was going to be like, okay, that's grand. It's fine. That's more than fine. I even said it, like an ending where Dotori's like, yeah, it gets a little bit of acknowledgement from Regrader, and it's not acknowledging that he's a good person, but it's acknowledging like that he did some crazy stuff. That's fine. But it's also now like that we actually got to have like someone gets the last word. Someone gets to speak after the Tory speaks. I'm fine with that. I'm more than fine with that. I didn't get the sniveling death I wanted. Just as I said, I didn't get what I wanted, but like, experimented on can't be always, that's a horrible thing to say. I was supposed to experiment on can't be choosers. I think because they can, 100% they can. But I mean more in a case of just like, in a world where I have such a hatred for a character, to get an ending that is better than just him surviving is, it's good. It's good. And like I said, I trust them completely. Let's keep going. Let's keep going with this as well. I don't know what's left, but some insane stuff.
Well, that's the last of them. Everyone on the list is already back where they should be.
So they brought everyone back to their home. Well, I guess that makes sense since I was able to like pause the game and stuff. Like we're outside of a segment now. We're in like the real world again.
It was a long, hard road, but we finally finished escorting everyone
that's
back.
A big order. That's a big thing to do. Like to be able to pull it off like with minimal hitches, pretty great.
I just pray that we'll never need to leave again.
Right.
I hope we can stay here forever in this peaceful paradise of our own choosing.
And that's the thing again, the ability to choose,
paradise.
Right?
In the annals of the Temple of Silence, that word carries great significance. It represents the hopes and desires of the gods. Their longing for a place to rest.
I wouldn't think gods need such a place.
People always think they're the only ones who can lose their homes. They forget that gods too need a place to reside. As the Goat King once said, a god without his people shall cease to exist. Gods need their believers every bit as much as their believers need them.
A king is nobody without their followers, right?
Only we can truly understand how much the desert faith has faded over the centuries. But we still talk about the gods as though they're part of our lives.
Mm-hmm.
Given the myriad ways in which gods and humans interact, I'd say they really are. How else could Dunyarzad consider the Dendro Archon a friend?
Yeah, that is true. Like that connection.
Well, that sounds about right to me. Describing them as friends sure makes us feel a whole lot closer.
Yeah, they made the Archons very grounded in this story.
If you told me a few years back that I'd have this many friends, I'd have called you a liar.
Yeah.
Belief is a choice, just like friendship. We've made our choices through battle. The right ones, wouldn't you say?
I'll be heading back to the Temple of Silence. I heard the Goat King and the Ibis King decided to pay us a visit. How about you?
It's back to Aru Village for us. Still plenty of supplies to distribute and people to help.
Until next time, old friend. As long as you can find the time, you're always welcome to visit us in Aru Village.
Love this. Again, I love having like a crazy moment happen and people still having like, the kind of having this dust settle and everyone's kind of being nice to each other.
Right back at you.
Lovely.
Make sure to drop by the Temple of Silence the next time you're free. Word is that 2 of the other 7 pillars, Shezapang and Bennu, might also be dropping by. Since you're wearing the symbols of their power, it'd only be fitting if you came to see them for yourselves.
Dropping by? That makes it sound like they're visiting a neighbor's home.
Well, the temple was founded by Hermanubis, so I guess to them, that's exactly what it is.
Guess that's true.
All right. We'll make sure to find time to stop by. Stay safe on your journey home.
I will.
Yeah, this type of dust settling stuff is so great, right? Because so much crazy stuff has happened. Like, it's been insane, right? So to have, like, the dust settle and everything kind of, like, coming out of it okay is a really big deal, of course.
You do have a point.
Okay, what now? Did I speak too soon? Did I speak too soon?
See? Retirement has always been a problem, especially for old-timers like us who've been locked away all these years. You finally step out into the light, and bam! You're face to face with a whole different world.
So what's happening here? They want to retire?
Naturally.
Naturally.
What do you think, Layla?
Huh? Why would you think to ask me?
It's okay. Yeah, he just wants your insight.
How could I possibly be qualified to decide where the servants of King Deshret should live?
Sorry if my question was unclear. Do you think their statues will stand out too much if we place them here?
So he wasn't asking like, "Hey, will you will you decide where these ancient beings get to live?" You saying like, "Hey, does this like architecture look right?"
Hey, I never agreed to this. How could we possibly allow our statues to be left in Hermanubis' home? That would be like breaking into someone's house, then pretending it belonged to you in the first place.
Yeah, imagine doing that. Imagine doing something like that in this world where like you like invade someone's home or homeland and you claim it to be your own. Be crazy.
Different beliefs can coexist. We still need to respect one another.
Not always. I always agree with this. I don't always agree with this. On burgers, yes,
By which you mean, you two plan to stay at the Temple of Silence, for a while at least, but you have no intention of relocating your statues here. So, you see this as sort of a family visit? Is that correct?
Family.
You could say that. In a sense, Hermanubis would view this as his home. Just look at this place. Magnificent, is it not? The sad truth is, in the past, all 3 of us invested so much into misguided ventures. We failed to build what we should have, and wasted so much time
the idea of building a home. I wonder if that's like on theme for this story as well, like if you compare it to like the idea of Dotori as well, which like I don't think you can completely, because I feel like even in the end Dotori, even if he like is told like, hey, you didn't understand life, you didn't understand this world, you had a lack of understanding about people in general, I don't think Dotori would care as much as this, but I do think it is the idea of like wasting your life away for one thing, but like Dotori wouldn't see those experiments as wasting his life away because he actually had a good time.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean that for the most part, time spent associating with the likes of Sobek, and, let's say, Thoth, might reasonably be considered wasted.
Why does that not surprise me? Go on.
Anyway, given how much time we'll all be spending together, I'd say that the bonds we built will end up proving to have been a sound investment.
Can I say that what's interesting about like Genshin usually like can introduce characters that make me like very attached to like very quickly, and while I find the conversation super interesting between these guys, there's like no like character attachment, you know what I mean, where I'm feeling like, oh, I can't wait to see these guys again, you know what I mean. I'm not saying like it was, again, I I think the whole idea behind them and the conversations were interesting, and like the insight they had was interesting. But there's like a thing where it's like, yeah, they look cool, they have a cool design and all this stuff as well. But like a very rare occurrence in Genshin where like, you know, any NPC will appear sometimes. Like, you know, we saw Runa and we were so excited to see Runa and all this stuff too. You know, they're very good with writing NPCs. But I just don't have any like innate desire to be like, oh, I cannot wait to see these guys again, you know? And maybe that's like an insult. People might take it as an insult, but I just think it's like, and I don't even know if it's like a critique even. It's just I usually think Genshin's very good at making me like, no matter what the NPC is, me being like, I cannot wait to see him again. But right now I'm just like, I don't really have any emotional attachment or friendly attachment to these guys, you know? Again, the stuff they say is interesting. The conversations are interesting. I like their insertion into the story. I just don't feel anything towards them.
Once Sethos, the current leader of the Temple of Silence, returns, you can discuss the matter of staying here with him. But judging by the expressions of everyone here, I imagine you'll receive a very warm welcome.
And I want to be clear about the whole thing of like the attachment. What I'm saying is that like I don't care about seeing them again in terms of like I don't have this desire. But as I said, that doesn't mean like, you know, the stuff with the thought when he was a cat was so interesting. That mission with Layla, when they open their mouth to speak about history, it's so interesting as well. It's just more about like the actual character itself. It's like I don't have that connection or attachment, you know what I mean? And someone might say, well, Calvin, that's because they're NPCs and not main characters. But like you go back on my playthrough, like how attached have I gotten? Like I think I probably got more attached to like, you know, the likes of a Runa or a Jet, or not even a Runa, but you know, like seeing Runa again and being interested in Runa again compared to like, you know, some even playable characters even, you know?
This sacred ground houses untold knowledge after all. What better place for the servants of King Deshret to appear in the mortal world?
That's cool. Again, because they do depart knowledge, and they did give us a lot of knowledge.
How about we share a meal together first? I imagine it's been many years since you last tasted fresh food.
That's a very interesting concept, isn't it?
Oh, that sounds wonderful. After so many hundreds of years, I can only surmise that desert cuisine has become a lot more varied.
Yeah, I bet.
Are we having a get-together? If you'd like, I can help prepare some food. After all, Lord Thoth, you helped me so much in the desert, and I still haven't properly thanked you.
That's lovely. That's super lovely.
Oh, my, that would be wonderful. I'm touched that you still remember.
How the times have changed. To the people of today, it seems the Ibis King has become a kind and passionate god.
And you, Mr. Herrscher? What kind of god do you wish to be?
To be honest, I haven't given it much thought. How about you, Dendro Archon? Do you have any hopes for your future?
Me? I'm very happy with my current life.
Love that.
Forgive my bluntness,
Love
but
that.
You do not seem to derive your authority from majesty and might, like Lord Al-Ahmar. Clearly your approach has its advantages, but also its dangers, don't you think?
I do, but projecting a majestic front doesn't really suit me. Besides, my relationship with others isn't simply one of a god and her people.
Yep, and we just talked about this as well, right?
Not putting on airs might earn you more adoration.
Exactly. Besides, I really like parties where everyone brings their own food and we all come together to share. You should join us. I'm sure you'll find it fun.
Again, Nahida values life so much so. You know, she really does. She values the people in her life as well. And that's why, again, she is such a good rival to Dotori, right? She is.
Last time when we got together for a picnic near the Avidia Forest, it was quite the occasion. Seeing as you're already here, how about we hold the next one in the desert?
Can we do that? Wouldn't Tainari have to transport a ton of drinking water?
Or Tainari.
Don't worry, I can help out. Layla, would you like to join us next time?
Me? Sure.
Oh, Layla. I love Layla.
The more the merrier. That way we...
Don't take this the wrong way. I just think you should know. When it comes to passing the time, Chess is
Okay,
more
bro.
our thing.
Like, you're turning down a party with these guys, you do not know what you're missing. Go off, play chess. Like, a party with... Like, again, I think chess is great. You know, I used to, like, watch people play chess in the chess club because my friend used to be in the chess club and used to be, like, once a week I used to, like, sit with him as he played chess. It's really, like, can be really tense and fun and interesting to watch. Like, it's one of the big stream things in Twitch now, right? It's huge. But, like, for me personally, like, if you're asking me if I want to go play chess, if I want to hang out with Sino and Layla and Nahida at a party... I know what I'm picking.
In that case, Dendro Archon, what do you say?
If I were to compete against you,
They're gonna play chess?
I can't say with certainty I'd win.
Well, that does make the chess
but
really fun as well.
I certainly wouldn't mind giving it a shot.
Where's Sobek? I'm sure he'd be good for a few rounds. Cards, cards, cards! I'll always prefer chess.
I wonder what variant of chess we're talking here. Mr. Thoth, is there some sort of astrological significance to this game?
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. As long as the leader of the Temple of Silence agrees, we can search Hermanubis' place for books to teach you how to play.
Am I wrong in saying... Not wrong, it's my feelings, I suppose. Oh. Books.
Such devastation visited on Sumeru City. So many houses destroyed or damaged in the fighting. Who could have foreseen this?
I can't wait for these guys' interactions 100%. And again, it's just my feelings on it as well. Like, as I said, like, I think that the Pillars of King Deshret are such an interesting insertion to this game. It's always like, oh my god, whenever we see them, right? But in a way, I feel like they've had, like, the opposite effect that making the Archons grounded did, where, like, the Pillars of King Deshret have become more grounded, but even in that scene there, when they were like, oh, let's play chess, like, I didn't even have a desire to really see them play. Like, I don't know what it is. I think it's just like, again, as I said, like, their story is great, their insertion into the lore is really cool. When you see them for the first time, it's like, oh my god, look at these guys, they have cool designs and all those things in between. But, like, I just don't have the same interest level in seeing them again, as I said. And also, like, that scene there, to me, was... And I don't blame Nahida or Sino or Layla in that sense. I think it was, like, very long in the tooth for what it needed to express. For me. And again, I think it's unfortunate that it is, like, the Pillars again, because it feels like a double whammy of a critique of, like, I don't really care about seeing them again in terms of their characters versus, also saying that I think their scene was a bit long. And it wasn't that the scene was so gigantically long, it was like, oh my god, I'm dying here. But it was like, I feel like for what they wanted to accomplish with that scene, which was like, trying to get across the idea of this new home for them and all this stuff too, it was like, I don't know, maybe it's just like not as like intriguing, maybe? I don't know what it is. Maybe you guys feel the same, maybe you guys feel differently, maybe you guys can like, help me compartmentalize my thoughts a little bit better. But yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Look at all of this. It's going to take me forever to tidy up. I suppose living below the academia doesn't always work out to your advantage.
Oh my god, yeah, because they're right in the center of everything.
I would have thought a little appreciation of my sincerity and effort in helping to clean up this mess might be in order.
Oh my god.
Helping? Effort? This is your house! Of course you should be putting in the effort! If anything, I'm the one who's helping!
I love that all it takes like one thing to set them off.
So you see yourself as just a helper in this situation. I must admit, I'm rather shocked.
Oh my god, that's such an I'll hate them thing to do. To be like, I'm the one helping. And then when Kaveh goes, I'm the one helping, he goes, oh, so you're just a helper?
If you're trying to say that since I live here too, I have an obligation to tidy up, fine. I suppose I do.
That is true.
Wait a second. Stop changing the subject.
If you live in a space, you are also responsible for the cleaning and the upkeep of a location. For sure.
Nevertheless.
In the wake of a great storm, a missing roof is a predictable inconvenience.
That makes sense.
Can you stop making it seem like I care more about this house than you do? Doesn't it upset you at all to see your home in this
I think what
state?
I hate them is saying is that he's kind of like, it's expected that like this, it's probably better that like than we hope for, right? That this turned out, because like legitimately, like I want to make clear, I'm not saying that Kave's upsetness about this is wrong, because it isn't wrong. I think it's one of those situations where it's totally okay to be upset by like your home being wrecked from a catastrophe. Jesus Christ is okay. But I think while I hate them is also saying on the other side of it is like, this could have been way worse. You know what I mean?
I won't pretend it's ideal, but that's no reason to be upset.
All right, so I think they both have like an argument, but that's the problem with Kaveh and I'll hate them whenever they like discuss stuff with each other and argue with each other. That's the reason why they don't have like resolutions that often with their bickering, and their very adorable bickering, is because usually it's like, guys, the both of you like with one single like phrase could like meet in the middle. You know what I mean? All the time.
This is the roof over your head, your shelter from the cold. The furniture is scattered, the paintings have fallen off the walls, the windows are shattered. Don't you
It's
feel
such an interesting
even
conversation,
a little disheartened?
right? It's such an interesting conversation.
The way I see it, these problems are easily solved.
Ugh, this is precisely why I hate talking to you about sentimental things. It's like banging my head against a wall. You simply don't understand just how much work goes into making a proper home.
This is so like 10 years of marriage, Irish couple. It so is. But again, yeah, Kaveh's come from the sentimental aspect of like, it doesn't upset you that your home is like this. I'll hate them's kind of like, hey, it's kind of expected. It just shows their different personalities on display.
It sounds like this is causing you a lot of anguish.
You mean the house or the paintings?
Both?
I mean your sentimentality.
I mean, I like Kaveh's sentimentality, you know what I mean?
Oh, well, yes. But I'd rather not dwell on such things right now.
Generally speaking, when anguish becomes the norm, people usually make an attempt to improve their situation.
But there are so many people and things in life that are difficult to change. It's not like you can force them. Besides,
So there's so many people and things in life that are difficult to change, now you can force them.
anguish can be a source of inspiration.
There you go.
And I'm not sure I could break my reliance
Oh,
on it.
Kaveh. He's like saying that like, yeah, he does find inspiration in pain or sadness or and that stuff too, but like, and most artists do. Like, some of the greatest albums of all time were created under like duress and conflict, you know? But you obviously don't want Kaveh to be feeling this way either.
I'm glad you're able to make yourself think like that.
It's like, but again, it's like, I don't want it to be sad, but it's utilizing like those frustrations or the anguish for art.
What kind of a response is that? I was stating a profound truth about the very nature of art.
Oh, Kaveh.
Suffering is the cradle of all creation. Even you.
Oh, I didn't mean to skip it.
Wasn't trying to. I'm just happy for you. Pure and
Oh?
simple. Can't you tell?
Do we think we actually have like a moment of levity here?
Happy about what?
Maybe that you can find inspiration within all this stuff as well, within the sadness?
Happy that you can always find an answer that backs up your views.
Huh? Yeah, I was thinking for a second it was going to be this like, really sincere answer, but it's like, happy that you can always be right, you know?
More often than not, life is a process of running into problems and then searching for answers. Yours more than most. Not everyone's so good at justifying things to themselves.
Right.
It's something that you've been steadily mastering.
And I wonder if it is like the idea of just like, you know, while I hate them's kind of like always like, you know, very like, you know, as you said, like less sentimental than Kaveh. What he's saying here from like the perspective of like, so like, you know, life is a process of running to problems and searching for answers. But it's like not everyone's so good at like the idea of finding those answers to those problems in life. But he's kind of happy then that Kaveh is able to find answers to those things that happen in life. And the thing is as well is like art can be created from suffering as well, right? But obviously I just always just feel for Kaveh as well.
Huh. What about you then? What skills have you been
I
mastering
love Kaveh's
lately?
accept that I'll hate them was actually kind of in a way complimenting him.
Pass me that box.
Huh? Okay.
You may consider this my progress on the path to mastery.
What's in the box?
What? Wait a second. Isn't that box mine? Hey, it is! It must have fallen off that shelf! I'll hate them! Those are my paints and inks!
Wait, what's happening?
Would you like me to put it in your bedroom for you?
Oh. Follow me to the bedroom.
Huh? I mean,
Oh.
sure, if you don't mind.
Come over here.
What kind of progress is this? Does he think he can bribe me? Not that giving me back my own things is much of a bribe.
I love that every day he has to think about what this like action means.
These books on the floor, they're a complete mess. And this one, didn't he say it was an out-of-print collectible? It's completely covered in dust, and some of its pages have even fallen out. Ugh, guess I should help him repair it. This one too. And this one.
Is this like kind of like an interesting Kaveh and I'll hate them level compromise? Yeah, I'll help him with this, and then he's helping him with like his own paints as well, I guess. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're getting like little like epilogues. Again, I'm not opposed to this whatsoever. Like it's like an epilogue. We got like we saw Sethos and Candace and Diha, like, right, and we saw the Pillars of Conjecture, which again, like, you know, I as I said about my feeling that scene there as well, I felt like it was like, you know, a tiny bit long, I guess. But I'm still happy that like we got to hear from Nahida and Sino and even like the Pillars as well. And you know that they're doing okay after all of this as well, because that's what this whole thing is seeing where everyone is after this point too. And then we saw I'll hate them and Kevin, then Kaveh, being able to like find some like middle ground on like, you know, caring for each other, understanding each other, and then also showing that they're both the reactions to the stuff that's happened, a more sentimental reaction and a more of a realist, I guess you could say, realist, quote unquote, reaction, I guess, a less ideal reaction.
Scepter Beasts, imported goods, such a bright future ahead. I can picture the Mora just rolling in.
Okay, even Dory's getting a win.
You do realize you sound like a choking cow?
It's called being imposing. Can't you feel it? Are you not intimidated?
She's supposed to be intimidated?
Oh, I'm positively shaking in my sandals. What commands do you have for me, oh mighty Lord Sangamabe?
I love that Dory does have like such power in Sumeru, but the one person that she doesn't have power over is like Never is Never's never like beholden to her in any way, because she's more competition than she is like, you know, owing or anything, you know?
You've got a lot of nerve, Nefer. You went and told Candace and the others everything, didn't you? Seriously, do you have any idea how differently
She's broken that cycle.
Now? Surely that's a good thing. I presume they're more disposed to actually like you now. Maybe even view you as a friend.
Do you want that, Dory?
You traded my secret for sympathy! Thanks to you, I've lost every last shred of my mercantile majesty. How am I supposed to make anyone think I'm a big, scary investor now?
I guess that's probably what she wanted, to make her seem like more imposing.
The dark days of Lord Sangamabe are behind
Whoa.
you. Why not take this chance to make a few honest friends?
I think they've been trying to do that more and more lately, because again, factually so, like, they did make Dory's character someone who, like, did take advantage of people. Like, we know this is factual. So I think they've been trying more and more lately to make her character more approachable, and I think that, again, that's not a bad idea when you have a audience response of people like acknowledging like what Dory is, right? We saw her mistreating, you know, Sayu, the mistreatment of Kaveh, and all this stuff in between, and the constant trying to swindle us and all this stuff, and you know, to make her more of a character who is like more, you know, acceptable for our palates. Yeah, to show her that she cares at times too, you know.
Speaking of friends, since when did the notorious Lady Nefer gain such an admiration for holier-than-thou types? A moon chanter here, an angel there? Who'd have thought it?
Look, Never's smiling as well. Like, she's like, yeah, I'm friends with Nicole. Yeah, I'm friends with Llama.
A coming together of fates, nothing more. No need to throw around accusations of admiration.
Forget it. You're right about one thing at least. Making friends is never a bad thing for a merchant.
Yeah, connections.
So, I really took a loss this time. What are you looking at?
I'm trying to see if you're really crying or if those are just crocodile tears. A little birdie told me that when Lord Sangamabe makes money, the tears flow from the center of her eyes.
What?
But when she loses it, they flow from the corners. Which is it this time?
Who came up with this?
Ugh, you are so annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore.
Nefer, thank goodness you're here. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Huh? Well. If it isn't the House of Dana's very own librarian.
Stop.
What can I offer you today, Miss
Seeing people as
Katayoon?
pure cash?
Oh, no, I'm not here to buy. I'm here to bring Lady Nefer a book, and a fascinating one at that. We agreed to meet at the entrance to the mausoleum of King Deshret. One more thing. I bought this copy with my own money. It's not borrowed.
Okay.
Reasoning knows not time of day, but suspense always follows a blizzard. That's quite the mouthful.
Yeah, big title for a book, right?
Huh? Isn't that the one that...
It was all the rage for a while.
Wait.
People throughout the city were clamoring to get their hands on a copy. The names inside were all circled. Everyone thought it was a riddle.
Wait, so I don't know the reference. Again, another thing I'll be missing out. You guys can let me know the
It
reference
was
here.
all the rage for...
Don't bring up that book in my presence. I don't even want to hear its name. That thing was nothing but a scam.
It's probably something from well before that I'm forgetting.
Surprisingly enough, I've actually heard of this book, though it doesn't seem of much consequence. So, what truth lies behind it?
You're from Avahumana and you're asking me what the truth is? I'd say the actual truth was about the least important part of the whole episode. I brought you this book because it probably has the most interesting backstory of any in the House of Dana's collection, at least in recent years. As for its quality, well, you can judge that for yourself.
Okay, again, I'm missing the reference.
Don't tell me it's actually any good.
You may not know this, Lord Sangamabe, but Lady Nefer has a fondness for books with... how should I put this? Mixed reviews?
She likes a book with that is polarizing.
No eye for good literature. Huh.
Or maybe just bad books. Maybe she just likes bad books.
Perhaps she feels that bad books hide interesting secrets?
Okay.
But I shouldn't put words in her mouth. It's probably fair to say she prefers the conversations that books can spark over the substance of the books themselves.
Oh, she likes getting to debates. No, like, honestly, I do get that in some ways. Like, when people say a game is, like, completely awful, and they say that for years, it becomes a game that becomes so intriguing that you want to find, like, the good parts of it. You want to go into it and be like, I wonder what can be good about this. And sometimes you find out, yeah, no, it's just bad. But then sometimes you go, wait, this isn't as bad as people said it was, you know?
Suits my style as an intel broker, wouldn't you say? Very interesting, thank you. I'll return it to you once I'm done reading.
Okay.
And as it happens, I have something for you, too.
Incense?
I imagine you've already used up the incense I gave you last time. Here's some more. This batch is from Krai, so the scent won't be quite the same.
Well, actually, I've been saving the incense you gave me. I couldn't bring myself to waste it without a special occasion. But I'll gladly accept this, too. And I promise I'll use it this time.
Katayoon, you haven't changed a bit.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure I'm missing once again the connection of like the storybook and everything as well. Party poppers. I was like, who's party poppers? Ah, look at this.
Congratulations, Kale.
Wait, did she like?
Well done, Kale. After studying for so long,
No way.
you finally become a full-fledged ranger.
This is legitimately the best outcome you could hope for in all of this. I'm so proud of her.
Sure hasn't been easy for you, huh? This really is fantastic
Yeah, it's amazing.
news.
It's so amazing. Again, we got to see the progress of Kale all the way from the comic books all the way to here. Like, it is so great.
All grown up. No longer a trainee, but an official forest ranger.
Yeah.
Oh, the next step is to secure tenure in the academia.
This is so great. This is legitimately so freaking great.
Thanks, everyone. It's true. I'm an official forest ranger now. Master Tainari, thank you for your guidance and support. I wish Mr. Sino were here so I could thank him too.
Her other dad couldn't be here.
Sino had a matter to attend to at the Temple of Silence.
Right.
I don't imagine he'll be back for some time. But don't worry. We can celebrate together
Exactly.
once he's
Exactly.
finished.
He was dealing with the stuff with the mausoleum and so with the pillars of King Desert.
I'm afraid the party will have to wait. Kale still has some matters to attend to first.
Yeah, what are those? I mean, Kale was a major part in this, right? She definitely used the power of the goddess of flowers in the end there as well. Her vision also started this whole thing. Her vision saved Sumeru, right? That we were able to actually jump into action as well. And now we know that her dream that she was having in the Lazo was actually a dream of Nahida burning down the tree. Which is so crazy when you think about it now.
Kale, is everything all right?
I mean, if Tanari's not worried, I'm not worried. Because I know he cares about this gal so much, and we do too. 100%.
No, it's not what you think. There's nothing wrong with my health. I just have a few things I need to deal with. I've made plans with the Traveler and Paimon to visit Mondstadt. Master Tainari and Mr. Sino will
No
be accompanying
way.
us too.
No freaking way.
Well, that's a relief. Let's get together when everyone's back.
That's so
I'm sure you'll be doing
great.
even better by then.
Are we actually going to get to go to Mondstadt? Or is this like a thing that's going to be a future mission? Either way. Either way.
Of course. I have a feeling you're right.
Wait. No. You better show me you're in Mondstadt then. Yes, okay. Okay.
After all that catching up on sleep and food,
Okay.
Paimon's feeling
Are we actually going to Mondstadt? You better.
bigger again.
Here's the thing, I love seeing Kale, but like there's no way, like here's the thing, as I said, like before I wasn't upset, but like if you gave more time to the Pillars of King Desert than Kale, I will cry. Beforehand I was like, yeah, like it's not that big of a deal. And then it's like as soon as like Kale only gets like a minute and a half. And her time is only a fraction of Dory and King Desert's pillars, I will cry.
For someone who spends so much time resting, your recovery routine is surprisingly simple.
Yeah.
Hey! Paimon's been working her butt off too,
She
you
was,
know.
she did.
She flew all over the city helping everyone
And
out.
that was so amazing. That moment when she flew away by herself, it was such a huge moment for her character. It was so huge.
Don't worry, I saw how hard
Yeah.
you worked.
And she did it, like, technically, yes, she had help from people, but she technically did it by herself. She took the initiative and went off by herself. That's huge.
Alright, we all know you're the most hardworking person in Tavad. As long as you're rested and full, that's what really matters.
Okay.
Paimon's been looking around the place, and it seems like the city's already on the mend. But Paimon's been wondering how Nahida's doing. We should check in on her.
I'd love to. I would definitely love to see Nahida again. Wait, so... Is that the... So that might be a future mission then? The whole thing of going to... I mean, if that's the case, and that's another thing we have to sort out, like, again, I am all for... Here's the trade-off. If we only get, like, if they're only literally giving me a minute and a half of Kale, I have to rate this whole thing a 2 out of 10. Okay, that's what's going to happen. Okay, this whole mission's a 2 out of 10. But, if we do get a future mission with Kale in Mondstadt, once again, I know she was there for the Bloom event, Wind Bloom. I'm totally okay with that, especially when her history is so tied to Mondstadt as well. I'd be so excited for that. Yeah, and again, I don't mean for Dory, and because people be like, why is Dory getting a hit off you when, and the pillars getting a hit off you just because of Kale? It's not me being really serious about like, oh, they got this, because it's like, yeah, they're characters too, right? And again, it's not like they're tailoring the game to me. That would be crazy, you know. But I think it's just like instantly, I'm just like, wait, so Dory and the pillars got more time than Kale, you know? In my mind, I'm like, help. They got like more time. If you combine both their times together, they probably got like 12 minutes more than her. Do we have to warp up to the top, maybe? Who knows? Maybe it's a future mission then. If we are going to a future mission for Kale and Mondstadt, any lack of Kale here will still be upsetting, but you know, we'll accept it. It will accept it. What if that's the Dane quest? It's like the Kale quest, a Kale quest as well. And of course, man, that trio of Nahida, Vaughn, and the Traveler together was so awesome.
Traveler, Paimon.
It's so good to see them together. Oh, look at the smile on Vaughn's face. That wouldn't have even happened 2 years ago.
What's going on here?
Nothing much. Nahida was just expressing concern for my physical and mental well-being.
Oh, okay. I mean, you did go through a lot.
Oh, the Traveler told Paimon all about that. We've both been very worried about you. Are you feeling alright?
Oh my god, and then their friendship's gonna mean so much to me as well.
You make it sound like I'm on the brink of some kind of breakdown. Truth is, I'm doing much better than you might imagine.
I mean, what Vaughn just did was face the first person ever besides us who remembered his past, who at least knew about his past. And not only was he able to still fight, but he thrived in that fight. And that to me is a really good thing, to know that like he faced that and still fought.
If we can just get to the bottom of Dotori's intentions, we can minimize his negative influence. That's the sort of thing I excel at.
Okay.
Just listen to that newfound optimism.
Oh, you're so proud.
It seems like having you enroll in the Bahumana was a truly inspired move. I can really see the positive influence.
This is so sweet. Like, she sounds like such a proud mother.
Observe, a classic Sumero specialty. Chalking everything up to education and learning.
And he still has to get a little bit of a dig in.
To be honest, even I can sense the change in you.
Excuse me. Yeah. Just like we did in Paimon, we could see it in Vaughn.
Everything Dotori said to you was a way to manipulate your mind.
Yes.
Fortunately, you're no longer under his sway.
He faced that head on and still fought. He faced it all head on and still fought.
Can someone as old as me really continue to grow?
Yes! Jesus, you proved that.
If it helps, just think of yourself as a late bloomer.
Yeah.
It's all a matter of phrasing, and it comes down to what standards you measure yourself by.
Okay. Yeah, like it's like you can't compare yourself to something that's like too lofty, right? As well, for sure. But I really do like the notion that he can be like, yeah, like it's like it just took me a while. It just took me a while. I'm not going to compare myself to other people who grew like maybe much quicker when they were younger, you know?
For a puppet, developing at such an age is perfectly normal.
Yeah.
But if you choose to call yourself a late bloomer, it sounds more like
Oh my god.
consider yourself human.
Well, that would be incredible.
However you see yourself, well done.
Yeah, the clap from Paimon. I mean, I love that too. It's like, however you view yourself, you've done amazing. You've done such an amazing thing today.
All right. I see what you mean.
Guys, even post-inversion of Genesis, if we said this during the summer event, post-inversion of Genesis, if we said to him, like, you did such a good job, he'd be like, he'd still brush it off, but he's accepting it. This is such a huge deal. You know, he's able to smile at us as we walk through a door, even though he really grew to care about us already. Like, we see that he's able to openly express himself in this way now, and it means so much to me.
Anyway, what's your next step?
What else can I do but complete my current courses?
I love it.
Everything else
I
can
love
wait.
it. Dotori's gone. Dotori is gone, so Vaughn's like, I'm going to finish my studies. I'm going to finish college.
Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. There are still things in the city
Look at
I
the
need
initiative.
to help out with. I'll be heading there now.
I love that. That's like one of the best possible conclusions to this story you could ever ask for. And it's not the conclusion to his story.
That guy is doing better than we
Yeah.
thought.
100%. It's the biggest win that we can have here for Vaughn, is that he is saying the conclusion to this is not, I'm going to sit here and think about Dotori forever. I'm going to be torn up about Dotori. Instead, the influence that Dotori once had on him is no longer there. And what he's saying is, hey, I got to finish my studies. I have a life now. I'm going to continue on in my life. He doesn't control me.
What about you, Nahida? How are you holding up?
It's the best thing you can hope for Vaughn. Because while, as I said, I would love to have seen Vaughn just stomp him into the dirt. How much better of an ending is than my own ending that I came up with? How much better of an ending is it that Vaughn goes, he helps other people survive, he saves our life multiple times from Dotori, and in the end, he doesn't give Dotori power in the end. It's beautiful.
The pyronosis burned down the corrupted Irminsul.
Crazy.
The flames blazed for 7 days and 7 nights before they finally subsided.
Very religious.
All that was left were the parts underground.
I mean, when I say religious, I mean it is kind of like, I don't know, like very reminiscent of that. And Genshin doesn't shy away from using religious themes. Not that it's like a religious game, but it uses religious themes all the time, right? I mean, there's gods in this game, you know. There's worship. There's the idea of like, even in this quest, they talked about the idea of like how people worship gods, you know.
Now, Aru shoulders the responsibilities that once belonged to Irminsul.
Okay.
The situation was contained before it got out of hand, so Tevat's most vital information has largely been preserved.
So what we're learning here is that it's not that maybe Fate is just free to roam the world, I guess. Maybe it might be fragmented or crazy for a bit of time, but like Aru is taking the responsibility and taking all the information on for itself. So there is still like the... in a way, King Deseret created King Deseret was able to finish his like kind of experimentation in a way, because his machine is now being used for something absolutely incredible.
Irminsul has a strong influence over you, doesn't it? How will you cope now that it's
That's
gone?
a good question, because I thought I was so worried she was going to fade away.
There is no need to worry. Thanks to Nicole's extraordinary talents, my connection to Irminsul has been severed and transposed onto Aru.
The Hexen Circle are scary, man. It's so funny because like they're the sweetest, like most down-to-earth characters sometimes, but then they'll be like, "Oh yeah, don't worry," and freaking did this crazy thing that now I'm like, you know, I'm a beetle who has the power of 10 demons. And you're like, okay. Like if they came in right now and were like, we brought Honkai Star Rail into Genshin, I'd be like, wow, not surprised. Well, I would be surprised, but you know what I mean.
Angels can do things like that?
That's crazy.
They can. Such abilities are precisely what makes them so powerful.
I guess the connection to the ley lines too, right?
Nabu Malikata once claimed that she too could perform feats beyond the reach of mere mortals.
By the way, that's a mistype. It's Makalita. Yeah, like, again, I know people's like, you're giving all the credits to the Hexen Circle when it's angels who are able to do this too, but like, I think it adds to the idea that like, you know, how powerful the Hexen Circle members are. That's what I'm saying here. Because it's not just like N in this situation that I'm thinking about sometimes, because again, N would consider Alice to be like powerful, if not even more powerful in a lot of ways to herself. So while I think it's probably wrong to give all the credit just to be like, oh, it's Hexen Circle when it is an angel thing that she did, I still think it's, you know, right to say that like the Hexen Circle are terrifying.
In my eyes, much of what she went on to achieve reached such transcendent levels. Her and Nicole really are both fascinating and magnificent.
Look, absolutely insane stuff.
So, does that mean your situation is stable now?
Correct. Just imagine that Aru has become the new Irminsul, and the essence of my existence has been bound to it.
I can accept that.
The wisdom of Sumeru has ultimately converged into a single, unified entity. Should we ascribe this all to fate, or is it merely fortune?
Whatever it is, the important thing is that you're okay, Nahida.
Yeah, but like the thing is as well, like I'm kind of glad for this as well, and I think the fact that they used like, and you know, this phrasing here as well, like, you know, Aru became the new Irminsul is the essence of my existence has been bound to it. She's now bound to Aru now, right? And I guess like here is like what they're saying, like with the, you know, all the wisdom smears in one unified entity. Like the answer that Paimon gives is probably one of my favorite things, which is just like, hey, whatever happens here, we're just happy everyone's doing good. And I feel like that's a very I'll hate them answer in some ways too, right? But it is kind of great that they built this up in a way throughout the entire quest with Aru, right? Rather than springing it on as being like, because again, it's one of those things where while it is something that's so incredible, like they're able to transfer all this stuff to Aru and it's still like insane, right? It's insane. I still think that they've done a good job of making it believable, where they've been building up the idea of the power of Aro and using Aro throughout this whole mission, and then like the extraction of like files from Irminsul as well. All of that really was built up well.
Dendro Archon, Lesser Lord
Oh, he's
Kusanali.
speeding.
Oh, thank goodness you're here. Greetings, traveler.
Or did something happen? The moral of the story is Nahida's okay. She's now tied to Aro, and Aro is the new Irminsul. That's the moral of the whole story.
Sir Nevis, do you have something urgent to say?
Yeah, he speed walked in.
Yes, there's something I need to report. We've received a message from Snezhnaya.
What? Navis hands the letter to Nahida, who reads it. What are you talking about?
The Fatui Harbinger, the rooster, sends us his sympathies.
Okay.
Along with all the usual pleasantries.
That's Mr. Pringle, right? Or no, that's the main guy, isn't it? The rooster. Is it? I think the rooster is because I want to say, obviously, like you want to say rooster, but I don't know. I think it might be Mr. Pringle. You know, because I think of like the dude like with the that looks like, you know, I think of rooster. I think of like he looks kind of like a bird sometimes. He looks like Mr. Pringle, like if he was a bird.
His stance is that, following the unrest in Nod Krai, Dottore was subjected to internal censure. This madness was the act of a rogue element.
Yes.
One who cannot be seen to represent the Zapoliarni
Yes,
palace.
and you expected this kind of like, I guess, kind of response in some ways, right? Because it's like they don't want this to be seen as a part. Because in fairness to Tsaritsa, as soon as she found out exactly what Dottore was doing, Dottore went against her, she legitimately shut that down. She did. She was like, that's not my guy anymore.
No less than can be expected.
Yeah.
Snezhnaya paid a heavy price working to stop him. They even lost one
Sandrone.
of their own harbingers.
Yep. This is factual. And again, as I said, like we can be like, oh, it's just a trick and all that. And again, it is a trick from Regrader, but I have to give the because again, if you remember previous missions, and as I said, like there was like, you know, like it's one of those times where like, you know, I get to say I am wrong many times, but like whenever I'm right, I like obviously like it's one of those things where like it usually comes from a perspective of just like, you know, luck maybe, who knows. But I remember even saying, I was just like, yeah, like there's no way that Tsaritsa would accept Dottore and what he's doing here, especially like, you know, it's like when it goes against like what her wishes are, you know. Yeah, and we talked about this already, how like, and we talked about in the previous missions how I remember it was the end with the stuff that happened to Dottore, when Dottore came back and got Columbina and like did the whole thing at the end of, I think it was Act 6. Like I said it there. I was because I knew it at that point. Like I think most of us probably knew that stuff too. Where it was like the Tsaritsa, like either this was two things were gonna happen. Either the Tsaritsa, which I kind of predicted that Tsaritsa would be like, let's get like Dottore can't be part of this group because what he's doing is like again against her. It lies to her. It becomes a detriment to the Fatui Harbingers and their goals. But also it's a situation as well. It's like if either that happens or I lose all respect for the Tsaritsa. You know what I mean? That was what was going to happen. And I actually gain more respect for the Tsaritsa because then it's like, okay, when she found out, yes, he betrayed us. Yes, he's going against the Fatui Harbingers. Yes, he's like a detriment to our goals now and our diplomatic interactions with other places. It becomes a thing where they're like, okay, yeah, you can. And then she even said to the other Fatui Harbingers, if you have to, get rid of this guy. So yeah, 100% factually so, Snezhnaya did work to stop Dottore. But we're worried?
The letter goes on to say that even so, Snezhnaya cannot claim to be blameless. Apparently, they will deal with Dottore's subordinates in accordance with Snezhnayan law.
Perfect.
Holding all those involved in his crimes accountable.
Yes. Now, they won't probably get Regrader because they probably don't know he's involved in this. But yeah, I was worried they were saying like, oh, like, is there something else here where again, were they going to say, oh, we knew about what was happening? Because I don't think, like, again, I think Dottore was working very much in secret. But yeah, I like this too. I think this needs to happen.
Additionally, they are supplying relief funds and supplies, which are already en route. They hope this will aid in Sumeru's reconstruction.
It's a big deal as well.
Sounds like he's got an answer for everything.
I mean, again, diplomatic dealings are very important. The Fatui are everywhere. I want to make that clear. The Fatui are like in Mondstadt. They're in every single place. They're in all these different locations. So the Fatui being able to move freely without just being attacked by guards or arrested by guards is a really important thing for Snezhnaya. It's so important. So I'm not just trying to make it seem like, the rooster is doing this out of like, the kindness of his own heart. That's not how this works. But like factually so, it is like a thing where they need those dealings to work out, and they need like a relationship to be good with the rest of Teva. So like this whole thing of like relief funds and punishing the other people, this is all like a message. It's the same thing when Sanjoni said she was going to rip out someone's tongue because she didn't want to make an enemy of us, because she realized that being friendly with the traveler was actually like not a bad thing to have. So she like, when she found out that we had a run-in with her at that time, she decided like, yeah, I'll cut out my guy's tongue, and she did cut out the guy's tongue to send a message to the traveler. And again, you can't see them as normal people. They're not normal the way they act, but it is like one of those things where like it makes sense that he would be doing this diplomatically. So, and again, like the people who did work under the Torii also betrayed Tsaritsa. And while I'm not saying that all of them probably willingly did it, at that point you kind of have to acknowledge that like they did. You know what I mean? They did work for this guy who was openly evil. This is not a guy so openly evil that the rest of the Fatui Harbingers just hated him as well. Like everybody just disliked this guy.
True. But as diplomatic rhetoric goes, it's highly effective.
Yep.
Completely watertight.
Yep.
Both in logic and sentiment.
Because what can you what as a neighboring country or neighboring archon against the Tsaritsa, what can you say at that point? You know, you could say like, I don't buy it, right? But then like it's like, well, the Tsaritsa goes, but what do you mean you don't buy it? We're punishing every single person that worked for the Torii. We're sending you relief funds. We had nothing to do with the Torii, and we denounce him. Like, at what point, what can they say?
This disaster has had a profound impact on Sumeru. There is much that I will keep in my heart. The matter of the Torii can be seen as settled for now. We are sure to cross paths again in the future, and in that light, Snezhnaya would do well to uphold their responsibilities and keep a tight rein over their actions.
So, she's not saying I don't think we're going to meet the Torii again, because we just had a goodbye where she said we'll never meet again. She's saying that like we will interact with the Fatui and Snezhnaya in the future as well, but now they have to watch their actions even more, because again, while this is airtight diplomatic stuff, it is, this is something you would do with a country here. Let's send relief funds. We're sorry this happened. We did not have anything to do with this or whatever whatsoever. They will have to watch what they do in future now, because they've already had a transgression from one of their highest ranking members against the world. Not just us, but the world. And I also see the way that like they let because I think it's very easy to be like, oh, the Tsaritsa's like an amazing person, like what she did. But I even think her like letting Columbina go and like lifting like the edict to find her go was also a diplomatic and gesture of good faith. You know what I mean? I do think so. You could say she cared too, 100%, but I do think it also is like a lot of the works in the idea of good faith. It's like, hey, we did this for Columbina as well, so like, think of us highly in the future. Because again, she knows as well that having the Traveler like not totally pissed off at these guys is also a good thing too, It definitely is.
With Irminsul burned, the flow of fate now carries many more possibilities. I will be watching carefully.
That answers our question, right? That now the flow of fate is the fate's still there, but it has way more like branches maybe.
Perhaps we can move on to a less serious matter? Dendro Archon. Will you eat with us once this matter is dealt with? Everyone wishes to celebrate together. Your presence would be most welcome.
That's nice.
Of course. Junior Zod, Sino, and Hypatia all told me the same thing. If there isn't enough room for everyone, we can arrange back-to-back feasts.
Oh, that's lovely. Well, find just a big space to do it. Or you could just do it all through the entire streets of the city of Sumeru as well, But I think they're doing it in the desert, was it?
What a wonderful idea. That just leaves the question of what we should eat.
Not more tomatoes, surely.
Oh.
More? Dendro Archon, what do you mean by more tomatoes?
Is that a reference? What's that reference to? More tomatoes? I just thought she just didn't like tomatoes. Oh my god, I always feel like so bad when I don't remember these like references. More tomatoes. More tomatoes?
Those good friends of yours are always talking about tomatoes. Sometimes when I'm walking through the city, I can even hear them arguing in the fields. Since you see them so often, you must hear about
is that what it is?
Even more than I do. Tomatoes. Tomatoes. The word has a certain magic to it. Like the autumn fur of a sumpter beast swirling in the wind. sometimes flying up my nose.
I think tomatoes like represent a lot, like a very summery feel, very fresh as well.
Tomatoes. What can we make with tomatoes? Wait, why tomatoes?
What is happening with this tomatoes thing?
Take your time, there's no need to rush. The Traveler, Paimon, and I still have somewhere we need to visit. You'll
Mondstadt?
have plenty of time to think it over before I return.
But that was Tanari
Does this
going to
mean you're
there
going
as well,
to
right?
Natlan? Meet them there in person.
Ah,
it will require a long
love
journey.
that.
I know. But this is necessary. I must go myself.
I mean, they used the pyronosis, right? For sure.
Traveler, Paimon, we'll set off as soon as you're ready.
Sure, yeah.
Sure.
Oh, I didn't mean to
We'll
skip
be
that.
ready whenever you are.
I'm so excited for this.
You'll hear no objections from Paimon. We should grab some snacks along the way, though. It'll be just like going on a long holiday.
That's lovely, especially after everything that's happened as well.
Wonderful. I'm looking forward to this so much.
A nice little trip with Nihida to Natlan, right? That was an amazing scene. From the stuff with Vaughn all the way to like the stuff with
Such a lively place.
Wait, it's such a weird feeling seeing Nihida stand in the middle of Natlan like this. But yeah, that was an amazing scene. Even the diplomatic stuff was so cool as well. The information about Nihida and what's happening now with Aru and all this stuff too. It's so interesting.
It's super cheerful and positive, too.
Hell yeah.
I can see that. There are people outside exercising at all hours. Such a healthy way of life.
Yeah, the people in Natlan, that's one way to put it. They are like super healthy.
You came. Welcome, welcome. You must be hungry from your
So
journey. Would you like something to eat?
It messes with your mind, but it's still so cool just seeing Nihida just like this image like standing here in Natlan.
Oh, thanks, but no thanks. We've been eating the whole way here.
Whoa.
We had a mushroom platter, Sap's meat stew, butter braised chicken,
Oh,
hot
wow.
sour pudding.
Oh wow.
Paimon's positively stuffed.
All right. No need for all that detail. I'm starting to get hungry myself.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
Maybe later then. We can wait till everyone's got an appetite. Then I'll head out for a meal together.
That'd be so lovely. That'd be so nice.
Sounds like a plan. Let's find somewhere to sit down. I should tell you, I already have some sense of why you've come.
It's about the gnosis, isn't it?
Why's that, Malika?
To say thank you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Your senses are spot on. But on top of that, we also feel guilty.
Because the pyronosis has vanished? I sensed its loss.
Yeah, it is a big deal no matter what. Like, so Malika being very kind and all this stuff just shows like how, like, I don't know, incredible she is.
Despite scouring through the remnants of Irminsul, we couldn't find any sign of the pyronosis.
Whoa.
Not even any trace of it burning to ash.
Like, it's literally just not there. The remnants are gone.
That's certainly unusual. Still, the potential fallout from
Wait.
Irminsul's loss is significant, to say the least. Perhaps the pyronosis's disappearance is simply a knock-on effect of the impact it's had on a certain strand of fate.
Possibly, but okay. The way Malvika said that it's gone, it's vanished. She senses loss. Okay, because I was worried there for a second that someone like picked it up. You know what I mean? Like Regrader picked it up somehow. You know?
There's no need to feel guilty. We were clear that this time there was to be no returning, only giving.
She's incredible.
Pure and simple.
Like, look at this, man. The understanding that she has.
Thank you really is a fascinating phrase.
Yeah.
We use it to express gratitude for the smallest of things. Yet, when faced with a kindness too immense to describe, we use exactly the same words.
What a freaking beautiful thing. It's like, thank you is something for the smallest of things, but then when we don't know what to say, it also means the biggest of things. Like, that's incredible. What a way to phrase that.
It's not that we lack other means of expression. It's that when we truly need to express our feelings, the simplest and purest words are always the most
Lovely.
powerful.
That's so lovely.
You're right. In Natlan, we prefer simple expressions too. Companionship, friendship, support. They might not sound fancy,
but the sentiment behind them is sincere.
That's wonderful to hear. Sincere feelings are often a vehicle for the deepest wisdom of all.
Irminsul's destruction doesn't seem to have done you much harm. I'm glad to see you're doing well.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of work to do, but before we begin, we felt it was important to come here and speak with you.
And this is like what's so interesting as well is like this isn't just diplomatic. This is just like a very grateful Nahida, you know?
Partly to express our gratitude, but also because we felt that seeing you, in a sense, is like basking in warm sunlight.
Travel, that's so beautiful. Wow.
That's a nice way of putting it.
That's
I
such
like
a lovely
that.
thing. That's such a lovely thing to say.
To tell you the truth, though, I'm not a fan of somber meetings. So, since there's nothing more to say, why don't we go bask in some actual sunlight? The weather's beautiful
Sitting
today.
down in Nalan with Mawika and just like relaxing, hell yeah. That's what the traveler said, something so beautiful there, and it's so true, right?
What a great idea! Paimon's gonna lie back and soak up some rays.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Paimon sleeping on his lap is the sweetest thing in the freaking world. Are you kidding me?
In that case, I think I'll lie down for a bit too before we head to our next stop.
That's so lovely, man.
And where might that be?
How look at this. This is the Pyro Archon, the Dendro Archon, the greatest character of all time, Paimon, and the freaking Descender himself just lying in Natlan on the grass under the sun, relaxing. This is Genshin Impact.
Mondstadt.
So we're actually going in this episode then.
Paimon and I are gonna head back there with
Yes,
Krai
okay. You're forgiven, Genshin. I can't look what we're looking at here. Oh my freaking god. It's so great.
Long ago, I sensed that the god remains inside Kali had come from the goddess of flowers.
Whoa.
But I kept it a secret.
Okay. She didn't let everyone know about this.
Those remains weren't hurting Kali. Not as she is now. They simply exist. Besides, I could sense a deep yearning within her.
So she saw maybe it as a potential, like, since it wasn't hurting her, she maybe saw maybe like it wasn't the right time.
A yearning for an ordinary life. A yearning to hold on to the hard-won
Wow.
happiness she now enjoys.
Jesus, dude.
Someone like her, I have a responsibility to keep her secret.
Oh, and the way she says it too, to keep her secret, so like, no, so that power doesn't go into the wrong hands. Like, and this whole thing she says, yeah, Kale did work hard for this life. We saw what happened there, how far she's come with this, the friends she's made, she's learned how to write and read. She's gone through so much pain. She's fought with Kaya in Mondstadt. She's fought her own feelings and her own desperation. She's had run-ins with the Tory, like, everything that she's done in this world, she's done to, like, just have a nice life with her dads.
She should be ready to face the truth by now.
Whenever people meet, there is always the potential to create warmth and kindness. Every child grows up, but even as adults, they are still children in the eyes of certain people.
Yeah?
Oh, just like how Paimon sometimes sees Nahida as a little kid.
She's a baby.
Is that so? Well, anyone who's friends with a kid is probably a kid themselves.
She's like, you're friends with a kid as well.
Of course! And there's nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that. When we get back, we'll actually be hanging out with another of our friends who happens to be a kid. Or more like looking after, in her case.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll always be there to watch out for our friends.
Yeah, this is such an amazing scene. And again, after everything that's happened, this is so needed.
Dear Sucrose, when you receive this letter, I'll probably be as busy as always.
No way.
But busy with wonderful things. That's because I'm no longer a trainee. I'm now an official forest ranger.
Oh my god. And I can't wait for Amber to hear about this stuff too.
Impressive, right? Sino said that official rangers sound
I'm
much
so proud of
tougher
her.
than trainees. Though he did say it was already pretty tough to start out with.
I'm so freaking proud of Kali in this moment. The fact that she's able to go back to Sucrose, the new friend she made, and let her know like how far I've come in life. And it's so true, especially with that connection to Mondstadt too, right? It's so far. She's done so well for herself.
You probably heard that something big happened in Sumeru recently. Don't worry.
Look at her
it's
just
all
writing
been
this,
taken
man.
care of. We're heading to Mondstadt soon, so if you're free, maybe we could meet up?
And by the way, I hope it doesn't make it sound like I was like, why not Amber? Like, she met up with Amber recently. Like, she's seen Amber, like, in the past few months. I want to make that clear. Okay, so of course she's right to Sucrose as well. But man, I just feel such, like, the pride I feel looking at Kale right now is it's so powerful.
Plus, it's not just me. A few of us are going. Hey, do you still remember that time we all got together? You know, when we all went to the Windbloom Festival? It'll be just like that.
Yeah, that was a really great event as well. I think people have pointed out as well. Like, people said like they were excited to see my reactions to this because they knew that I loved Kale as well, and Kale is one of my favorite characters, and I'm very, very proud that people like can associate Kale in their mind with me. And it's all like one of those things where like I think no matter how much I express like how I feel about this gal, like it will never be enough. I would die for this fictional character. If anything happened to her, I'd be so upset. I mean, when this whole thing started, I begged the game to patch it out, to take her out of this, because I didn't want anything bad happen to her. But the fact that she's come so far from where we knew her in the comic books it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Are we actually going to be going to Mondstadt? Is this part?
Dainari, is that...
Don't you say it! Is that the great Vayu-Viastra?
Oh my god.
Behold, the great Vayu-Viastra, General Mahamatra.
So obviously this is the long trip that they just had. That's weighing on his mind.
How times have changed. I wasn't expecting you to beat me to the punchline.
He's more
You've
proud than
changed.
anything. He's more proud. But honestly, these three did go to Mondstadt before, right? For the Windbloom.
You've really upped the aggression in your battle against Sino's jokes.
Kale, how did you know what I was going to say?
The high five. And she's so happy with that too.
For the love of...
Don't encourage him. But do encourage him. Oh my god, everyone's in Mondstadt. Everyone got here.
Traveler! Paimon! You're right on time!
I hope we haven't kept you waiting.
Kale!
And there's Sucrose.
Sucrose! It's been so long! How have you been?
I've been well. Everything's going great. What about you? Are you still busy?
I'm so happy that Kale gets to meet up with her friends. It's so good.
Not at the moment. Oh, right! That juicer you gave us works amazing!
Oh my
Farzan loves it.
Sorry, I like snorted there with how much I was laughing. Like Kale like doing small talk as well.
Seriously? That's wonderful. I don't suppose you drew up a detailed test report. Oh, what fruits did you use? How was the texture of the final product?
Sucrose, you might
Hello,
want to try asking your
Beto.
questions one at a time.
His soft voice.
Beto! Paimon didn't see you there!
It's been a while since all of us were together like this. How about we follow the same plan as last time?
Voice ASMR.
Good idea, my friend. You never disappoint.
So, what are your identities this time?
Your identities, yeah.
Don't remind him.
Again, they're such a married couple of like, you know, it's like Tanari is always just like, oh, please stop. Don't encourage him. Please don't start him talking about this.
First things first. Allow me to introduce our very own official
Stop.
Forest Ranger Kale. The rest of us are simply her humble travel companions.
Oh, he's so proud. He's so freaking proud of her.
This sounds like one of those mushy stories that gets people hooked on some corny, heartwarming premise.
Oh, is our story not heartwarming? If I recall correctly, there was even a scene like this in King of Invocations.
Yeah? Like, I'm sorry, but but Sino introducing Kale like that as well, you know what I mean? Like is definitely like, you know, the proud dad who's like, everywhere he goes is like, you know, my daughter got into Yale. It's like, yeah, we know. You told us last year. I'm just telling you. I'm just saying. Hey, if I've shown you pictures of my daughter to graduate, no, you've shown us. It's like, yeah, but let me let me show you again, okay? Have I told you though what's happening right now? My daughter, she's done an experiment in school. It's like, oh, you told us about this yesterday as well. Well, geez, Louise, you're acting like I talk about her all the time. You do. But I listen to him talk about her all the time.
Besides being heartwarming, our story's also about tough, impressive-sounding job titles. At least that's what I think.
Man, even hearing her be anyway happy is so amazing.
Oh,
that was very fast.
You're here already. I'm still giving Dodiko a little trim. I won't be a moment.
What a combination of character. Again, it is Windbloom again. It's but with N this time, right? Nicole's here as well, so that's what the change, I suppose.
A trim? Does Dodoko need haircuts too?
Again, her design is so great. She's so pretty.
Of course. It's important to know how to take loving care of the apples of your eye.
Hell yeah.
All of these trivial matters get left to me. It's because I'm an angel. And angels are, in a way, the guardians of all Teyvat.
Okay.
Oh, right! Well, that's definitely an impressive sounding job title.
What are you writing?
I'm just brainstorming some cool sounding lines.
Oh, write them on these card backs.
Yeah, now Beto encouraging him.
Of course.
I love the relationship. It's so
Clearly,
funny.
my lines are pretty amazing, wouldn't you say?
Miss Nicole.
Kale? You seem a little nervous.
Which again is weird because Kale being nervous isn't as normal as it used to be, right?
I was just wondering, who was the person you mentioned who needed their wish fulfilled?
Wish? What do you mean?
Miss Nicole asked if we could meet up in Mondstadt once everything was over. She said a friend of hers had a wish that needed my help to come true.
I don't remember this again. This for sure happened during the quest, but I don't remember this very specific. So it's good that they're bringing this back up again. I wasn't even thinking about this.
Well, you never mentioned that before. All we knew was that you'd arranged to meet in Mondstadt. But we thought it had something to do with the god
Wow, the
remains.
trust, man. I love that. The fact that like years ago they would have been worried because it's like she was the stuff was still so fresh in her story in her mind that obviously they would be kind of like, I'd say like, hey, like let us know what's happening here. But because she's become this forest ranger, because she's like become so far in life, she's done so well with this recent mission and expedition as well. I love the sign on tonight. We're like, okay, you need to go to Mondstadt. Let's go. You know, that's great, right?
To be fair, everything I told you was true. Anyway, my friend is waiting.
Let's see who it is.
Come on, let's pay her a visit.
Watch this now. It's gold.
I need you to help me build a super dragon. It's gonna be a dragon, but I'm gonna tie it to another dragon, and they're gonna spin around, and it's gonna be scary and stuff. Just wait and see. You're gonna be like, this is crazy. Watch, I'm gonna make a cigarette that can dance. It's gonna dance, it's gonna cause like secondhand smoke and stuff, and you're gonna inhale it.
Huh?
You're
Surprised? I bet you weren't expecting to meet a woman like
Whoa.
me beneath this beautiful tree in a faraway land.
What wish does she want fulfilled?
An oasis will spring from the place where a djinn resides. That saying falls somewhat flat here in Mondstadt,
Yep.
given that everywhere is already so lush
That is
and
true.
green.
It's Mondstadt is a walking oasis.
Lilupar, what are you doing here?
I made friends with Miss Nicole. I asked her to bring me here and then invite Kale to come.
For what reason? Give us the reason. Oh, you get the hammer. Everyone get the hammer ready.
The prologue to this story is that I have a wish. It has stirred within my heart for centuries. Millennia, even. Originally, it was merely Al-Ahmar's lie, but now it has become reality.
Okay.
Could this be...
Related to the goddess of
That
flowers?
would make sense with the djinn, right? That would make sense.
My dear young lady, my mistress left her final trace in this world upon you. I can't tell you how glad I am to see you
That
here.
that connection makes perfect sense.
And now I have seen you, and peered into your heart. You have experienced hardships and suffered setbacks. The torment an ordinary person might expect to face has befallen you threefold.
Yes.
This is the source of your resilience.
She's been through more things than you can count. And again, even before Genshin, like, had her appear, she's been through more things than you can count.
But, beneath all this, I've witnessed the seeds of desire. You yearn to return to the simple life you once knew, do you not?
Wait, what?
I do. I want to throw away everything that isn't mine.
Wait, like get rid of the power?
But how do you decide what is yours? The scars that others carve into your flesh? The kindness and love they inscribe? Are these things not yours as well?
Wait, so when she said she wants to get rid of everything, like... give everything that's not her, does she also mean the torment, or does she just mean the power that she was given?
They are. This is something I've talked about with Miss Nicole.
What is happening here?
Miss Nicole said I should learn how to adjust my standards. I just want to live as an ordinary human. Anything beyond that isn't mine.
So she wants to have her ordinary life. She yearns for that ordinary existence. You know? And even Nahida said this. She yearns for that.
Don't you want anything from the remains of the goddess of
Kali,
flowers?
so Kali wants to give up the powers of the god. Honestly, though, like, I'm really proud of her for this, too. This is incredible.
She gave me a revelation once. I think that's already more than enough.
In the past, you would not have possessed such a rich heart. Your brief life has taught you to hold on to everything good, to home in on kindness. Yeah. How fascinating. You're nothing like Nabu Malikata, and you're certainly not her.
True.
Of course not. I'm not some great and powerful being, Miss Lilopar.
You're just the most adorable, most powerful being in history.
Yet I am a Jinn. We exist because of the Lord of Flowers. We revere and love her. My wish is to see her one last time, to give everything for her.
Okay.
Kale, can you do this for me?
What, to see the goddess of flowers?
But her remains won't be easy to remove. Are you sure this is what you want?
So she's gonna remove the remains from Kali so she can see her once again?
That's beside the point. First, I need to know. Are you willing to do something for the soul of this lonely, wandering woman?
I'm willing.
As long as this is good for Kali as well.
But look, you know nothing about me. Even if you have heard the stories about me, all you would know is that I was rightly punished for the many evil deeds I committed.
Yeah, and then said some horrible stuff afterwards as well.
Ah, so you do know. Your lips are quivering, your eyes trembling, and still you're willing to do something for me. Life has been cruel to you, and yet you've learned to be kind.
I mean, Kali, that's a great assessment of Kali's life. She was so ready to be cruel in return to the world because she knew nothing else. That was her defense mechanism. So the fact that she she now is met with kindness, and that she can return kindness to the world is such a special thing.
My dear young lady, to repay your kindness, I too must play my part.
Are you sure about this, Lilopar?
I yearn to see my mistress. For this moment, the world can burn to ashes, the universe be engulfed in flame. I care about nothing else. And you, Kale, I can give you a gift. You'll become just another ordinary human.
So she is going to take her... Okay, like, and again, if Kali wants this, I'm all supporting him. I'll support Kali through any of this stuff. For sure.
But Miss Lilopar, what will happen to you?
My wish will be fulfilled, and I can die happy.
So this is going to be the end of Lilopar then.
Why would you wish for that?
A long, unending life might seem desirable for one who has never possessed it, yet it brings torment to one who has.
My remains are scattered across the yellow sands, but my soul can find no peace. Since you've promised to grant my wish, give me that release. Allow the dying to die, and let the dead rest in peace. You have my thanks.
Kale, there's no pressure on you. What she said, it's all true. A wish is a genuine desire, after
Yeah,
all.
and as I said, it's all up to Kale. Whatever it is Kale wants is what we'll do.
It's as if you want to use the last of your life to give me a better future.
Nothing's so selfless. We'll be using our futures to fulfill each other's wishes. This is a noble act, a beautiful and secret transaction between two women.
I understand.
Wow.
Miss Lilupar, I'm ready.
Again, that pride I feel, man. It's so powerful for this girl.
Close your eyes, Kale. Then
Holy
open
hell.
your soul. From there, I will embrace my mistress. The downpour of flowers is your touch. What the
hell?
Like returning to the very beginning. Like surrendering to your grace, my mistress.
This is so amazing.
People say that devotion is beautiful, yet filled with pain. How foolish of them. For me, devotion is beautiful, pure and painless. Devotion is my love. Thank you.
So she no longer has to. Whoa, she's just gone? Whoa. That is crazy. I just got chills. Lilipar just, again, they didn't do this romantic. It was romantic in a way, like giving.
She disappeared?
Yeah, giving Kale this peace that she's able to be a normal person. She's never wanted that power, right? All this stuff here. And then but the way that she faded away was very realistic. Just fell to the ground.
She left, carrying the blessing of flowers.
Getting to meet her mistress once again, which was part of the prophecy, right? Getting to meet the mistress before once again, but that was obviously it turned out to be not real. But now she actually did get to meet her mistress once again.
Kale, are you alright?
Really great stuff.
I'm fine. Now that the remains are gone,
Again, any other person would be I would want this power, to utilize this power, to have this power, to use it for something incredible, right? Kale's whole story has just been the desire to belong as an ordinary person since the start.
don't actually feel any different at all.
That's because you never were different. You've always been just Kale.
Those remains weren't hurting Kale. Not as she is now. They simply exist. Besides, I could sense a deep yearning within her.
Kale must have already received what she was yearning for.
Her life.
I'm doing fine.
Her happiness.
I feel relaxed.
There's
really no need to worry.
She has her two dads. She has friends that love her. She has friends in different countries that love her. People that care for her. She has a job. She has a future. She has writing skills. She has a life. Oh, I'm gonna die. She has a life, guys. She has a freaking life. A full life.
Then my wish has come true, too.
This means everything to me. This means everything.
To become ordinary?
That's just one of my wishes. Actually, I have a few more. For instance, I want to protect the people I meet and help them find happiness. That sort of thing.
Well, she is an angel as well. This is such a powerful sequence.
So between Miss Lilupar and me, you fulfilled 2 wishes already.
True.
And protected 2 people.
Very, very true.
Wonderful, isn't it? I feel so fantastically happy.
My heart is pounding in the best way.
I guess that settles things here.
Look, and in Kale looking down on these people here as well, this is, again, a proof of her life. Her 2 dads, her best buds, the people that protect her, the people she'll protect. The world that she's going to go back to. She can make trips to a place and have a place to go back to finally. She's not just constantly going from place to place trying to find a cure for herself. She's gotten rid of the thing that Dotori put in her body. Dotori is no longer a smidge of influence on Kale. No longer even a second, and I could not be freaking happier. F you, Dotori. F you so badly. You have nothing anymore. You have nothing.
So what's next? What do you want to do when we get back to
I
town?
look at this, look at her dad being like, my daughter, do you see what happened to the god remains? Yes, you told us, I know. Yeah, you got rid of those god remains.
Clay, look who I've brought to see you.
Our best bud in the world. Amber and Kale's friendship is the best thing in the world to me.
Hey, Kale. I heard you guys were holding some kind of secret event. How come you started without me?
Yeah, that's a good question. These two, like, literally Amber and Kale, like, without Amber, Kale is not where she is today as well. You know what I mean? She's not.
Huh? Oh no, it's nothing like that. We were just saying goodbye to an old friend.
Like, these two on the screen is so powerful to me. Like, it, like, hits my heart all the time when they're together on the screen. And as I said, yeah, like, without Amber, there is no Kale. It's just factual.
Really? Who?
She's gone now.
Me. The old me.
Oh. Jesus, dude.
So that's what this is all about. Did you come all the way to Mondstadt for that? Because we knew the old you so we could witness the change?
That's such good insight. Holy hell, Kale, man. Jesus Christ, this story.
Exactly. The old me is gone. I puffed her into the air, and she became a fluffy pink cloud, floating into the sky, before disappearing forever.
Guys, tears welling up in my eyes now. What a freaking journey that this character has been on.
Do you think maybe up in the sky she has friends waiting for her with test tubes, flasks, and bows?
What? Oh, does she mean? I thought she was saying. I was like, that's kind of insensitive. Do you think there's experiments waiting for her up there? No, she meant kind of like, Sucrose and Amber are waiting for her up there as well.
Oh, when you put it like that,
Oh.
it doesn't sound so bad after all.
It's so hard, dudes.
What do you think, Miss Nicole?
I think maybe that's right.
And again, there's bringing happiness to people as well.
At least, if it were up to me, I'd consider that a happy ending.
Oh my god, and to have Amber and Kale in the same frame after, again, where this all started between the two of them. To have them in such a different place now. After everything that Kale went through and everything Amber witnessed Kale going through as well. This is a different, like, the Kale that we knew back in the comic book was a Kale I adored as well as a character. But this Kale now is the real Kale. It's the Kale that she was always meant to be. I'm getting really emotional right now.
Dear Sucrose, even though my childhood ended long ago, these past few days have really felt like growing up again. I've become stronger, and I feel like I can finally accomplish things by myself.
Yes, you can. You can.
Surely someone as mysterious as you will find a friend like this fascinating. Always growing, always thriving like a plant. I came to say goodbye to my old self. I know that after this, she'll be gone. Thinking about it makes me feel a little lonely. I know the weakness that kept me company will one day leave me too.
Holy hell, what a line.
But somewhere in my heart, I feel a great sense of joy. It feels like I've always wanted
Look
to
at
take
her.
this
Look
step,
at her.
to walk towards the new me.
Wow. That to me is the best conclusion you could ask for to the arc of Dotori and Kale. And I mean this when I say it's like the arc of Dotori and Kale is done. He's no longer an influence on her life. He's no longer a part of her life. And the same thing happened with Vaughn earlier as well. The best gift that I could have gotten from all of this, from every bit of thing that happened here, is that all of the influence that Dotori had will fade away into nothingness eventually. And you can say, well, he's the reason that the tree is burning because it wasn't him. But I'm talking about like in terms of people's personal lives. Vaughn is moving on. Kale is moving on. The people he's interacted with will move on. We're going to Shesnai and we'll have another day involved as well. We'll have more people to fight and more people to interact with, more people to love and more people to care about. But Dotori is gone and his influence will fade away. Slowly. Bit by bit. Look at Mondstadt. It's so incredible. The best gift that they could have given me in the end of this is what they gave me. And that is Kale understanding who she really is, becoming her true self, and moving on with her existence, moving on with her life, without the influence of the god remains on her, without the pain that she carried for so long, and understanding that now the life that she yearned for, she has. And Vaughn, also the same thing. Like it's totally on purpose that both Vaughn and Kale, two people that were so influenced by Dotori and the actions of Dotori, like it's not a coincidence that they both have found a place to be in life. They both found people that love them and care about them. They both have futures. Vaughn is continuing his studies. Kale has a job now and is going to rise up to the ranks of that job as well. Kale has friends. In Mondstadt, in Sumeru. Vaughn has friends now all over the world. You know what I mean? Like, if Vaughn goes to Nag Karai tomorrow, like, those characters like, hey, buddy, you know, how's it going, man? You know? Like, you know, you're going to see, like, he could show up to, like, Llama's house, and Llama's going to be like, oh, hey, bud, you know? Maybe they didn't interact that much, but you know what I mean? Like, they were in the general vicinity with each other. But, you know, he has trust. The things that Dotori took from Vaughn, the trust that he had with the world, the happiness, his dancing. While he might not be dancing now, I'm dancing, figuratively. He took all that happiness away, he took that life away. Again, make no mistake about it, Dotori took away Vaughn's happy parts of his life. So this was a doozy is probably the proper term to use here. It was one of the most incredible things they've ever done here and again, it was a surprise for me that there was like an Act 9 and Act 10, and that was really exciting for me. I'm sure they already like built it up in other things as well, but like, it was just a really exciting thing for me, and throughout the whole story, I feel like this is like, it's like something I didn't ask for, but I'm glad we got it. And I feel like that's always happens with Genshin, where it's like, I didn't know I needed this, but now I definitely needed this. The interactions, the character arcs, which aren't coming to a close, but they have hit a new peak. They've closed the chapter or closed the book, and they're opening up a new book, right? For like the likes of Vaughn and Kale. You know, the likes of Nahida as well as closed the book and opened a new book as well. You know, there's political stuff in this. There's like diplomatic, like, secrecy, and there's backdoor shady deals, and there's like relationships between villains, and there's everything in between in this story that was just really, really fantastic. My understanding of the story, and this is where I'm going to go here as well, right? And maybe I'm like gonna get some stuff wrong. Please correct me. Because stuff is kind of confusing with timelines and stuff like that. But Zandig died at 85. He already had created segments of himself. All those segments like represented different like things, like personalities, time periods. So they had different perspectives and ideals. He died at 85, and at that point, that's when all the other segments like were like experimented on him and stuff like this as well, and that, like, you know, kind of confused the hell out of a grader. At that point, Zandig had already made contact with the Fatui, but then the current Dotori, which is like the current segment, is it a segment of Dotori? He also became a Fatui member, but is it a situation where like the Fatui just didn't care that it wasn't the original Zandig? Because I think Zandig, after being like excommunicated from the academia, that's when he found Snezhnaya, right? And he used those experiments, and that's where he got like, you know, all those like means to experiment and stuff like that as well. So like I think there is a thing where like maybe they just kind of like were like, he's still pretty powerful. Like, should we just he has the same personality? Because they all do have like, while they're all different in terms of like their ideals sometimes and maybe their perspectives, they all are Dotori, right? They all are like parts of Dotori, and they all have like similar ideals, or at least that they have like in some case they're all segments of one, right? So a lot of times during this conversation when I'll be like Dotori, I mean like maybe like a collective, right? Because obviously like I think it could be a thing where like different Dotoris did something to Kale versus the Dotori that did it to Vaughn, all those things in between, right? Of course. But yeah, the current segment, which I believe is a segment, is the one that's in Sumeru that we just fought in Sumeru. He exchanged all of those segments for the Electronoses, right? The ones that dragged him down to the flames during that battle in the tree. That current version of the Tori also segmented two parts of his soul, where one would be sent to Nod Krai, and that's the one that we killed, and then that would go into the tree, like would go into Irminsul or go into the ley lines, and then the other one would be put into the Northland Bank, and that was also the one that was put into the tree or the ley lines by Regrator. And I don't know if he wanted to combine his soul and like make one big segment or one big soul together, but I do know that he just had disdain for the segments because he believed that they were like, I don't know if the word you would use is kind of like less than, but he didn't see them as something like he saw them as having a different perspective than him, and he didn't feel as special. If all of them are, if there's so many versions of him, is any of them truly him at that point? All those things in between. Yeah, but that's what I'm getting with the whole separation of the souls thing as well. What he wanted to do was defy the heavenly principles, and in this sense, it was to, I guess, because it's always about the process more than the actual conclusion itself. But he infected Irminsul, so that, and if I'm not correct, it's just obviously like to like rewrite fate, rewrite the world, right? Rewrite a new world, create a new existence. That he could do as well. And I think it's one of those things as well, and maybe I'm like not, I'm wrong about this, but I really felt like the stuff with like Vaughn and him finding us up about Vaughn, while it wasn't like the big motivating factor to do this, I do think it was one of those things where he was like, oh, look at this, you can do this stuff. I think there was like maybe a thing where it's like, oh, I understand this now, a bit more as well. But yeah, I think in the end, his soul story wasn't just to do that though. I think he was happy with just defying the heavenly principles. If you look at all the experiments that he's done throughout history, a lot of them have failed, but he said that himself. It's not about the actual conclusion. I think he liked being a thorn in the side of the heavenly principles more than he liked being like correct, right? I think he would have 30 failed experiments if it meant that he could piss off the heavenly principles just once. I think that's genuinely what Dotori's feelings were as well. He liked being the brat. He liked being the thorn in the side of the heavenly principles. So him doing this to Irminsul was, again, the closest thing, once again, that someone has gotten to define the heavenly principles in that way, once again. You could talk about maybe, the stuff with the lantern, right? We had themes of that as well. But, like, I feel like in this way, it's like, there's a difference between, like, infecting Irminsul and, that stopping a nail. Well, stopping a nail is pretty crazy, too, let's be honest. But, yeah. So what happened here was, since he infected Irminsul, Nahida then used the Akashas, and everyone used the Akashas, to overload Irminsul so that Dotori could no longer see everything that happened in the world anymore. And then also Vaughn and the Traveler came into the tree to help download all the like information from Irminsul and bring it to Aru. That way, since Dotori was tied to Irminsul at that stage, his power would have been taken from him, and all the information in the world in Sumeru then went to Aru, right? In some ways, that's what happened there, and that weakened him in that moment too. And then she would use the Pyronosis to set ablaze this tree and set everything on fire. And she got permission from like the rulers of life and death and all those things too, because you made a really compelling case, because the actual compelling case that you had was that Irminsul was created to like further people and to protect people. It was created to like, not serve people. It was created like as a means to like, preserve people and preserve like, fate and all those things in between. So she kind of made the argument that like humans are more important than this as well. So what's the point of having Irminsul if all these humans are gone and all the humans are dead? She made this deal and was able to use the power of the angels from Nicole, which again, so impressive, so crazy, that she was able to use the power of the angels as well to like transfer her consciousness or her tied, or what do you call it? I guess her like existence to Aru. So Aru is now taking all the brunt of it now, and Aru is basically the new Irminsul. So she burned the tree, in the process of it destroying Dotori, because Dotori was also tied to Irminsul. And we saw there a really crazy sick segment as well, the idea of Dotori getting dragged down by the other segments. He talked to her greater afterwards, that happened as well. And I think that like the moment when he was talking to Regrator was more just like he was like anchored there for a little bit, then he faded away. That's the way I kind of saw it as well. The cutscene we got as well after that, which was like really, really interesting as well, which the cutscene with the Dotori and all that stuff too. I think that was trying to show like what we were saying earlier with what happened with Zandik, where like he was a 35-year-old and he left, he got excommunicated from the academia. He joined the Vatui. He tried to become immortal, but he died on his birthday in front of his segments. Pantaloni is another character as well who was also afraid of dying, but he was working with Zandik at the time as well, and he found this at the time too. But yeah, he tried to become immortal, but in the end, like actually died in the end too. But yeah, that's what they're trying to show here. I already explained like a lot of the stuff that happened there, like what I think happened there in that cutscene as well, but that's what I perceive to have happened amongst that story. It is a really cool idea. And again, we had there the stuff with the conversation with Pantaloni after as well, where Pantaloni kind of like admitted like, yeah, he's afraid of like dying, but like at this point too, it's kind of like Dotori's gone. Like he was saying goodbye to Dotori. And I think the overall crux of the thing where, you know, Nihida and Dotori had that conversation at the end kind of summed up a lot of like Dotori's life as well, where like Nihida met him halfway. Nihida said to Dotori something that I found really interesting as well, that I found to be really, really smart, which is that she said this experiment doesn't belong to you, which is the universe. It doesn't belong to you, right? And Dotori was kind of like, hey, you're using my language here. And that once again shows when Nihida talks about the difference between wisdom and intelligence and wisdom and cleverness. Because she was able to say that this world belongs to everyone else and this experiment doesn't belong to you. And she was saying, I said this way and explained it this way before you, because that's what wisdom is. Wisdom to understand that not everyone's going to understand it the way that I understand it. I'm explaining it for you because it's the way you understand it. I'm meeting you at your level in a sense, but then explaining to him as well that he never had this wisdom for the world. He didn't understand the universe. And I think this is, again, I don't mind being like, this is what I was saying a few chapters ago too. I'll scream from the rooftops. I also said he didn't understand the universe. He's clever and he's smart and he's all these things in between, but he doesn't understand humans as much as he thinks he does. And again, I it's one of those things where like you guys know what I will always shout from the rooftops when I'm wrong about stuff, 100%. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, I said this right, because a lot of people felt the same way as me, right? So a lot of people that happens, right? I'm wrong about so many things, and you get right about some stuff. But yeah, I that's what I was saying a few chapters ago too. He doesn't have that perspective on life. He doesn't have the wisdom for life. He's intelligent. He's so intelligent, but he doesn't have like this kind of like understanding of the world that he thinks he does. But yeah, the world is real. It's not data. It's not for him to like control. And that's kind of like what Nihida kind of left this on, as well as Dotori kind of like will never. And she said, I will never meet you again. I love that moment too, where it's like, this is it. Nihida like was, you know, and he said even to her as well, like you threatened me the first time and I didn't believe you the first time back in Sumeru, but now it's like, okay, I believe you. Like, and he I think, you know, he kind of realized like Nihida's like, you know, not bluffing. She wasn't bluffing whatsoever. But yeah, that's kind of like my interpretation of what happened with Dotori. And in terms of like the actual meat and potatoes of everything, I thought it was a really incredible freaking part. Like up until the point of like, you know, from when we got to meet Dotori up until after that, we saw like so many great moments here as well. The cutscenes were incredible. Seeing Vaughn and the Traveler Nihida fighting against Dotori, protecting each other, you know, flying through the air, Nihida coming in like a Power Ranger was an amazing moment. Because one of the things I think that they've built up well with these Archons is that, like, you know, when they get involved in a conflict, you know it's a big deal. And you know it's going to be a big moment. While they've made these characters really grounded, I think what they've done really well with Nihida, even more than even other Archons, is that she isn't an Archon that is there to fight or to be powerful or, you know, this really powerful force. So when she flew there aggressively and stopped this attack from happening, it is that moment where it's like, oh my god, like Nihida's getting involved. You know what I mean? Inside of it within a battle. It's a really great moment, and it's so like heart-stopping in that moment too. The moment when Dotori's getting dragged down by his segments into the flames below is perfect. This is one of those things I feel like it's like, you know, I talk about a poetic death for Dotori because I think there's one of those things that like there's lots of ways you could do a poetic death for Dotori. My my feelings on a poetic death for Dotori have always been kind of like a very, maybe something that people see it as very selfish. Some people see it as good and might see it as bad. My want for death for Dotori was always him sniveling on the ground, crying and stuff like this too. But what they gave here was actually a very interesting choice, and I actually think it's like really, really well done. Him getting dragged down by his segments, I think, is one of those things. Him losing a battle of wits and wisdom against Nahida is another one of those things. Him in the end of this whole journey not getting the last word is another thing. Those things are satisfactory to me, right? Because I think it's important, right, to acknowledge how much of a great antagonist Dotori was. He is, I don't know, the only other antagonist I could think that we could probably like have more of a rivalry with is the Heavenly Principles, right? That's the only thing else I can think about, you know? Because for me, Dotori is a perfect antagonist. He is scary. He's the type of character that makes you look over your shoulder, but he's also the type of character that like has been there for so long since, you know, the comic books that we've wanted to have and we've had a problem with since the start as well. And he's that interesting of a character that makes me want to like, you know, both equally kill him and also at the same time I'm like, you know, I acknowledge how like freaking great of a villain he was. He was fantastic. But that moment there, like when the segments pulled him down into the flames, is so important because it's his hubris. It's the thing of like, you know, he cast aside the other segments, but like thinking he was more important than them. And in the end, they dragged him down back into those flames. You're coming with us. He, you know, has always got the last word with everything. Every time Dotori would be in it, he, like, even like when we killed him last, and we did kill him, by the way. I'm glad that like, they stuck to that guns because that, like, to me, like, the idea of not, because I know he wanted to be defeated in some ways, right? In some ways, I don't think he like wanted. I think it was one of those things where he was okay with being defeated, right? In Not Cry, but I think it would have been very like stupid to have the moment that Columbina raised her wings out to fight Dotori and everyone come together to fight Dotori, have it be that like he was like, actually, it was a little bit of a tricky doodle doo, you know, haha, you know. But in reality, it's like no, like it was kind of a trick, but we did kill him, and I'm glad of that. I'm just glad of that it was an actual defeat, and we actually did work together to defeat him. You know what I'm saying? Because that moment was huge for all those characters, and I'm glad that actually did work. Even though it led to something scary, I'm glad it still was like a defeat. But yeah, Dotori always like gets like a last word. Even like when we defeated him, like a glitch happened on the screen, and that was him entering the ley lines clearly. But yeah, I think that having Nahida get the last word of just like, yeah, you buddy, it's over. You know, that's fantastic to me. And then also at the same time too, I think you know, having him also be praised at the end by Pantalone is not, it doesn't piss me off. And I thought like having Dotori ending with having an ending where he's like, someone goes, you're actually pretty crazy good at your job at what you did like you're pretty like, you know, I forget the exact praise, but he praised them. I thought I would be a bit upset by that. I wasn't. I think it actually is perfectly writing to have like another Fatui member to acknowledge that, okay, you know, you did good. You know, in terms of villainry, you did a good villainry. You know what I mean? And then move on to Nahida getting the last word. Perfect. Fine. Perfect stuff. Grand. Acknowledge that he was a fantastic villain while also still having someone else like overcome him and like be like, F you. Perfect to me. Grand. Good stuff. We'll take it. We'll take what we can get. And I think actually it was really, really well done in the end there as well. Really fantastic stuff with the Dotori stuff as well. Really fantastic stuff. I think like surprisingly enough, like beyond all the Dotori stuff, you guys know like lore is really cool to me. But what's really much like bigger to me personally always is characters. And the biggest sour of this entire story to me was Kale and Vaughn. And actually, I might push them to the side for a second because I want that to be the conclusion of what we talk about here. Because I want to talk about something else that happened here also, which I think is really, really important. And that is the moment with Nahida and the rooster. And the reason why this was great to me was that this is why one of the reasons why I love Genshin Impact so much as well. And that is that these characters understand like exactly what the rooster is doing. The politics that go on in this game are so perfect because they understand like diplomatic stuff to a T. And they do it in Honkasaro as well. That's really great too, but I feel like they did a really fantastic here also. What just happened right now, we need to put into terms of this as well. Someone who was working in a high-ranking position for the Fatui tried to kill everyone in Non-Krai. Tried to kill Columbina. Did horrible experiments with people like Kale. And again, you could say with Calvin, there was other segments too. Yeah, 100%, but I'm saying that it's all a collective thing with the idea of the Tory, right? 100%. And then just did this thing with Sumeru where he tried to burn Fate itself. Which again, The Fatui don't give a damn about the Heavenly Principles. That's not what they're upset about. They rush to be like, look, this wasn't us, and here's how we can distance ourselves from it. This is so smart writing. To have the Rooster be like, we're punishing everyone who worked for Dotori. Good, by the way. Good. Not only that, we are... which, I don't know if it's too good, because I think anyone who works for Dotori, like... I'm pretty sure Dotori, like, would have just been like, okay, you're dead if you don't want to work for me, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, you're going to punish everyone who worked for Dotori. We're going to send relief funds to you as well, and we're acknowledging right here and now that we were not aware of what Dotori was doing 100%. What I love so much about this, though, as well, is not only that we have that political aspect that's so great, it's so fantastic, it's so interesting to see, we also have something very important that Nihida says. She doesn't say, oh, they'll probably put a leash on the Fatui a little bit more. She says, they should. In no uncertain terms, she basically says, I'm paraphrasing, they'd want to. They want to put a bit of a rein in on the Fatui members now. And honestly, like, I would expect nothing less, because what's happened here now is that, again, as we said, Nihida said, Sandroni died to fight for Nod Krai. They've sent relief funds. They've distanced themselves from Dotori to the point that in the last mission, they literally said, like, yeah, to the knave, if you need to kill him, do so. They distance themselves so much so that you have to be like, yeah, politically, they're really freaking smart than what the Rooster's done here. Because all it's seen now is, if you talk about, like, actual political dealings, which are so important, we'd like to think that they're not, but they're so important. If Sumeru right now was like, we don't want to deal with Shinaz 9 anymore, right? Which, look, if they wanted to, that's fine. But the fact of the matter is, it's mutually beneficial for every single region to work with each other in some way. It is. It just, when there's a crisis, when there's need for anything as well. And not only that, but the Shinaz knows they have to work with Sumeru, because there's Fatui members not just in Sumeru, all around the place. And here's what happens, right? If Sumeru says, we're not working with the Shinaz 9 anymore, the pressure is put on then to Inazuma, to Liyue, to Mondstadt. Because if Liyue goes, oh, Sumeru's not working with the Fatui anymore, why not? They meet with Nihida. Oh, this is what happened. Okay, yeah, we're not working with them either, right? And then I know people can say, well, Calvin, that wouldn't actually... Again, it's a situation where it's like, if Nihida says, we're not doing this more, or if the Sumeru doesn't work with that, does put pressure on the other regions to then call into question what their relation with the Fatui. That's just how it works politically, right? Shinaz knows this. They know that they have to keep a good standing in the world too, and they know, again, they're going like, okay, look, here. I'm not saying, but I want to make clear, I'm not saying all the Fatui are like bad. I want to make that clear as well. Like, we love Fatui members. The Knave, Tartagula, Sandroni we loved as well. You know what I mean? Like, we love these Fatui members. We're talking about this like a morally gray situation here where, like, yes, they're smart to disengage themselves from Dotori. So what they did here was, like, let's just say, yeah, relief funds, Sandroni died for this, we're going to punish everyone who worked for Dotori, and we don't work with Dotori anymore. That sends a message to Sumeru politically, hey, we're willing to still work with you. You know? And it's just a smart thing to do. And I think, again, to keep the relations good is always a really good thing, even though, like, you know, they acknowledge they're saying all the right things, which is, you know, yeah. But yeah, like, I think it's a really well done scene. It's a really well done scene politically. And then also, like, Nihida giving it, like, a little bit of a threat there as well. We also had the scene there as well that's going to lead into the Kale and Vaughn stuff as well with Movika, which Movika was kind of like, yeah, I kind of understand that, like, I didn't feel the gnosis anymore, which I wonder as well. I kind of wonder if, like, she said I didn't feel it go up in flames. I wonder if, like, someone's going to have the pyrognosis, which would be crazy if that's the case, but I don't know. But we had this really lovely scene with them just sitting on the grass. I love the scene, looking up at the sky, Paimon relaxing on our lap, all these things in between, like, with just this really sweet moment. And then the acknowledgement of, like, Kale. And that's why it, like, leads into the story of Kale and Vaughn for me, which, if you talk about people who have been affected by Dotori, they all have. The two of them, I think are the most, like, emotionally affected by Dotori. The injection of the God Remains started Calling on a journey that led to her to being an amazing place, but it was a time of suffering for her. This is something that was, like, brutal for her. She went through some of the worst situations of her life, and the scar of Dotori has never left her. The same thing with Vaughn. Vaughn has gone through so much as well. And Dotori was manipulative. He manipulated him into doing some horrible stuff there as well. And he even brought the same stuff up here again as well for Vaughn. Would I have loved Vaughn to stomp Dotori into the dirt? Yes. Would I have loved Kale to stomp into the dirt? Yes. But here is what we got here instead. And it's the most perfect situation ever. The story ends. Dotori is gone. And the two people that he affected emotionally the most in this world, Vaughn and Kale, are moving on with their lives. and have a future that is better than they could ever hope for. That to me is a better victory than anything we could ever ask for. It's a better victory than Dotori getting stomped by Vaughn. Because what we have now is this. It's Vaughn went through all this traumatic stuff, and he even tried in his face to remind him of it. He called him Scaramouche because he wanted to be reminded him of the trauma that he went through. But even that didn't stop Vaughn, didn't affect him. It affected him for a second. He got angry, but he ended up winning in the end anyway. He stayed true to the mission. He stayed true to everything. He didn't get too frustrated. He made sure that the mission was completed. And then what did he say at the end of all this? He said, I'm going to go back to my studies. And not only that, it's not just him going back to his studies, which is amazing, right? That's his future. He's going back to studies. Not only that, but he's helping people with Sumeru. He said I'm going to help people with Sumeru. Not only that, beforehand, he now has this relationship with everybody that's so special and so nice. We saw how him and Paimon are now. They're best buds. We saw like how he accepts jokes about him now. You know, when they joke about like how like, oh, like, about him being like a student in the academia. Beforehand, he would have been like, huh, bleh, bleh, like very dismissive in a very cute way. But now he was like, yeah, I have learned a lot here, And he turns to Paimon and says, yeah, you're a great student as well. And he's able to like, smile and actually like feel welcome here. He has a home here now. And again, we saw this stuff like the relation between him and Paimon, the way it developed in this whole episode and this whole act and this whole past 2 acts has been one of the best things ever, because I think it just shows like how Vaughn has become such a beautiful addition to the family of like Genshin characters. And I think that's the most important thing as well, is that it's not about his usefulness. It's not about how useful he is. It's the fact that everyone wants him here. And that's the important thing. The fact that people come to him for advice is special to me. The fact that Durin came to him for advice and Paimon came to him for advice shows that they acknowledge the his character, and especially with Paimon, who like, knows about Vaughn's character, acknowledging those things, and instead of like looking down on it, trying to get her own peace and solace from his past experience. And then them being such friends that they're buddies and like the nickname stuff and all that stuff in between. And then we see Vaughn going off to do more of his studies. I couldn't be happier. He has a beautiful place in this world now. And it's Dotori can't do anything to him anymore. Dotori played in his face and Vaughn won in the end. Vaughn beat Dotori. He was a huge part of that. And then with the Kale stuff, we heard Nahida talking about how she saw Kale as somebody who yearned for an ordinary life, to be happy. And we look back all the way to the comic books. And again, I worried about spoiling the comic books, but at this stage, like, I feel like if you haven't read the comic books, like, there's nothing wrong with that, but I feel like you're probably not gonna. Like, it's one of those things with the comic books that, like, it's a huge part of Kale's story, and if, like, you're not... and again, you can get by without it, 100%. You can understand Kale's strife without reading the comic books, but I'm still going to reference the comic books because it's a huge part of my Genshin history. You don't have to read them. Not looking down on anyone for not reading them. Live your life. Always, because there's stuff I haven't seen. There's quests you've done that I haven't done, and you wouldn't look down on me, so it's not like I'd ever look down on you. As I said before, Kale at one point couldn't even smile. Kale at one point, I thought that she had this voice. I thought she talked like this. Why? Because in the comic book, she always walked around with a scowl, and understandably so. She was in pain. She was traumatized. She was emotionally distraught from the life that she had led. And she didn't want to be friends with anyone. She wanted to be rid of the pain that she had here. And she met a girl named Amber. And I'm glad they introduced Amber. They put Amber in this story as well, because Amber is like, as much as I love that Sucrose is a representation of Kale making friends overseas and all this stuff too, if they just showed Sucrose, I would have probably grown an irrational hatred for Sucrose. Where I would have been like, her? Because again, her story, and that would have been irrational because her story is important for Kale's journey too. It shows Kale making friends with people outside of Mondstadt. It's important. But I would have been irrational and been like, F Sucrose forever, you know what I mean? Because Amber is like the most important character in Kale's history, because it's a starting point for history. Because even through all the suffering and the pain, even through all the distrust and all the anger that Kale had, Amber was there for Kale to make her feel normal, to make her feel wanted. And if it wasn't for, let's make this clear here, it was a lot of the powers of Kale that helped people survive in this battle, the goddess of flower powers. If Amber didn't exist, Kale is, I'm saying this right now, this sounds so morbid. If Amber didn't exist, Kale is not here with us. There's no way that with the state that she was in, that she wasn't going to like go to a place where like, you know, she was defeated by somebody else, especially in the world like this that has no problem being full of violence. And I know it sounds so morbid, but we have to be freaking honest. She was saved by going to Mondstadt, just like we were saved by going to Mondstadt, but obviously in a very less way of looking at it. I'm sorry for getting morbid, but it's the truth. If she never met Amber, I hate the idea of thinking where Kale could be right now. I hate it. I hate thinking about it. And it's just one of those things where like, we have to focus on the good. Amber helped save Kale, but Kale saved herself. She made friends, and then she found Sino and Tonari, who have taught her so much over the years. Sino is like the funny, annoying dad to Kale. Tonari is like this beautiful mother who is like so like, you know, and they're both supportive. I'm not just saying like, oh, the mother's supportive and the dad's annoying. That's the trope. I'm saying they're both supportive, but like, I'm just trying to say like in that scene, it's like they're both being very supportive, but like Tonari's being like to the husband for being an idiot, in an endearing way. But yeah, I hope it never sounds like I'm saying like that's the trope. That's what it is. Women are the caring ones and men are the stupid ones. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that like it's like, you know, it's like it is like a mom and dad, but like yeah, they're both very caring. And you guys know I would never do that, but just for passerbys thinking that I would do like that I would talk about like a very sexist, misogynist trope, I would never do that. But just for passerbys, you guys know I would never do that. But yeah, the life that she found with Kala for Sino and Tonari, like basically her dad's. The friendships that she found in Samara, she has a grandmother, Farazan. She has people that adore her and care for her. She's got a new job. She's learning how to write and read and all these things in between. And now here, she gives up her powers for Lilupar. So Lilupar can see the goddess of flowers again, but then Kali can move on with her life and be a normal character. And it's one of the most powerful things for me ever in this story is when Kali says, I don't really feel any different. The reason why that's so important to me is because it shows that like she's already comfortable with her life. She's already found this life that she loves. And the people that surround her, Amber, you know, Tonari, Sino, Farazan, the Traveler, Paimon, I'll hate them, Kavi, all these people love her dearly. They absolutely adore her. And it shows that she is cared about and loved, and she loves this life she has. As I said, she has a new job. She's moving up to the ranks. She's learning more how to write. She is being more and more independent and everything in between. She has overcome so much, and she is at a stage now where she has a good and happy life. And while, yes, getting rid of those powers shows that like she's physically normal right now, right? Physically like just an ordinary person. I love the notion that like, yeah, she already was. It's just this is a formality, you know, getting rid of the goddess of flower powers. It's a formality for the life that she wants to lead in the future and a symbol of the life she wants to lead in the future. She has found that life. I want to say thank you so much to Genshin, because you have given me a character like Kale, who I got to see an arc of a story from start to finish. And it's not finished. I want to make that clear. These characters close a book, but they open up a new one. That's how live service games work. But a character who got to close that chapter of their life that was so painful. Sorry. And I'm just so grateful for Genshin for allowing me to witness something so beautiful over the years and witness the growth of this character. I really am grateful. I'm so grateful. Yep. It's such a powerful story. It really is. Yeah, this was an amazing 2 acts. I think that what they've done here is once again outdo themselves in terms of like their gravitas and the absolute impact of what they've done here. This was incredible. The only downside I would say to this whole thing, and again, I'll get it like out of the way before we do anything here as well. I think like some of those scenes in the epilogue were like a little bit long in the tooth. And the only scenes we're talking about was maybe the Dory scene and the story with the pillars, because I loved hearing how the characters were doing after. I loved seeing how they were doing, but then it was like, maybe I felt like those 2 scenes were too long, but that's it. That's the only critique I have about this whole thing is like, I felt those 2 scenes were very long compared to the others. But I'm glad we got like this conclusion. I can only be grateful to Genshin as well. Incredible stuff, incredible showcase of like combat and animations and story. lore reveals, and a new Harbinger, Pantalone, and all this stuff in between. But what's happening now is what we can say now is like, just before we end this, like the Harbingers that are left are this, right? Jester, which is the main guy. Then there's Mr. Pringle, who's another one. Dotori's gone, right? The captain's gone. Who's left? The Knave, Tartaglia. Let's say just who's left. Pantalone, Knave, Tartaglia, Rooster, Mr. Pringle. That's it. There's 5 left, right? Because Sandrone's gone. Sandrone's dead. Signora's dead. Vaughn left. Columbina left. Who else is Harbinger? I always get messed up with this stuff. What's wrong with me? I always get mixed up with this stuff. Let me just look up all the Harbingers. We're caught up with the story. It's not like I'm gonna get spoiled on the Harbingers. Or there's 11. Okay. So we have Capitano, gone. That's the one I forgot. Piero, 1, still around. Dottori, deadzo. Columbina, perfect. Arlecchino, number 4, by the way. Still around, still a part of it. So that's 2 still a part. That's two still a part of it. In the top 5, there are 3 left, which is Piero, Arlecchino, and Pulcinina. And then there's also number 6 was Scaramouche, but he's gone as well. There's only Vaughn. I don't know who Scaramouche is. Sandrone, gone. Signora, gone. Pantalone, still there. Tartaglia. Okay, there's unknowns there? Do we not know some Harbingers? Is that the case? Oh, I didn't know that. That's really cool. Guys, I love this. I really did love this a lot. I know what to do now in my life. So what's going to happen next week is you're going to get the Phantasmal Pals. It's going to be uploaded on the Sunday. The full video, the full event will be uploaded in one big go. And I appreciate you all guys so much for watching the show and for watching the series. This is the final act of like Nod Krai and all these things in between. We have summer events hopefully to look forward to and everything in between. But I'm very, very appreciative of you guys coming along for this journey. If you want to see these videos early, you can do so on YouTube members or on Patreon for €1 or whatever's in your currency. That's the lowest tier on YouTube members on Patreon. That's every single Genshin video you will get early, every single one. If you want to see your name go by in the text credits, that is the €10 tier. And that is for every single video, you'll be in the text credits. And if you want to hear your name be shouted out every single video, at the end of every single video, that is the €15 tier. And that is who I'm going to be reading out right now. First, the patrons at the highest tier. Ty Pharaoh 2, Jamie Bull, Janet the Banana, The Ghost of Inazuma, Felicious Felix, Yuld, Anusta, Assassin, True Peanut Butter, Peter Shelson, Leon, High Kasperian, Neo Showerite, Leo 200, Malcolm Conde, Axler 21, and at the highest tier, my YouTube members, Blasco and Lucinagi. See you guys very soon. Bye-bye.